They're so large, you can't fathom it. People disappear. I'm not saying that they do, but when you see how large they are, it makes you wonder.
And I saw clearly about a 6 foot to 6'3" creature, and it roars at me again. And when it roars, it's kind of a howling roar.
So I grew up in this hunting family, and we all dug ginseng, we all trapped, we all hunted. We had rabbit dogs, coon dogs, everything we did, and hunted everything in season. And on New Year's Day, it was a very cold day. New Year's Eve, we got 4 inches of snow. I was a teenager, and I had went with this other gentleman that was in the Army, going to be in the Army later, and had my rabbit dogs, and we were running them. And I came along this hillside, and it was a beautiful sunny day, but cold, teens, 20s. And there was a cave up on this hillside, but you really couldn't tell that unless you knew it. But when I came along the hillside, I found very, very fresh human footprints. I didn't know what Bigfoot was, never heard of Bigfoot. To me, in the 70s, I thought it was a drug person, and a druggie was living in that cave. And it was apparent that they had left because me and my dogs were coming, they had heard us coming. And I walked up there to check and to see whether or not, there was like a fire in there, or there's some clothes, but there was nothing there. And they weren't exorbitantly large, they were just a normal human-sized footprint. And him and I talked about following him, and I remember, us hearing this loud yell, and we just kind of looked at each other. We had no idea what it was. And then later that year, there was a beaver dam that my family fished at. No one knew about this dam. It was just this little creek, but if you followed it back and narrow off trail for about a mile, the beavers had dammed it up, and it was unbelievable fishing. And I had fished back there. I set turtle hooks back there. I had hunted back there. I never had anything happen to me. But this one time, I was with my uncle. We were both wearing pistols because it was very snaky back there. And I could hear something coming through the brush. I was standing on the dam, and the brush was about 40 yards away from me on the other side of the water at this point. Some places it was real wide, but where I was, it was just about that wide. And I glanced over and saw my uncle, which was, maybe 20 or 30 feet from me, and I saw he was looking too, and I just assumed it was probably going to be, a deer coming down, but it started shaking the brush, making very loud kind of monkey sounds, kind of a hoo, 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 hoo. And, I said, what is that, Uncle Lee? And he's like, I don't know. He's like, just look for a tree you can get to. So, I'm looking for a tree that I had to get up something, because it'd have to come across the water to get to me. But it was so thick right there that I just couldn't see. And it went on for maybe, I don't know, less than a minute, and then it quit. And we just kept fishing. Because, we were raised that there was nothing in the woods that wasn't more afraid of us than it. Had no idea what it was. Didn't even think much about it. And like I said, you see it and you think, well, can something like that really exist? Can something be out there that has gotten by without being discovered or acknowledged by man?
Well, I grew up in McDowell County. I'd moved away, went to college, had a job. After about 20 years, I moved back, And there's a lot of land companies own a lot of property down there. A total of actually 50 acres we own, 30 plus 20. And I was able to lease 1,000 acres of land from a land company. Even compared to here in Kanawha County, you go to McDowell County, it's more rugged, it's more, the terrain's steeper. It's, in some places, it's literally impenetrable. You can't hardly get from point A to point B. If you have 400 acres of property, you may only be able to hunt 70 acres. Well, you know, growing up, you hear things. But as an adult, when something happens to you, a lot of those things come flooding back that you'd completely written off. When I was a child, there was a bus driver for the McDowell County Schools. Actually, her bus route was in Panther State Forest, which is right across from our property line. Every morning she would stop, park her bus, wait on the kids to walk out. That particular morning, the bus was not there. What had happened was she claimed that as she was waiting, backed into this, it's called George's Fork Hollow, as she was waiting on the kids to come down to get on the bus, she heard something in the woods coming toward her. She got out of the bus just to look, it was right after daylight, and she described something like a big, well, hairy covered monster. It ran off the side of the hill and jumped onto the roof of the bus. She panicked, she took off driving with the thing she thought still on the roof. She went up to the bus garage, which was in the little town of Yeager, and quit. She quit her job. Now, how I know this, I was one of those kids walking to that bus. I had completely forgotten about it until later in life when something happened to me and my mother reminded me of it.
They say it's almost heaven. It's not hard to build a case for that. From the rapids of the New River Gorge to the wilderness of dolly sods, West Virginia offers natural beauty on a grand scale. Some have referred to the mountain state as the Pacific Northwest of the East. And it's true, there's plenty of elevation, vegetation, and precipitation in both places. It's a convenient comparison, but the fact is, West Virginia is uniquely breathtaking, rugged, and complicated. For every sun-drenched summit, there's also a dark holler. And if what people say is true, those hollers hide some deep secrets, secrets that make heaven seem distant. Maybe that helps explain why Native American history is hard to pin down in this region, while the Adena built many earthworks that remain near Moundsville and Charleston. Their culture was decimated by the Iroquois Confederacy around 1650. When Europeans arrived in the 1700s, they learned the indigenous people fought and hunted on this land, but relatively few lived on it. What was it that kept them away? As the British and French pushed west with conflicting claims on this wild territory, the door was opened for waves of immigrants to try their hand at a new life. Scots-Irish, Swiss, Italians, Poles, Serbs, and Germans came to work in the coal mines, bringing their languages, beliefs, and superstitions with them. With their own assumptions and vocabularies, they would try to describe the weird world surrounding them, a world that was apparently populated by red-eyed nighttime visitors, ghostly, shrieking apparitions, even animals that defied classification. Originally shared by word of mouth, the rise of newspaper, radio, and television would speed the spread of these accounts. By the mid-20th century, the once isolated communities of Flatwoods in Braxton County and Point Pleasant on the banks of the Ohio River would be thrust onto the world stage because of the inexplicable events unfolding in those towns. But these were simply modern manifestations of a much older truth. The shadowy caverns, caves, and mines, the ancient mountain ranges and dense forests of West Virginia conceal the unimaginable.
What I hear from people that aren't from here when they fly in and it's dark, and when they get up in the morning, if they're looking at a hotel or whatever, is everyone talks about how green it is because of the size of the state, the steep, rugged terrain that you just can't fathom until you're actually on one of these hillsides trying to get up it or looking at it and just being blown away by the fact of how much space there is in between the roads. Some places as much as 21 miles in between two roads.
Can you talk about that a little bit? And I'm curious what your take is on this idea that natives avoided.
Oh, you mean the Shawnee?
Sure.
The Shawnee.
When you hear it on television, they literally say that
The natives.
Native
Yeah.
Americans did not come in.
It was more the Shawnee, particularly because the belief was that their ancestors had rid the land of these rather large beings, and they believed that the whole valley was pretty much cursed and haunted by the ghosts of these things. I was taught by some Shawnee, so I've heard some of the legends and whatnot, but legends are legends, right? I mean, until you find something that kind of backs that up. Now, I haven't seen any giant ghosts, but it doesn't mean they're not there. We've also had the theory that, these giant ghosts could have simply been Bigfoot sightings seen through fog by, ancient people as they came through the valley.
If no other state on the East Coast would be habitable to something like a Sasquatch, West Virginia would be the place. The habitat is so large for something like that to exist, and the population is so low. West Virginia's state population is still declining. We have people moving every year and leaving the state, and that just opens up more and more real estate for something like a Bigfoot that would want to live out here, because a lot of these people that are leaving do live out in these hills and hollers. And when somebody leaves one of the hollers, not many people will try to go back into them anymore.
The state is it is the territory. And other than here and probably the Pacific Northwest, you're not gonna find a better habitat for a physical creature. If we are talking about a physical creature, it can hide out there. It can hide right here in these woods, and you would never see that thing unless it wanted to be seen.
The terrain, like, we had talked about the terrain. It's hilly, it's mountainous. I mean, you can just look right outside our window, and we live down in a bowl and a holler, as you would say. For us slightly older people, it's a lot tougher to, traverse all these mountains and things like that. But the people are very reluctant to talk about their sightings.
To outsiders, like if you're not from around here, if you didn't grow up here, they're less likely to open up to you and talk to you about things.
One of the very first reports I took was a state policeman out of Raleigh County, which is Beckley, West Virginia on the Turnpike. And I called him and we're talking, and he said that, he was riding his four-wheeler on this right-of-way, and him and his wife like to look for ginseng, but this was summer, so you can only harvest ginseng in the fall. And they were just looking around, and they kind of zoomed off the side of this right-of-way, and they were on this little path, and he's putting along. He said he looked up, he saw a fire-burned stump, he's looking back down, and he looks back up, and he pauses, and he said, "Have you ever seen one?" And I said, "No." And he said, "They're so large, you can't fathom it. They're the size of a sheet of plywood." And he's like, people disappear. I'm not saying that they do, but when you see how large they are, it makes you wonder. And he said, I started hitting reverse. I had a gun. I didn't even think about using it. It was too large. And my wife said, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Look, look, look, look." And his wife just started screaming, "Oh my God, no, oh my God, no." And they got turned around and got out of there. And that was one of the first reports, and the one that made me really think that, you know, legitimately something had happened. And I went back to that location with him. I took an investigator, a friend of mine, Darren Pavarnik, and we went there, and there was another trooper, and they're both holding their gun out. The guy that had the sighting is crying. He's chain smoking. He won't let us make any type of calls or noise or do anything else. He's too fearful. It was apparent, you know, he saw something. Whether or not, he certainly wasn't faking, you know, because in the end, most of the people that you're talking to, they either misidentified something, they legitimately saw something, or they're lying. It was apparent he wasn't lying.
So in my experience, when we go out to these areas, because we set up at these little events here in West Virginia that we host these little, you know, talks and such. We have a large community turnout that will come to these. A bunch of kids will come, and their parents and everybody show up. When they first get there, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, Bigfoot, Bigfoot," and they're kind of ribbing it and making fun of it. But before the end of the night, they're coming over to you and they're talking and they're saying, "You know, I really do think there is something out there. You know, I was out there," and they'll share their story with you. So it's this weird dichotomy where the same individual that will, in one side of the coin, make fun of it and take jabs, when the room gets quiet, they'll come over and they'll share their story with you because they've had an experience themselves as well that they can't quite explain.
Hundreds of reports later, you know, most of them that you get are, you know, you saw something crossing the road, you got a brief encounter with something, you know, throwing rocks at you or whatever it happens to be. You hear something hit a tree, you know, different things like that that could or could not be anything. But a couple times a year, just in the state of West Virginia or Ohio, you will get legitimately an awesome report that keeps you going.
I tied up the lease on the property. I've been working land. I had several areas. I had trail cameras and food plots. And I just kind of made that my hobby. I guess you'd say I'd go out 4 or 5 days a week, looking over the property. I would make sure that nobody was stealing timber from the land company. And there was active coal mines. When they were closed, they wanted to make sure nobody was stealing copper, going in there and trespassing. So I did that kind of as a part-time job. I was teaching school. And I'd come in every evening and do it. During that time, my wife had gotten sick with some kidney issues. So I started neglecting being able to go out into the woods. I was taking her to the hospital a lot. And after we got her out of the hospital, took her home, she was really weak, but I'd been nervous, I guess you would say stressed over all the issues going on at home. And kind of one of my stress relievers is just get out in the woods. So my wife said, "You need to just go out in the woods, chill for a while." So that's what I did. I went to all of the sites where I had corn feeder buckets, food plots, and everything had been tore up, which is not unusual. Bears will get into the stuff. But looking back, again, hindsight's 20/20. There was a couple feeders that literally looked like they had been torn up with by human hands. I had one 250-pound tripod feeder that had a electronic device on the bottom with a battery, so forth and so on. It had almost been like disassembled and thrown around. Now, I had a lot of money in that one. And since all of my stuff I was discovering was tore up, I decided to take some of them back home to try to work on them. The one feeder that I brought back specifically was one of the more expensive. When I got home, I was on my four-wheeler. My wife comes outside and she says, did you enjoy yourself, whatever? Of course, I said I did, but I said, something's tore all of my feeders up. And this one particular feeder head I had, it had brown hair all over it. That evening, I tried to fix the feeder head and I couldn't get it to work. But my front porch sits right adjacent to the woods. And I actually had, at that time, an eyewitness account. I had a Sasquatch come right to within 60 yards of me. To say that Okay, at the time I wasn't thinking Sasquatch. I thought monster was the only thing I could think. It was right at dark, but it was in the middle of the summer, perfectly clear. And anybody who lives in the country where you don't have artificial light and you have a clear dusk, you can see everything. But this thing roared at me. And it roared at me, and it was so loud I could feel the power reverberate through me. And I'm sitting on my porch. But how I realized it was coming toward me, I heard something up on the ridge making a lot of noise, and it was being really loud. The best way to describe it, it sounded, the way I described it later, if you take an S10 pickup truck, put it up on the top of a ridge, put it in neutral and let it roll. It just sounded like a dozer coming through the woods. I had basset hounds, and they were so scared. I kept them in a kennel. They were running and trying to get in the kennel. And since they couldn't get in, they got in I uprooted a tree because I just moved down, was working on my yard. There was a big hole in the side of the mountain, kind of like a little cubby hole. The dogs got in the cubby hole. They were so afraid. So I'm locking in and looking at this thing, trying to figure out what's going on. And I noticed movement. I had 2 trash cans sitting across the road where the trash company come through and pick up my trash. My thought was, it's a huge bear probably going to come in and get in my trash. So I'm watching, and I see something come out of the wood line, and the best way to describe it it squatted down. Now when it squats down, again, I've killed bear with my bow. I've got them hanging on my wall. Your mind's going to say, well, that's just a really big bear, and it's now sitting on its rump, looking at me, trying to get courage to go to the trash cans. That's how they'll act. So this thing is sitting there, and it's probably about that tall, probably a little taller, about 5 foot tall, and I thought it was sitting on its butt. It just looked like a 500-pound bear, probably. It's perfectly motionless. If you'd have walked by on the road, you'd have been 10 yards away, you'd have never saw it. It blended in perfectly. I got so bored with it was so motionless after a few minutes, I just went back to working on this feeder head, ignoring it. And as your peripheral vision will pick up movement, again, I'm working on a feeder head. I'm thinking this bear's gonna go get in my trash. When it does, I'll just go get a gun, shoot up in the air, run it off. I saw movement, so I look, this thing stands up. And when it stands up, you look, that don't look like a bear. But again, that's all you know. But it turns side profile to me. It's looking at me. And it commences to walking from left to right. And at this point, I'm just in total disbelief of what I'm seeing. To a point, I'm within 5 feet of my front door of my house. I could have got a camera, I could have got an audio recording device, I had all that. I froze. I watched this thing walk, and it walks all the way, probably about 50 yards from left to right, paralleling me, and it never takes its eyes off of me. Even though it's walking through undergrowth, it never takes its eyes off of me. And it goes up into a pine thicket, and it turns, and it roars at me again. And when it roars, it's kind of a howling roar that I can't explain it. I don't know if you've ever heard a lion, if you've ever been to the zoo and heard a lion roar. It had that kind of depth to it, but it was a lot stronger. And I'm still shocked. I'm just sitting here. It roars again, 3 times. And then something across the ridge hollows back. The 3rd time this thing roared, for some reason I kind of snapped out of my stupor. You would think the natural reaction would be get a camera, get audio. I went in the house, locked all my doors, crazy reaction. Locked all my doors, locked my windows. My kids were little at the time. My wife was in the bed sick. My first thought was, I'm moving now. It was how much fear overcame me, and I couldn't explain what had happened. I didn't want to upset my wife. She'd been in a coma about 2 weeks prior, so I didn't want to upset her. So I sat down at my kitchen table and I tried to reason, what's happening here? I'm trying to, gather my thoughts. It rattled me so bad, I blocked it out for a while. When I say, well, about a year. It bothered me so bad. It shook me up so bad. Just anytime I would go outside, I would just get an overwhelming fear. And my wife, I woke her up that night. She was in the bed sick, and I finally talked to her. And coincidentally, she had said, our son at the time was only 5 or 6 years old. She said he was out in the yard, and she was just too sick to go out there with him, so she sat on the porch. She said, I could hear something up in the woods, beating on trees, she said. And she said, our son, she said, I went in the house, I was tired and sat on the couch. He comes in a little while later and says, Mom, there's aliens in the woods. Now, of course, from a 5 or 6 year old kid, he don't know how to explain what he's seeing. But he told her there was aliens in the woods. So clearly there had been something had happened with them earlier, and it had happened with me. I'd gotten to a point where I was a hunter, I was a camper, I was an outdoor guy, never seen it, never heard it. Maybe I did, just didn't pay attention. And that was the first slap in the face that I ever had. And it took me over a year to come to grips with it.
America's first daily newspaper, the Pennsylvania Packet and Daily Advertiser, began publication on September 21st, 1784, and it didn't take long for fantastic stories to find their way to the printed page. Beginning with the 1790s and accelerating throughout the 1800s, reports of hairy wild men ran rampant in the press. While some stories were clearly whimsical, virtually winking at the reader, others were presented as factual, and in great detail named witnesses and locations in such a way as to invite further investigation. Wild man tales of the 1800s came from every corner of North America, as explorers became settlers on the doorstep of the New World's forests and swamps. In many cases, the accounts described what seem like feral humans, but in others, the appearance and behavior was decidedly different, forcing reporters to use words like ape, gorilla, and monster as descriptors. More often than not, the newspapers chronicled conflict between pioneers and these bestial figures, which seemed to delight in menacing homesteads and threatening livestock. Prominent members of these frontier communities banded together to defend home and property, and occasionally a creature would be captured, if the stories are to be believed. The papers made the wild man a matter of record among the reading public, but the indigenous people of Appalachia needed no such validation. For ages, they had told their own stories of the stone man Nunyonowi, whose hide in rock-like fashion could not be pierced by any weapon. The giants were feared by the Cherokee and Onondaga for their reputation as tricksters, as well as their appetite for human flesh. The February 13, 1884 edition of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch proved that West Virginia held its own mysteries. In a lengthy article, it covered the work of Professor P.W. Norris, Assistant United States Ethnologist, who exhumed a 7-foot 6-inch skeleton from a large burial mound in the Kanawha Valley. Whether or not these were the bones of the stone man is a matter of conjecture. What's far more certain is that the 1800s were a wild time in the Mountain State.
As the immigrants were moving westward, they were encountering all kinds of weird stuff. That's where they got those giant two-headed turtles from, and we get the Ogwai. Yeah, so as the pioneers were moving westward, coming out of Virginia and up in the Northeast, and they were moving into West Virginia before anything was ever out here, there's stories of, large snapping turtles. One of them in particular was a two-headed snapping turtle that they call the ogwai. And it was it was big enough to take down I think it was a dog or a sheep that it took. And it was out in the Monongahela area. And it's very possible that that was the last of its species. You know, there are ancient snapping turtles that did get that size. They're on the fossil record, and it's not impossible that there was a holdover there, that it was just a lingering last of its kind of deal. And they also came across all kinds of other stuff when they came through the land here. You know, we had giant ground sloths here back during the last ice age. So they might have come across one of those, or at least came across the remains of them.
Appalachia in West Virginia, a lot of the Indians didn't live here. This was a hunting ground for 5 different tribes. 5 of the Indian tribes had names for Bigfoot, and the Iroquois name for Bigfoot was Stone Man. Now we don't know if it's because they like to travel ridges and they're, you know, always up on the stones, or whether it's because they were throwing stones. We don't have any idea, but I just preferred Stone Man as opposed to some of the other names. There's Stone Coat, Stone Giant, and I just like Stone Man the best. There's a lot of documents that when people cover, you know, the early pioneers and whatnot, when they would go through and take historical accounts. I mean, not necessarily the stories that they had.
In West Virginia, the original name was either going to be the Wild Man or the Wood Booger. That's the 2 titles that they stuck on Bigfoot that later became known as Bigfoot, were all these Wild Man or Hairy Man and Wood Booger stories. So if you're going through archivally, those are the 3 key terms you look for, is the Wild Man or the Hairy Man. And there's a lot of Wild Man stories where they come into town, and you know they'll take some farm or agricultural products and just run off into the woods, and a band of merry men will go out chasing it, and they'll document it in the newspaper, because you know that's all there was going on in the newspaper back then.
Are there any of the historical accounts that do stand out to you from West Virginia that you've managed to look into yet?
Wow. We just saw that there was one from like 1914. There was 2 hunters and there was 2 Bigfoot circling them at a place called Capicon Bridge, West Virginia. And don't ask me where that is, because I don't know yet. I don't know my geography yet, or West Virginia. We're learning. We got the panhandle down. And they were out turkey hunting, and they heard noises around them. And all of a sudden, one Bigfoot comes out. One of the hunters drops his gun. Another Bigfoot came from behind another hunter. He dropped his gun, and one of them grabbed him, kind of tore his jacket a little bit. He was able to pick his gun back up and shoot it in the air, and these creatures started to run back, and then he shot it in the air twice more, and then these creatures ran away. Now that's pretty intimidating when when you're actually, someone could have been attacked by a Bigfoot.
When people gave eyewitness testimony in the past, they looked at it so differently than we do. And it's so funny, I look back and I see some of John Green's reports, and he had people go before a magistrate and swear that this is what they'd saw. Now we would just all laugh about that. Like, you know, I mean, who's gonna do that? Like we couldn't even probably find a magistrate to do it anyways, but no one would be compelled. But in the old days, they were compelled by witness testimony. People wouldn't, you know, fake things like that. They were just gonna say this is the way it was. So I do think that it's common when they didn't recognize things in the 1800s that they said, they just used things that they could attribute it to. For instance, like, you know, we all know that when Daniel Boone was passing away and they were asking about regrets of his life, and he had said that he had shot a Yahoo, a 10-foot tall Yahoo, and he regretted that or whatever. But Yahoos, you know, a very popular book at that time was Gulliver's Travels, and they had Yahoos, which was a primate ape-like creature that was very tall, and that's what he related it to. And here in the mountains and valleys of West Virginia, you'll hear people say that they're called Yahoos or Yahoos, and it's really not related to a sound that they make, because that's not really a Bigfoot sound so much. But I think it's just that historically everybody's relating to what that they had to reach back to look at. And we all kind of knew what a wild man was as soon as someone puts that or proffers it. We think, you know, here's this person running around that, you know, was crazy and wild and screaming and running and kind of a lunatic type thing. And, you know, so I think that when you put that together with the Indian reports historically, it's very compelling.
West Virginia's history goes back a long time, And where I purchased my house was actually the site of a wild man sighting where, you know, it came in and stole some animals, and then a group of guys charged off after it. They had a bunch of muskets with them and shot it, and none of the muskets wounded it, and it just took off and continued off into the forest. But, you know, that started with some form of an aggression. It seemed to be upset about something.
I've heard a lot of stories of wild men. Growing up in the 70s, I had several stories that people had told me about certain areas in West Virginia where, you know, there's this man, don't go into that area. There's this guy who comes off the hill, and he's a big hairy guy. And, you know, we're thinking, of course, at the time, we're talking about a crazy old man. Well, he might have been. But now that I look back at it, I'm thinking, well, that could have been Bigfoot. I mean, I don't know, you know. So you look back at these legends that you hear growing up, and you think about it all later on, and you kind of start to wonder, well, is that what they were talking about?
It's interesting, you know, we don't have a great number of stories about things that Bigfoot did. We have more stories about their behaviors. And that's one of the things that, you know, when we consider like common things that people talk about now, like tree structures or nests or whatever, you know, I'm not saying they exist. I think that if other primates around the world are using them, they're probably likely that they would use them here too. But why don't we have a historical record of it? Like, you don't hear the Indians talking about Bigfoot bending over trees and doing that. Certainly, if they did it all the time or commonly, the Indians would have recognized it. And they would have talked about it like they talk about other behaviors with Bigfoot, that, you know, where they are they're whistling, and they're this and they're that.
It's one thing to be entertained by a Bigfoot story in the news, but it's quite another to investigate a sighting, track down and speak with eyewitnesses, and travel to and from remote locations. As time has passed, a growing number of West Virginians are willing to put their resources and reputation on the line to examine this mystery. If the search for the Stone Man was nothing more than an excuse to enjoy the great outdoors, it would be understandable. Natural beauty beckons from every portion of the state, as close as the next bend in the road. But it's often personal experience that propels one into active investigation, whether it's the memory of a dramatic campfire tale, the discovery of a clear footprint, or a family member's face-to-face encounter with an ape-like giant. In keeping with mountain culture's values of self-reliance and respect of property and privacy, Sasquatch research was typically a solitary pursuit for most of the 20th century. When it was conducted at all, it was carried out by dedicated individuals, well known within their communities, trusted to keep a confidence. It wasn't until the mid-1990s and the gradual introduction of the internet that researchers could widely share their findings, and witnesses could submit reports with a reasonable level of anonymity. Groups like the Bigfoot Field Research Organization created a systematic way of compiling and classifying information online. But even then, when local members were dispatched to the scene to gather data, they were reminded every sighting was personal. Every sighting left a deep mental and emotional impression. Whether part of a team or working independently, researchers learned time and again that they served a therapeutic role by providing a space in which eyewitnesses could unburden themselves without fear of ridicule.
I know I took one report. There's a lot of reports that stand out to me as just being so exceptional. Just this year, because I'm thinking of just recent ones, you know, I took a report from a counselor. This gentleman's a legitimate woodsman. He digs thousands of dollars worth of ginseng, and to find that in West Virginia anymore, you have to look on maps and go to very, very deep places where no one else is going. And he was with his grandson in a location where they had to walk 4 hours to get to this place. And he told me that when he started over this hill, that was like kind of a clear-cut area, and but on the other side of the hill was old growth, large, dark, kind of a dim area. And when they started over that hill, he said that he said, I thought somebody laughed at me, is what the noise was, but I didn't see anything. And so then when he got over that hill, he could see something dark down there, around 80 yards from him, and it was shaking a tree, making noises. And so, his stepson was with him. His stepson's young, and he is scared to death. This guy's just not really sure what it is. But he sees, one of the things I thought was interesting, because, we always hear about, Bigfoot's pushing trees over, break them, or whatever happens. But this guy watched the Bigfoot do it, and he said it pulled the tree toward him. And so it kind of eventually ran up on this hill, and so they went down there, and he told his stepson, he's like, listen, I want to go down there and see where it was pulling those trees and look at it. And he went down there and looked at them, and when he did that, he heard this rock rolling over the hill, and he looked up there, and he could just see it. It was squatted down by the stump. And that went on for a few minutes, and eventually they just worked their way out. And it's so interesting to me, like, I took another report earlier this year. There was a gentleman that was driving up a mountainous road here just outside of Charleston, not maybe 5 minutes from downtown. He sees a Bigfoot. Him and his wife and his mother-in-law all see it. It's the daytime. It's standing there on the edge of this road, and it goes back over the hill. He gets out. He sees the track. He casts it. That's how I met him. I went up and met him 1 week later, cast another track, which was sent off to Cliff Barackman and Dr. Meldrum, and they were verified that it was a legitimate Bigfoot track. But everybody gets interested in Bigfoot when they have these things happen, but they don't recognize how rare the animal is. And so they had this thing, and they think, well, I'm going to start, like the one guy said, I'm going to start this YouTube group where I'm going to go around and look at evidence and all this stuff. Well, you get into the woods and you find out that even someone that's in the woods as much as me, a couple hundred hours, over the course of, say, 2 months, I may be out that much. Seldom do you ever hear or see anything.
In 2016, it was about midnight. I was pulling into the driveway of our home. At the time, I did a lot of yard work since then, but you would have to take a sharp left turn in the vehicle. And it was a slightly uphill grade in our back. So when you would make that left turn, your headlights would sweep the entire backyard. And when I made the left turn, my headlights swept the backyard, and I saw clearly about a 6 foot to 6'3" creature that had its back turned to me. The typical, you'll hear guys say, it was built like a linebacker. This thing was built like a linebacker. It had a mane, or the way you describe a guy with real long hair. It had hair like a mane that went all the way down to its butt. When the lights hit it, it was so quick, 2 steps or 2 bounds, however you want to call it, boom, boom, up the hill, and it was gone. Had these other things not happened to me, I'd have thought I was hallucinating. I go in the house, I go straight to get a piece of paper. I'm going to draw what I just saw. And my wife goes, I don't know what's going on outside, but something has our dog spooked crazy in the backyard. So I just kind of laughed. I'm like, well, I just saw something in the backyard. Last year, I was working up on the lease property, opening some roads. And if you get up on top of a ridge, especially during the winter time when everything's quiet, you fire up a chainsaw, you can hear it everywhere. And I kept getting the feeling I was being watched. The thought I had was, way down in the hollow toward the town, you have private property. And the land that we lease goes right to the center of the ridge. But the chainsaw sound was carrying. My thought was, somebody thinks I'm up here taking their timber. Then I realized I'm opening roads. So I got to a point I kept looking over my shoulder. I cut logs probably for about 2 hours. And how I ended up seeing this thing, so I was cutting left-handed. And I would look over my shoulder to my right, back to where I kept feeling like somebody was watching me, never saw anything. But I took a little break and I repositioned myself. and I was on the other side of the tree. So then I just had to do that, and when I glanced, I started calling it a shadow man, because it was a solid black, like a humanoid figure behind a tree kind of looking at me. And when I looked at it, it kind of just, and it was gone. It disappeared behind a tree. I stayed and I looked. The tree was about probably 60 yards away. From the angle I was at, I was thinking I had to be imagining things, or this thing's disappeared into thin air. So what I did later, I went and got my son, he's 5'11", 220 pounds. He's a college football player. I kind of went back to the place, and I had him go to that tree. And I wanted him to stand there the exact same way what I had saw, just to get a reference. He was so small at that tree, I realized I wouldn't even have seen him. So whatever was there was probably at least 2 feet taller and much broader in girth. And I'm assuming whatever happened, it must have dropped down to the ground, because you had a slightly downward slope toward where the trees were. And if something would have dropped to the ground, it could have just eased out of there, and I'd have never saw it from my location. That was the last eyewitness account I had. And my wife has seen, she don't like to talk about it. She says, I don't want people to think I'm crazy. I was of that opinion too in the beginning, but there comes a time when so much stuff happens, and you gotta just accept the fact that, hey, it is what it is. And there's a lot of people out there seeing these things. This past October, I sent Russ Jones some audio.
Howled twice. I'm gonna try to holler, see if it'll answer me.
Did you pick it up? And again, I'm never looking for this stuff. I'm usually up in there cutting wood or clearing roads. We had 3 different howls coming from 3 different locations, 13 times, 13 howls from 3 different locations, 3 wood knocks, 2 whistles, and a tree shoved over. This happened over about a 20-25 minute period, but things like that do happen. And it's just one of those things where you almost get accustomed to it, to where you don't even get rattled by it. If my son was here, he had a really scary encounter happen. They never saw what it was, but it was him and two of his classmates, who were the one neighbor I told you I had, who lives about 200 or 300 yards away from us. They have young sons. They were all probably 17 at the time. My son was a senior. The one boy was a senior. His younger brother was a junior. And they were coyote hunting back. There's a cemetery back in behind their house on top of the ridge. When he came back home that night, he was terrified. They're country boys. They hunt to stay in the woods. But what had happened, he said, so what we did, we were using I have fawn in distress and all that that you use over a loudspeaker. He said, we've been using that. He said, we were doing all that, but we got bored, so we decided to quietly get down out of our stand. What they were on a horse trailer. They had a horse trailer. They were on top of that trailer, using it as a high point. He said, we got down out of the trailer, and they had parked the side-by-side a couple 100 yards away. And he said they started walking to the side-by-side, and something had stalked in on them. And the way they described it, it was about 30 yards away. They didn't see it because it was 3 in the morning. They said it roared so loud, it literally like stunned them. And it scared them so bad. The one kid I guess, peed all over himself. They said whatever it was just, it was impossible a human being could have made the sound. And it was so deep and guttural that it just horrified them. They took off running. Now here they are, the AR-15, one of them I probably had AR-15, one of them's had a 30-06, whatever. They panicked, they ran, they sprinted all the way to the side-by-side, jumped on the side-by-side, took off, and he said they almost wrecked and went over the hill. Now when you go over a hill in McDowell County, you go over a hill for 5 minutes, you keep going. Would never go back in the woods. Don't know what it was. It was probably within 30 or 40 minute walk from where I had the first encounter to where this happened. But as the crow flies, 500 yards. Because you're on top of one ridge, you'd have to go all the way down the ridge, down deep into the hollow, cross over the creek, and go back up toward the other side. That'd take you 40 minutes. But if you could actually just shoot a straight line, you're only talking, a few hundred yards. So a lot of activity in that area. It's happened to several people.
It takes a certain blend of qualities to put down roots in West Virginia. A person had better have an abundance of common sense, a generous spirit, and a comfort level with solitary places. When that's combined with curiosity, open-mindedness, and determination, a person may have what it takes to pursue the Bigfoot enigma in this beautiful but often unforgiving environment. In some ways, West Virginia has steadfastly resisted the trends and fads that sweep through more metropolitan areas. Faith and family are still revered, and while there's plenty of fun to be had, people don't have much time for foolishness. Generations last here through perseverance and old-fashioned hard work, and a person's word is binding. All of which means that if you meet someone who's willing to look you in the eye and say they saw an 8-foot-tall, hairy man-beast, you'd better listen. They're not telling you this because it's trendy, or because they're seeking attention. They're telling you because it happened. Chances are they don't even want to talk about it, but they don't know what else to do. West Virginia has been overlooked in general, with the American appetite for expansion heading ever westward, and American culture conveyed by cities on both coasts. West Virginia is likewise underestimated when it comes to the reality of mystery primates, its Sasquatch accounts written off as superstition or folklore. The region has no equivalent to the Pacific Northwest Bigfoot boom of the 1950s and 60s and the attendant media coverage. Instead, the sightings here have just steadily happened, quietly acknowledged as an occasionally shocking part of life in the hills. Researchers like Russ Jones want to go beyond the legends and gather evidence of an undiscovered animal for analysis, document cases, and help witnesses to make sense of what they've seen.
You look online, it's like that much about West Virginia. And even in these magazines, I mean, the old UFO magazines, I mean, these from the 60s and 70s, there is just not a lot from this state. This, I call the Panhandle the Bermuda Triangle because nobody hardly talks. Now, we're going to make the biggest effort we ever have in trying to get and pull these reports out of here by some events and things like that.
There's only a handful of people that I know that investigate. Of course, keep in mind, West Virginia is about 6-hour drive from the Panhandle near DC over to Kentucky. we have less people than Columbus has in just the city. So we're not a very populated area. Some of our counties and the mountain areas have less people per square mile than any place in the entire eastern United States. So there's not a lot of people around, but even though there's not, we're still about number 14 with Bigfoot reports. So I think that really speaks out to how much that there is. George, I know that it's always so hard when people are talking about Bigfoot because, you know, here it's kind of a controversial thing. You know, you're a retired state trooper. You know, you are someone that's trained in stressful situations. You know, it does not affect you like it does other people. And what I'm wondering though, you know, I know that you're one of those people that when you go in the woods, you know, you're not going to think something is a bear because, I mean, obviously, you know, here we are in the middle of the woods, there's bears all around us right now. You're used to seeing them. But can you give me a description? You know, I know that you've had a couple sightings, you know, in terms of what the animal looked like to you, the color of the animal, you know, the approximate size.
Well, the first one was, it was basically near dark. So it was dark in color. I'm going to say it's probably a very dark brown to black. It was about 60 yards away. So to make out facial features, I couldn't really make out any facial features. Didn't see any eye glow or anything like that. But the shoulders were extremely broad. And I'm going to say I'm 6'3". This thing was at least 1 foot to 2 feet taller, just an estimate. Because when when you're looking at 180 to 200 feet away, things look a lot smaller. This thing was massive.
We had talked about previously, you know, sometimes because Bigfoot are a large animal, you know, they generally just can't stay in one place because, you know, they exhaust the food source. So it seems like that they're moving through a course or pattern, kind of following the food. So have you noticed that they're not in your area all the time, that, you know, there's cycles, or what are you experiencing?
Well, honestly, how I noticed that was started reading some of your books and how you kind of take a scientific approach to how you investigate stuff. And that's the same way we did in law enforcement. So I actually went back and started reading through my journal because I talked to a guy and he said, hey, you need to start keeping a journal of things. And I started to see patterns. And what really rung a bell with me was I'd contacted you, I think, probably October, November, and to send you some audio that we'd gotten. Just coincidentally, we were out in the woods, trail cameras. And it seemed like for a period of that time, it was just, there was stuff happening every day. I've got a hot tub. We'd be out at night with the fire going. Hot tub, you can get in the middle of winter. We would hear stuff. To a point, you start to think, man, I'm hearing, I've got to be imagining this. There's stuff going on every night here for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
But do you think that you were hearing that stuff previously to all this and didn't think anything about it?
Guarantee it.
Okay.
Especially wood knocks.
Yeah.
Wood knocks, I don't know how many times I've been in the woods, get in a tree stand 40 minutes before daylight, settle down, you'll hear a pop. To me, that's a tree cracking. That's maybe
it could be the sap coming up in a tree. It could be something just falling. You didn't necessarily associate it with something until after you had your encounter, your first one, and then you started thinking, you know, I think it's important for you to keep track of everything that you're hearing, seeing, suspecting, even if it's not even true, so that later you can look back like you did now and notice, well, they're really not here all the time. They're here, you know, a couple times a year or whatever it happens to be. And that seems to be, you know, what we hear across the nation.
That's one of the things that I've realized. It's all the things that I thought were random, you realize there's a pattern, and then I get to reading a lot of your literature, you realize there's a pattern that everyone expresses, kind of the same thing. It's kind of, and then once there's so many coincidences, you got to realize, okay, maybe that's not a coincidence. There's a pattern to this stuff. And that's no different than when you investigate a crime. You know, you try to prove someone innocent to a point you can't prove them innocent anymore, then you got to understand, okay, this person's probably guilty. When you have a collection of evidence, eyewitness testimony, circumstantial evidence, once you get volumes of it, you got to say, this can't be a coincidence anymore. About a year, I started getting very curious. So I started getting as much literature as I could, reading up, probably doing what everybody does when they go through what I did. And you start to see a pattern. And then, of course, you don't realize how much time you guys put into stuff until you you start reading your stuff there.
Yeah, it's a passion for a lot of people across the country.
Yeah, no doubt.
The Appalachian Mountains define West Virginia. With the highest mean elevation east of the Mississippi, rainfall averages near 70 inches in the most forbidding areas, and some of the least populated counties in the eastern United States, West Virginia provides ideal habitat for a creature like Bigfoot to go mostly unnoticed. Russ Jones has pointed out that much reported Sasquatch activity throughout the country takes place at elevations between 1,500 and 2,000 feet, which matches almost all of the mountain state. It's exactly this type of rational analysis that grounds Jones's research, a level-headed approach that has yielded insightful results and bolstered his credibility among eyewitnesses and fellow researchers alike. That being said, there are a number of Bigfoot reports from West Virginia that contain incredible, irrational details, things that science struggles to measure or classify. Some elements of these accounts suggest that this is more than a zoological mystery. Some older, darker, more bizarre secret the peaks and hollers have guarded for countless ages.
When we were casting them, all of a sudden we started hearing noise coming from Ron's pocket. Looked at the meter and we were measuring higher than usual radiation.
He looks up and he sees this thing lean out from behind a tree.
And I looked down the hill. There was a humongous bipedal animal.
This indicates that there's maybe 4 just in this little 10-mile area.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come here.
My name is Beth Duncan. We're in Ravencliff, West Virginia. This land is a generational land. It's airship, actually, that our family is only allowed to be on or hunt or be around. Airship land is where, as long as my family continues to pay the taxes on the land, it will continue to be our land for as long as we pay on it. And we've got acres. I can't even remember how many acres, close to 70, I think. 70, 80 acres up in here. The area is most wooded, pine trees. Honestly, like, it's a vast amount of animals, deer, we've got black bear, we've got everything here. Like, it could sustain anything. Honestly, if it could sustain a black bear, I mean, it could sustain anything. Yeah, there's a few caves. And there's also mines where, abandoned mines actually, not on this land, but on land nearby, that when they close the mines, you know, there's places underground, big holes underground that could be considered caves.
You said, so it's a generational thing.
Yeah.
Did anyone before you ever talk about anything unusual happening?
My grandfather said something when I was little about seeing a bear walk for a while on 2 feet, but like, I was so little and he died a long time ago, so it wouldn't be right of me to completely tell his story if you know, like, there's stories of things. This is called Growl Hollow, by the way. This is what my ancestors have named this hollow. Like, there's a lot of ghost stories and paranormal, like, just things that happen here. Like, there's generational things that's happened up here. Like, this is a small little community, hush-hush community. You never know, like, what's lurking around in these woods. You just don't. Like, in a place like this, like, it's a Bible Belt. This is right in the middle of the Bible Belt. People don't talk about these things. And, you know, there's more, I guarantee there's more people that have seen this stuff and not even said a word to anybody about it. And I'd say it had a lot to do with it. Like my mom and them, they've seen. She won't talk about it. You know how they are, but she's seen some things up here. She thought at one point it was a cloaked figure with a little thing behind it following it, like strange stuff up through here. And my mom, like she's not a liar. Like honestly, our family, we take pride in like who we are, and around here, that's all you got. We always we wasn't allowed to go up in the woods a lot, and one time when me and my family was up the hollow, we had something, and I was small, we had something follow us from the top of the spring all the way down to here. And my grandma and it would stay in the wood line. And she would say, don't run, whatever you do, don't run. And all I felt in my soul was to want to run. But, you know, I mean, we stayed calm till we got down here. And like you would hear them talk about stories of things being up here. I mean, my mother had seen things and like paranormal things and just, it's a very abnormal place to live, actually.
A young woman traveling by train from St. Louis to New York City woke up to the rolling mountains of West Virginia outside her window. It was unlike anything she had seen before, and in a moment of inspiration, she described the terrain as green hills of magic. Reflecting on the experience, she wrote, "There was something mystical about it all, something supernatural." The woman's name was Ruth Ann Music, and in 1946 she would begin teaching at Fairmount State College in West Virginia and collecting the folk tales of the Mountain State. The stories she and her students recorded, almost exclusively from mining families, only confirmed her first impression of the region. The tales spoke of ghosts and giants, wandering corpses, leprechauns and weed people, magic objects, curses and witchcraft, werewolves, and the embodiment of evil itself in the form of a well-heeled gentleman. Immigrants from Europe and Asia Minor told of shrieking banshees, mystery birds portending certain death, biblical figures still walking the earth, unexplained disappearances of people in the prime of life, visits from dead loved ones and enemies, and anomalous lights weaving pathways through the woods. There was no doubt on the part of the professor that some of these wonders were holdovers from the old world, and some were told to offset the tedium and distract from the danger of a miner's life. But still others seemed less like cultural memory and more like an actual experience, with no moral of the story, no unseen forces balancing the scales of justice, simply a person scared senseless by something that shouldn't be there. About these, Dr. Music would write, "The creatures in these stories are difficult to identify or explain. Sometimes they resemble real animals, but are never quite like them." One wonders how the professor would react to learning that in the 21st century, there would be groups of interested citizens investigating multiple phenomena simultaneously, not as folklore, but as fact.
Start by telling me your name and how, you know what, just give me your name.
I'm Joe Perdue.
What is your research group called?
The West Virginia High Strangeness Collective. We've been doing this since about 2017. We've all had interests in this prior to that, but the actual organization officially came together in 2018, but Wild and Weird West Virginia was where it kind of started, and then the research division was born out of that.
So I'm Ron Lanham. I am with the West Virginia High Strangeness Collective. It's a little group that Wild and Weird West Virginia started up. It's kind of our research, it is our research branch. About 35 years now I've been into I guess the subject of the just weird related phenomena in general.
Of the sightings you've taken, and you mentioned Wineberry having other phenomena, how many involve, I guess, a high strangeness aspect is what I'm asking.
More than we're comfortable with, if I'm being completely honest. Because with the Bigfoot community, you have this yin and yang. You have a group that is wholeheartedly, it is an ape in the woods. And then you have a group that is wholeheartedly, it is supernatural, spiritual. And then there's that thin line in the middle. And that's where we like to camp out, is because there's so much other phenomena going on. We do believe that there is some kind of undiscovered creature out here in the woods, but we also believe there is some other things going on because we have too many reports. We've also collected too much data that speaks to that, and we can't dismiss it. You know, you can look the data dead in the eyes and tell it that it's wrong all you want, but it's not going to change the fact that we recorded these data points. It's not going to change it.
How often do reports you take involve like a high strangeness aspect?
Lately, quite a bit, and I think it's just because a lot of people know that we're open to that. We're okay with that. When I got started in this, it was chasing UFOs and ghosts. You know, Bigfoot was the second. I believed it was there, but I never saw any proof until later. And now I don't know what it is, but there's something there. But yeah, we do get quite a bit now.
Of the reports you take, how many, if you can percentage it, do you think involve like a high strangeness aspect?
With Bigfoot itself, there's just a small percentage where we've taken. They have the light. You see the light spheres, multiple different UFO things, right? Ghosts or ghosts or ghost sightings. But normally we don't have like a ghost sighting, say with the UFO sighting or things like that. But when we say high strangeness, all of this stuff is strange.
Well, do you guys feel like there's a connection between Bigfoot and some of these other phenomena? I'd land on that.
I think they're all connected in some way.
I think a lot of it is connected. Whether every single thing is connected, I don't think, but I think a lot of it is connected. I mean, high strangeness, John Keel, everyone knows Keel. He talks about the ultra-terrestrials, about this force and how it all could be interconnected somehow, maybe some malignant force that, some person seeing a UFO, some person seeing a Bigfoot. Sometimes the same people can see something in the sky even, and they're seeing different things. I would say a lot of it is connected. Every single thing, maybe not, but a lot I do believe is. Somehow that someone a lot smarter than me would know, believe me. I mean,
I do know that in some nationalities, or whatever you want to call it, especially there's a German lore that Bigfoot is related to. It kind of follows with the lady in white, and then there's like these lights that follow the lady in white, and behind these lights are supposedly small, hairy-like creatures like Bigfoot, but they're smaller, not the huge, things that we see here or other parts of the world. I've had a couple sightings of lights myself while doing Bigfoot investigations. One of them was actually in Randolph County. I had interviewed a fella, and he was telling me about what he had experienced and what he saw. That he didn't want to say it was Bigfoot, but he said there's nothing else he can, say it was. And as I'm sitting in the field next to his property, I see a little white light that just floats along and disappears and then floats along again. And then I interviewed the neighboring landowner, and I was talking to him. I asked him if he ever seen any lights in relation to the sounds and stuff they were hearing there, and he said no, they've never seen the lights. And then he called me a couple days later. He said, I didn't see any lights, but I would like to tell you that I did have something strange happen in the same area that you saw the lights. He said, my brother and I were working on the fence line there, and he looks up to where there's a cabin, and he sees this thing lean out from behind the tree and then lean back. And I said, was it Bigfoot? A Bigfoot? He's like, I don't know. He said it was just black, almost reminding like of more of a shadow type thing, as far as what he could see. He said he told me, he said, I just kept eye on that tree, and nothing moved. He said then a few minutes later, on the other side of the cabin, the same thing leans out from behind another tree and back, and he said it never went from tree to tree. He would have saw it. So yeah, there might be some connections, whether it's connection with Bigfoot or something else that may be construed as Bigfoot. I'm not sure.
Well, how many reports have you taken that actually involve other phenomena associated with the Bigfoot sighting? So mystery lights, orbs, whatever, in connection with the Bigfoot. Any, like how often do you take them where they actually have a high strangeness?
Not once. I mean, my experience has been that the guys that are open-minded about the woo aspect of Bigfoot are usually the ones that get the woo aspect Bigfoot reports. I'll write down anything that anyone tells me. I mean, after we leave here today, I have 2 witnesses. I have to make phone calls and take their stories today. And if one of them tells me something, I'll document everything else, because we just don't know yet. But as many years I've been in the woods at night with running my traps, running my dogs, doing the Bigfoot thing, I have never just had anything like that happen to me. And many of my good friends are very interested in it. I've been in the woods with people that, they'll say, hey, there's one right in front of you, and I've had that happen, and I'm standing there with a thermal and there's nothing in front of me.
We were at Salt Fork State Park during one of the conferences, okay? And there were some of our members, this was after the conference, some of our members were at the handicap shelter. So me and Terry were in one car and Dave Rupert was in the other car. And we pulled up outside of the shelter, and we got out of the car, me and Terry got out of the car, and Dave got out of his car. And immediately when we got out of the car, we were hit. And I want to say it was almost like, she says, it was almost like we were hit with a wall.
We all looked at each other and said, something's
Something's
off.
up. And
Like it was
never happened.
dead silence in the woods, and our group was sitting under the shelter, and they were just all sitting there quiet. But the whole, there was no nature sounds whatsoever.
And the first thing what did they say? Remember what they said? No. They said, we had just gone up to them, okay? We didn't say anything. They said, something's off tonight. Something's not right. They all felt it before we even got there. So Dave and I went back.
And it lasted about 20 minutes.
Yeah. And Dave and I walked, and we got our gear. We had night vision. We had a parabolic mic. We walked up and down the road. We saw nothing. We smelled nothing. But man, we felt something. We felt something. It was so powerful, and intense is the word. Intense is about the best word we can use. After about maybe 20 minutes or so, we walked back over to where the rest of our members were. And it was like somebody flipped the switch off, because all of a sudden we started hearing sound, and you went.
It was like something lifted and the air was light again.
You went, wow, okay, we can breathe now. I mean, I tell you, and we're not usually, that's only happened to a lesser extent one other time in Venango County, when a 2-mile run, when we walked into an area on a trail on the back of the lake, and myself and our friend Leah, who's psychic, we both stopped at the same time, and we looked up, and we looked at each other, and we said, something's here, right? And she said, yeah. She felt it too. It was off to our left. And it happened for a little while, right? And then it seemed to dissipate. But sometimes you can feel this thing, whether it's infrasound, or if you just can feel somebody's watching.
I took a report. I can't remember exactly there's a couple I took, but I can't remember exactly where this one was at. The gentleman told me that he seen this thing coming. It was kind of like in the residential area, and he seen this thing coming along the road off to his right. But before he seen it, his car quit. His car shut off, and he could hear this humming noise, and then the street light shuts off, and then he sees this thing coming along the road, off the grass, comes up on the road, and the entire time he could hear, and he said he could hear but also feel like this vibration, like a humming vibration. And the creature, Bigfoot-like creature, walks to the other side of the road, walks off the road, and there's a wood line, and before it gets to the wood line, it just basically vanishes. It didn't walk into the wood line, it just vanished. And he said after it vanished, there was, his car was able to start, the street light come back on, he didn't hear the noise anymore. And then you hear other stories where folks are, before they see this creature, whatever, Bigfoot or whatever you want to call it, they hear cracking, popping, buzzing sounds, you know, if they're in the woods and all of a sudden they see them. So that could be related to like high EMF and stuff. You know, why it's there, I'm not sure.
This was actually the first place that we collected high strangeness data points in a Bigfoot report. The report started that they saw this large black figure run across a trail and ran down through the valley, made all kinds of noise, and then just was gone. We were here within 2 hours of the report because we live in close proximity to this area. And when we got on site, Ron had packed his pocket Geiger counter. And we found the trackway area. We found where something had been. I'm a trained tracker. I teach tracking classes, so we were able to recognize where these footprints were moving. And we found 4 footprints. We cast 3 of the 4.
We found some tracks that are worth taking a cast of, and we're going to go ahead and pour them and see what comes out of the ground.
When we were casting them, all of a sudden, we started hearing noise coming from Ron's pocket.
30.
So the weird thing is we're reading 36 CPM. The average should be 17. And our tracks are right there.
Looked at the meter, and we were measuring higher than usual radiation. And so we're getting low grade radiation spikes, abnormal for this area.
So far we pulled a few and might pour a couple more. There's definitely enough. It's a real high traffic area.
Yeah, it is. And
It's heavily trafficked.
you know, and on the weird side, I have to put it in there because it happened, and it was on the advice of a very notable researcher.
It was.
So Stan Gordon
Really
said
weird.
to you know, take radiological readings. So we brought the Geiger counter, and we're supposed to have a 17 CPM background.
Yeah, that's what it
17 to 20.
is over in the other part of this valley, and
all over
here it's not.
It's 36 CPM right now, which
It's weird.
is weird. So I don't know, maybe nothing, maybe something, but we documented it, and that's what we do.
In general, this region, the whole state of West Virginia is going to set around 17 to 23. We were getting spikes to 40, 42. And so it was double the ambient natural radiation. So something happened there, and we were detecting the residual radiation only in that spot. 10 feet away, nothing. Everything was quiet. But as soon as you started getting close to where these footprints were, suddenly the Geiger counter started going off. We had a similar event take place at Wineberry. We were actually out there filming, and we were able to collect all this data on film. We were looking in a new area out there that Beth had some stuff happen or had heard some things. And the ambient radiation in the area doubled immediately. And it dropped off just as quick as it came. We heard...
Is that the power?
Power just went out.
Later that night, the power came back on after Joe's interview was completed. Whether coincidence or otherwise, it's something Joe and Ron have almost come to expect and have learned to take in stride as part of their investigations, namely, the intrusion of seemingly unrelated phenomena. To hear them tell it, strange things happen to them quite often when they're out in the woods. For many people, a run-in with Sasquatch would leave them shaken enough. The introduction of other anomalies would be a step too far, causing them to question their own perception and perhaps their own sanity. But for some experienced researchers like Ron and Joe, reports of multiple oddities being observed simultaneously are part of an emerging pattern, a pattern many are reluctant to discuss. Nevertheless, the history of documented Bigfoot sightings includes accounts with extremely weird details. The stories challenge common notions of what is possible, testing the boundaries of even the most open-minded among us. With tales of a footprint track line coming to an abrupt end in the middle of an open field, a Sasquatch holding a ball of light or transforming into a luminous orb, and even the commingling of hairy hominids and UFOs in the same location. It should be noted that some who examine reports, like Russ Jones for example, claim to have never taken an account with paranormal elements, while others, like Ron and Joe, hear them somewhat regularly, in a manner reminiscent of researcher Stan Gordon, whose written work stands as a catalog of inexplicable encounters in southwest Pennsylvania. While enthusiasts of the unexplained debate the plausibility of such happenings, people keep seeing and hearing things they can't comprehend. Acknowledging how ridiculous it all seems, they reach out to those like Joe and Ron in hopes of being taken seriously, or at least not laughed at. And sometimes, the alliance of witness and investigator can bear some unlikely fruit.
My ex was in prison, and you know, coming from where I'm a military background, like that kind of stuff gets to me like really deeply about like prison, and of course my family around here, they didn't want me with somebody in prison. I was crying. I said, you know what, I can't let my kids see this. My older daughter, like she was 18 at the time, and I told her, I said, can you please watch the little kids and let me just go up in the mountains? I need a break, I need to breathe, I need to scream. Because you go up here and you can scream and nobody's gonna hear you. And that's what I needed at the moment. It still gets to me when I talk about it. Got to the top of the mountain, and there was a rock right by the telephone pole, because there's a big telephone pole up there. And there was a rock that sat right by the telephone pole, and I sit on that rock. And I was screaming to the top of my lungs and yelling, and like just as much as I could let out. And I heard this, like it was like a noise to the, let's see, you left of me, right? And I looked down the hill, and there was a humongous bipedal animal standing right there. And I didn't know what to do, and it was like, I seen him, and he was like ducking. He had his one hand on a tree, he was ducking like kind of like this, you know, like kind of checking me out. Now maybe it was because I was screaming. Like I don't know why that it was there like that, but, and he was just ducking and looking at me, or she, I don't know which it was, but it was dark brown, like, but when it was a sunny day, and it had like a, when the sun hit it, like a burgundy, like a reddish color to it. And like you could see like the wind blowing its fur like under its arms, and like just its face, look, it had human characteristics. Its nose, like, and this is the way I described it to Joe and then when we first talked. It was like a treasure troll nose, like a troll nose, like, but, and its mouth was like, you could see a little slit in its mouth. I couldn't see its teeth or anything, but you could see like the mouth. The mouth was like thick mouth. It had like this hump on its head right through here. Very tall. Its arms hung down longer than they should on a human. Very hefty. He was a hefty boy or girl, I don't know which one, but very big. I think we measured on a tree up here, 7.5 feet tall. Very, in my eyes now that I look back, beautiful, honestly. Like this creature, I remember looking at this thing's face, and it wasn't far from me, and like you can almost like see human emotion. Like it was just like you can almost see it. Like it was unreal. It was unreal. And when I locked eyes with this thing, it was almost like, and I know this sounds crazy, but like I lost like every sense of everything. And I was just locked face to face with this, whatever it was, about Bigfoot, I guess. Just locked face to face with it, and it felt like forever, but I'm sure it was a couple seconds. I mean, I broke free of whatever feeling that was, and I had a choice to make. I could run down the mountain, which that meant I would have to pass it, or it meant running back up into the mountains where I'd have a chance of meeting whatever's up there. So I had to run down that hill, and it took me like 2 or 3 minutes, and it just stood there rocking, looking. And so I got up enough nerve and I started running down this mountain. There's a trail that goes from the top of the graveyard down the side of that mountain, down to my house. And I took a run as fast as I could. And it was crazy because I even looked back. It didn't even take off after me. It just started walking like nothing ever happened. Like, nothing to it, you know. But to me, this was I'm shaking right now, like a life-changing experience. Like, honestly, it was crazy. But the time that I got halfway down this mountain, like my legs were, like I was trying to run and they were so weak that it was almost giving out on me. And I got down here to the bottom and I peed on myself. I ain't gonna lie about any of it. Like, I have no reason to. And now that I think back, like, it wasn't even trying to hurt me. That's why, you know, when Joe and them come up here and we did this investigation, they talked me through the things that had happened. And he said, you know, you sure it wasn't more curious? And I'm like, you know, you're right. Like, it was. That's basically all it was doing, was checking me out. And here I was running down the hill peeing on myself. Like, it don't make sense right now, but at that moment, you're told your whole life, none of this exists. Like, nothing, no cryptid existed. And then you run into something like that. The only thing your body and mind can do is think to run. It's unlike anything that I've ever been through. Yeah, this place has been in my family longer than 2 generations. My great-great-grandparents decided that they would buy the land airship, that way no one could ever fight or get rid of the land. So it's older than 2 generations. My grandmother said she found arrowheads in this land. So no telling, like, Indians could have inhabited here too. I don't know why they built it up here, like that, right next to a graveyard. My dad put me right there, 15 feet from a grave, a little boy that burnt. I used to hear all kind of stuff in that house. Scary stuff, like noises you hear at night as a little kid. But I can't rule out anything either until I see it with my own eyes. But that was like, it was scary living there. And especially being like in high school or pre-high school and looking out your window and seeing a graveyard in the middle of nowhere. Like, imagine, like, I don't know why they did me like that. I was a little bit dirty, wasn't I?
The thing is, she turned out to be, and is, an incredible beginner researcher at this point. We went up, we taught her how to do casts. She's managed to pull casts out of the area. She knows what she's looking for. She's taken detailed records. She's keeping notes. And she's just completely turned around from this person who was terrified of going to the woods into someone who is now actively out there looking for this thing.
We were at Wineberry, and we were out there just doing a visitation to the site and documenting everything we do. We tried to take cameras with us for everything, just so that way we can document when these weird anomalies could occur, if they do, because they don't happen all the time. While we were there doing our research, we stopped and we were just listening. We were doing a recording session because we're in an area that we had vocal activity before. So we're in that same location and we're just sitting there listening. And so we started the audio recorder up. We had, and Ron went ahead and set out all of our detection devices. And the wind started to blow. We were there for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. The wind began to blow and we heard this mouth clicking that was going on. And just like when you click your tongue in your mouth, but it was doing it really fast. And then all of a sudden, the Geiger counter starts going off. The area doubles in ambient radiation again. Then as soon as the chirping and clicking stops, radiation goes back to standard, goes back to normal. We sit there and this happens 3 times. It was repeatable. We would hear this clicking and then the chirping would start from the Geiger counter. Then the second time, there was no wind, but we had mouth clicking and radiation spike. Then the third time, we had wind again, clicking, and the chirping from the Geiger counter. We also got readings on the millimeter and on our EMF detector.
yeah, Wineberry is definitely I think the best Bigfoot sighting that we've documented, just because of the sheer volume of data that is coming out of the site.
What have the tracks looked like?
They're 5 toes. The first toe, and this one that I got is he has like this pointy toe. Like, it's weird because we call him Waldo up here because like he's only been seen a couple times. You know, where's Waldo? We'll go up. I'll come up here and I'll lay my gifts out and I'll say, where you at, Waldo? It's got pointed toe, 5 toes. They're about anywhere from 15. Well, that one is 12 inches. I take that back, 12 to, what was Joe in there? 19 inches, 17 inches. There's some big boys, and they're, I think, like 7.5 inches wide.
So Beth has pulled these 4, and this was the original Wineberry cast that kind of started us all up here. And that's a copy of it that we brought up here to give to Beth. And what we're looking at is these 2 were pulled from the same holler, very close to one another, 2 years apart. And we're seeing the landmarks, the same landmarks with the toes in the same places, and the toes are the same shape too, which is really good because it indicates that we've got the same creature that's actually returning and coming back here. But then there's more. You know, these came from just up the road, about 4 or 5 miles away, and we've got a really, really nice sized right foot and a good sized left foot too. But you've got 2 different sized creatures on this one. Plus you've got the ones that are coming from right here in this holler, these 3. And we're looking at a pretty compact area when you're talking about just square mileage. And we've got multiple creatures. I think it's impressive.
You could have a family group.
There could be a family group or maybe a couple, just a couple different creatures. It's hard to speculate on that. I mean, I'd love to say there was a family group.
But
this indicates that there's definitely
multiple.
At least 3. At least 3, maybe 4, just in this little 10-mile area. These came from Twin Falls, correct? Mm-hmm. So both of these 2 came from Twin Falls, and we're dealing with obviously two different individuals here. Then these 3 all came from right here in this where we're going to be at tonight, where we're going to be looking at, and then we'll take you guys. And the shape of the toes, you know, when we first pulled this track, we saw the shape of the toes, and they were very distinct. And a few months back, when Beth shot me a picture of this track, the toe was the first thing that screamed at me. I was like, that's the same big toe. Those are the same feet that made the tracks that we cast up here 3 years ago. And it's really cool to see that now.
The best thing about Wineberry was when we found that cast. And I still remember when we found that cast and Joe's pouring it, and it was the longest 40 minutes that I've ever sat in a cab waiting for a plaster cast to dry, because we didn't know. We just thought it looks good, you know. We're gonna pour it, see what it is. And I kept saying, it's gotta have toes. It's just gotta have toes, or I'm not gonna be convinced. Pull that thing out of the ground, and the very first thing you see is that big toe, and it's like, oh my goodness. She had seen things somewhere near there, and it was just perfect. We had seen ground impressions in these other areas, but in this one spot, there were some, as I recall, some ground cherries all around this. There was some dead ground cherries in this area, which was a perfect food source. And he just started looking, and he found some impressions, and then on up a little bit further up, you know, there's this little perfect wet area. And there it is. You can see the picture of it. There's a little bit of water in it, and it looks like toes. And it's just like, I'm trying not to get excited. And, you know, I don't want to be let down. And then 40 minutes later, pulled out of the ground, there it is.
Is there a particular time that there seems to be more activity?
In the mornings and in the evenings, like at night, when it's getting dark and up till about 10 o'clock, and then in the mornings, my aunt, that's when she heard the tree knocks. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning. But now in the evenings, just about like now, when it's about to get dark, and then up till about 9 or 10 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably the first time anything like that would be.
Yeah, like that. They probably, I don't know. Like
Aaron, I'm
nobody's
firing
done
up
that before.
audio.
Okay.
Where it's private and nobody's that loud up here at nighttime like that. It's going to be interesting. Like see if they just stay quiet or if they make themselves known.
Shooting her area there.
It's going to be real interesting.
I want to get that.
This is where we found the tracks at. There's been 2 sets of tracks found within 100 yards of each other here. This is also where we've had some other anomalous activity take place that we've recorded. And we're going to go back out that way and see what happens.
What kind of anomalous?
Strange radiation spikes, as well as some off-the-wall EMF spikes that were unusual for where we were at, because we were not underneath power lines at that point. We were actually out deep in next to a spring, and there was no reason for it. So we definitely took note of that and added it to the data set.
Yeah, we haven't been back since then, so this will be the first time out here since then. And you know, we've had a way of kind of rethinking some of this stuff after that happened. So just want to go back out and check it.
How so?
Didn't really pay that much attention to that kind of stuff at first, to be honest. And then later on, it's like it just kept showing up. First with Canoa State, then out here, and it's like you can't just keep ignoring it. Pretty much what it comes down to. But it's back in there, and that's where we're going to be heading.
One of the things that we like to do when we go out into the field, we document everything, whether it is some kind of Bigfoot activity, strange anomalous activity, or perfectly natural. And one of these perfectly natural things that also happens to be a very quick, very easy food source is right here beside of us. And we're looking at these clusters of wood frog eggs. Now, these start showing up as early as mid-February. Wood frogs will come out as soon as we start getting temperatures above 40 degrees. They're going to start coming out and they're going to begin breeding, and they lay these large clusters of eggs. You can see right here, we're not in very deep water, but you know, these clusters are about the size of my hand, and these are easy to scoop up and eat. You've got easy fats, easy protein right there.
Yeah, do you remember this is where we found them that first time we came up, and we found the cast as well. Was that print was in this area? They were full of the same thing, and we had ground cherries, as I recall.
We did.
So, and I saw a few of those already.
Scariest thing that happened to me while we were out in the woods was we were out looking for Bigfoot. We were doing a field, well, we were out here actually, and here in Canoa State Forest, and we heard a loud wood knock. It was a big loud pop. It was really close proximity. And then when we started making our way farther down that road, there was a big bright white ball of light at about 6 feet off the ground. We thought it was somebody with a headlamp. And suddenly it took an immediate left-hand turn and went over the hillside. And that hillside is not traversable. It's straight down almost for about 1,000 feet. It's a very, very, very steep incline. It's not something that anybody we were with would have tried to even make a joke with. And that was unnerving, because that was my first encounter with seeing the weird light phenomena out in the woods, and I cannot explain what it was or why it was there, but it was really unnerving.
Is there anything else anomalous on the property?
Oh, yeah. There's orbs. The other day, this was weird because I messaged Joe. I was scared to death. I was up here just at nighttime. Me and my friend Rachel, we was driving up here. And the night before, we had seen these red, or I thought they were eye shine is what I thought they were. And we pulled up to the top of the landing on up here. And we was getting ready to turn around. I said, Rachel told me, she's like, do you see that light up in the sky? I was like, oh wait, I do see that. And I was like, Rachel, that's on the side of the mountain. That's not in the sky. No, wait, we seen it up at the graveyard. Then we come back down to the first landing and she said, it's right there. So I said, hold on, let me get out of the car and look at it. And when I got out of the car, there was these other little, underneath this thing about, I don't know how far it was up in the air, but it was these like red orbs, and they were like, it looked like these lights were like just floating on a wave and bioluminating. Like, it was the weirdest thing that I ever seen. And they were about the size of, I would say, because I went back up there and I told Rachel, I was like, how far was I? We measured it out. And I took a golf ball up there. So they were about the size of a golf ball, about it. But they were red. And they were just doing some weird stuff, dancing or whatever they were doing. But I sent them the video. I was scared to death. I said, Rachel, get back in the car. And she didn't see it. She was taking her time. I said, get in, turn around, let's go. Like, that scared me probably worse than this up here. And I think because I could almost feel the intention, like, of it wasn't going to attack me. But this, I didn't know what this was. Like, I still don't. I won't go back up here at night anymore. Like, I used to all the time. Not after that.
It's been said that one should not attempt to explain a mystery by using another mystery. But what happens when more than one mystery presents itself at the same time? That's the uncomfortable position in which some Bigfoot eyewitnesses have found themselves, when they've come face to face with multiple oddities at once. Mentioning any one of these threatens to strain credulity to the breaking point. But those who dare to relate experiences of compound strangeness run many social risks. So what does one do with the childhood memory of a Sasquatch wearing an old weather-beaten shirt? That might sound quaint compared to the feeling of being paralyzed and spoken to in telepathic fashion by a hair-covered forest dweller. Numerous reports exist of Bigfoot that dematerialize in plain sight of an eyewitness, or exhibit a cloaking ability that compares to a famous science fiction film character. There are the cases that stretch the limits of reason. Combinations of UFOs and Bigfoot in close proximity. Accounts involving multiple eyewitnesses and police investigations that suggest undreamt of connections between phenomena. No less fantastic are a growing body of anecdotes describing a direct relationship between Bigfoot and glowing spheres and flashes of light in wooded areas, implying that one can and does become the other. Such stories are easy to dismiss. After all, one shouldn't explain a mystery with another mystery, and most people do dismiss them, unless you've seen such things with your own eyes. And as it happens, both UFOs and orbs have been glimpsed on Beth's property in Wineberry, West Virginia.
Into the creek.
Yeah, just follow the creek. Seems like a good place to look. Because there's some grass, like foliage down there.
Now, well, hey, we're at the spot where that thing ran.
Are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, look how thick it is.
I know. That's why I said shine it down there, see if anything popped out. But
yeah, let's just sit here and listen.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You want to go lights out here?
Yeah. Go lights out. We're more passive, I guess, in our research tactics, especially with doing nighttime investigations. We're not the type that will go out and just start beating on trees and whooping and screaming into the night. We found that it seems to work better, and you get some better results when you're just kind of hanging out and being quiet and listening.
But seriously, I don't see anything on that ridge at all.
No, there's.
I don't see anything. I don't see foot, like traffic, where there's anything here.
This is Bigfooting. You're really, you go out and you sit and you be quiet. A lot of the times, we don't really do a whole lot of night ops, It was.
So, as we came in, it went out.
What's up, you? I don't know if she's seeing something down the road. Behind her? The way. I had a 27
What?
max on
Ron.
Susie.
Ron. Ron.
Listen, huh? Hear it? I know you hear that.
I don't hear it anymore. What was it?
It sounded like a psh, 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 psh.
Yeah.
You heard it too, Eli?
Something. It sounded like something was moving through the leaves, but kind of trying to keep quiet. Or
It wasn't too far. It's yes. I think he's seen it too.
what?
It's a light.
There was a light up there.
It'll flash.
Yeah, it flashed.
It'll flash and then go. It wasn't that.
This general area.
It was it. There was one there and then one here.
I didn't see the first one. What? I saw one just down there.
Yeah. Like I'm seeing them every once in a while. They'll just spark up. I don't know what that is.
That's not.
That was weird, wasn't it?
Could that be a bug? I mean, I've had this on.
Yeah, no, I was watching your phone.
Okay. So you're pointing that which way?
I'm pointing it behind me. And I'm watching it on Ron's phone.
Go back, down. Go down. Off to your left foot.
If they're feeling by me, I'm not one of them.
Yeah, there was something moving. It didn't sound very big.
Did you see it?
I've been hearing something behind me. I've been telling you there's something behind me.
Pan to your left, slow. Go right, slow. Stop. What is that? Hang on. Go back, Joe. Keep going. Go on, stop. What we got right there in that tree? Is that just a hot spot?
I think so.
Down. Up. Yeah, right in there. That's just a hot spot. Okay. Yeah, it's not going to be that easy.
What do you think it is, a physical creature?
I think we're dealing with two things. I really do. I used to think that there was this one thing, and I did think it was a paranormal type aspect to this thing. But the more people I talk to, the more I kind of think we are dealing with two separate things, or either we're dealing with two separate things, or we are dealing with a mimic. We're dealing with something that is trying to mimic something that was here before. That's a possibility.
Elaborate on that. What mimic?
Something that is trying to mimic the behavior of, or the appearance of, something that was here before. There are these old legends that say, that Bigfoot, was here, right? So we have the native legends, we have the First Peoples legends. What if it was? What if this was pretty much their home? This is before, you know, humanity basically came in and started settling and kind of driving them out. Well, what if something else was here? And it kind of saw those and said, hey, that's what they are. That's what we're gonna emulate that, so they're not afraid of us. And maybe they never got the message that, you know, we are afraid of that. So I'm just gonna say an intelligence, because I know a lot of people want me to say the A word, but it's an intelligence. I don't know what it is any more than anyone else does. We just know that there's evidence that there's something there that is intelligent, and it does seem to have the ability to make you see what it wants you to see. So is it beyond a reasonable doubt that, you know, some of these sightings aren't exactly what you're seeing? I think that's absolutely a possibility.
There is more than one thing happening in the woods, that there is some sort of phenomena that is taking place that is what I call Bigfoot-like, because our lexicon is broken. And I think that's the biggest miscommunication in the Bigfoot community, is that the lexicon is broken. We deem all these things woo, but they're not woo. Woo cannot be detected on scientific instrumentation. So something's happening. Something real is happening. And it's might be Bigfoot related, but we're not seeing Bigfoot. We're having these encounters that seem Bigfoot-like, which is why we kind of deem them, it's a Bigfoot-like activity, because we had the mouth clicks followed up by radiation. But we didn't see anything. So we can't say whether it was Bigfoot or if this was some other kind of weird phenomena that was just taking place. We just happened to be there to catch. Because we've often found that when we're looking for subject A, subject B will rear its head. And if you're not prepared, you're not going to have any way to collect data on it. So we just go out with everything we've got. Now, back to the theory, I think that there's a possibility of a connection between all of the Native American lore and about how Sasquatch can walk between planes of existence and what we're experiencing. Because if you have something that can transition from one plane of existence to the next, or to use a more common terminology, dimensions, something that can transition from this dimension to the next, then you're going to have something happen in that immediate area. There will be physical ramifications. It's just you cannot displace matter like that and not expect there to be some kind of reaction in the environment.
After I told Joe and them, like, I don't care if people think I'm crazy or not. Like, this is a flesh and blood being that needs protected. Like, if I don't speak up, maybe I need to be that voice, or anybody that is a part of this needs to be that voice and say, you know, they are here and they do need to be protected, and we don't need to think of them as just a Bigfoot. Like, they're an animal, they're a creature, there's something that needs to be protected. I think it's flesh and blood, I do. Now, this other stuff that's happening up here, like, to say that it doesn't have some higher, I don't know, like, I don't even want to say that. That sounds funny, but it sounded funny to me even telling the story about what I saw, you know, like, what could this stuff be? I mean, anybody that's ever, like, tried to come up here at nighttime, it gets ominous. Like, I guarantee if you're up here tonight and you try to walk up here, you're gonna feel it. Like, it's a feeling that, I got chills all up my arms. Like, it's a feeling like you're being watched, you're not supposed to be there, and get out at the same time. Like, it's ominous. Yeah, that gave me chills just talking about it.
Hey, Seth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come here.
That's a good one.
This is why you always stop at the mud holes.
Wow.
I've got about an 8-inch footprint. It's old, about probably before the last rain.
Can you point it out, the toes?
The big toes here, ball of the foot would be here. Come back, you've got a wide heel, so it's not a bear. And if it was a bear, I mean, you can see the deer hooves right there very easily. We have some toe sliding right here in the clay, where it's a little bit more dry. Then, but right here, you can see the water fills it in, but it's really old. I mean, this is, like I said, probably before the last rain. And there was a step with a little bit of a slide in it. It's a small foot, like I said, only about 8 inches. So now we stop and we look all around this to see if we can find the other that's right there.
Where?
Right there. Fairly certain. Let me get over here. That's indiscernible. From the other side, it looked like a foot.
And what's this? Is this?
Well, I'll come look at that in just a second. So it was moving
that way.
That way.
So it must have come.
So there's got to be. I mean, this could be it. It's just so.
Well, it was a while back. So.
Yeah, it's old. It's several days old.
It should be right in here, right?
Yeah.
Right in there.
Oh yeah, that kind of looks like a toe.
That's a pointy big toe. There's a pointy toe, just like the ones we.
I can see
maybe
the
a bear.
rays in the middle between
Let me
those.
see. Where's the toe? There we go.
From here.
There.
So let's see. That is it. So we've got a heel impression here. And toes right here. If you want to, you can come around my way. You might want to shoot over my left shoulder. So there's a heel impression here, Ron. If you sweep in there, there's heel. Right. We're going up the side of the foot. We're in that same size, and we've got in the mud right here. There's a toe. We lose the other toes here because of the leaves and a tapeworm.
So right here.
But that was another foot. So there's tracks.
Wait, Eli, point again.
It's pretty nice.
Big toe. Heel in the back.
I mean, look how
somewhere
pointy
here.
that is, Joe. That's a pointy toe.
So
ain't it?
here's your toe. Is that what you're saying?
Well, with this one, there's a lot of slide. It'd be hard to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Encountering the unexplained can have a profound impact on witnesses. The experience may cause them to shift their perspective on what constitutes the real world. Some families may feel so threatened that they move away. Others take a defensive stand in an elemental battle to guard house and home. Still others process their brush with the unknown by engaging in a creative pursuit, using the arts to express their emotions. And some channel their energy into a quest for knowledge about what happened to them, a quest for truth that compels them to risk ridicule and reputation to reach out to those who might provide guidance. That same quest for insight drives investigators to receive reports, conduct interviews, and spend precious time and whatever resources are at their disposal in an attempt to piece together a complex puzzle. Very often, they're also driven by the simple desire to help another person in need, to share in their bewilderment, and give whatever support they can, and to seek whatever answers are available, to consider all the possibilities in each case, even the most uncomfortable ones, the ones that involve dishonesty or misidentification or a disordered mind, or the ones that suggest a sincere, trustworthy person has come close to objects or entities outside of normal perception. And not to stop there, but to gather whatever evidence may be left, to examine patterns, to test natural explanations, to see if there's any way to make the pieces fit, to see if even an edge of the puzzle can be assembled. One thing's for sure. West Virginia's Green Hills don't give up their secrets too readily, as if an old magic is still at work. Among the mountains, the mysteries endure, and so does the quest.
When they looked back, that the Bigfoot was bent backwards. She said that she gasped And when she gasped, she said it just popped upright again.
I'm in a small tent with a cot that came up behind my tent, brushed it, and then I saw a hand come down on top. It was big.
There's a handprint on the top of my car. Well, we're on Camp 70 Road right outside of, well, I guess, I don't say outside of Davis, but right here in the middle of Davis.
Middle of Davis.
Middle of Davis, and near outside of Blackwater Falls. Actually heading out toward the Canaan, kind of the backside of Canaan Valley.
Yeah, Little Canaan.
Little Canaan.
Wildlife area. Yeah. And this road kind of parallels the Blackwater River through here.
There's definitely a history of sightings. In the 1960s, there was an actual report taken, and I believe it was shared with John Keel, believe it or not, actually over near the Blackwater Falls and over in the canyon area. It's actually got to become known by some people as a canyon monster. There was a group of young men that were camping over in that area. One of the gentlemen was outside, or out on the edge of the wood line, collecting firewood, and he heard a strange noise, and then he felt a poke, I guess in his ribs or in his back. He turned around, and he was, I can't say face to face because he said it was like 8 feet tall, but he was looking at this thing with long shaggy hair, black in color, and the strange feature about it, they said it had eyes that shone like balls of fire.
Wow.
So that got to be known, in the 60s, I guess, as a Canaan monster. There was other sightings supposedly in the Parsons area and up here near Davis and Thomas. And then in the 1970s, I guess there was also other sightings, and I actually talked to a lady via email that her and her husband actually had a sighting of that same creature, and they were traveling somewhere between here and Parsons. Said that this thing walked out in front of their truck, and it looked at the truck, and that's what they describe it as. It's this big creature with shaggy hair and red eyes.
There was an account, the reason we had a BFRO expedition here was in, I think it was 2010 or 11. Russ Jones took the report. A gentleman was deer hunting down here and witnessed one down. It's a swampy area down as you get down on marshy in that area down there and along the Blackwater River, and he witnessed one there and refuses to come back. It's in the BFRO reports for Tucker County.
Yeah, so that was either 2007 or 2008.
Was it? When we had our expedition here, they allowed off-road camping, and they had little places set up and fire pits and everything, but they've since cut that out due to people not respecting the wilderness. Yeah, we had the first night we were out down at the end of this road. There's an old railroad bed that runs up where they used to haul timber out of this area, and we were up. We had walked back about a mile and a half, I would say, and we got back there. It was my first expedition, my first night doing night ops, and we were down at the end, getting ready to turn around and come back, and it basically started to come back. We had the loudest knock I have heard in a long time. It was, if you take it a 4x4 and hit the biggest oak tree in the woods as hard as you could, that's what it sounded like. And we didn't get any sightings. But later in that expedition, the second night, we were over in Blackwater Falls State Park doing night ops above the lake over there. And you can go up the hill and around. So we'd split up in different groups and kind of, jump back and forth and did some things. One of the groups had a thermal sighting, and as luck goes with Bigfoot, it was the only thermal we had that didn't have any way to record or pictures, couldn't do any video or pictures with it. They watched it for about 15 minutes, they said, and it was checking them out, watching them, peeking around trees, and there was a group of about 7 or 8, I think, that saw this, and the investigator was, he said it was so curious about him.
I've also taken a report from in this area out at the end of the road, because there's a bridge out here at the end. There's a gentleman come up here and he was fishing, and he said he hiked, or went out the bridge and hiked. There's I guess a trail out through there that you could get on, and he was going down the river, and he actually found footprints that he described as, you know, bigger than normal, like human-sized footprints, or human-shaped footprints that were much bigger. And then he heard some kind of weird scream, he said, coming from that area. And he said he didn't stay much longer. He ended up getting out of there.
Yeah, I think the deer hunter that was down here got spooked out too. He was watching it through his scope, and too human-like, said he wouldn't take a shot.
In the Old Testament, it was the Promised Land, a land flowing with milk and honey, the land of Canaan, a place acquired in pain and suffering and sacrifice. Thousands of years later, halfway around the world, the name would be repurposed. An upland valley in northeastern West Virginia would be christened Canaan. Nearly everything about this naming is now shrouded in mystery, including whether it intends to recall biblical history and how its pronunciation came about. The ambiguity is appropriate, for things happen in the Canaan Valley that have no direct explanation. Located within the Allegheny mountain range, the Canaan Valley stretches for 13 miles, bounded by Cabin Mountain to the east and Canaan Mountain to the west. The flat valley floor, 3 to 5 miles wide in most places, claims between 25 and 30,000 acres of Tucker County, and its average elevation of 3,200 feet above sea level makes it the highest such valley east of the Mississippi. This elevation creates a unique climate for the valley, both cooler and more humid than lower altitudes in the same region, with a shorter growing season than Fairbanks, Alaska, and a preponderance of peat bogs or muskeg, often associated with Alaska and western Canada. The wetlands of the Canaan Valley hold a significant amount of rain and snowfall, releasing the moisture in the form of the Blackwater River at its southern end. Hemlock and spruce trees give the river its distinctive color, which leaves the valley between Canaan and Brown Mountains, forming the falls of the Blackwater. 28 miles southeast of the falls, on the other side of Timberline Mountain, lies the Dolly Sods Wilderness. Named after a grazing area for sheep, Dolly Sods is known for its breathtaking views, rocky plains, and of course, its muskeg bogs. Comprising nearly 18,000 acres of the Allegheny Plateau, the area was once used for military drills during World War II, and many artillery and mortar shells, some of them live, still exist. In spite of, or perhaps because of, the potential danger, Dolly Sods is the most popular wilderness in the Mountain State. Nearly 50 miles of trails exist within its borders, granting extensive opportunities for encounters with things natural and unnatural. between the mean elevation, the climate, and the resulting flora and fauna, researchers like Russ Jones have suggested that this part of West Virginia is ideal Sasquatch habitat. Sighting reports from this region appear to support the assertion. As far as the discovery of hidden animals is concerned, what promise does the Canaan Valley hold?
My name's Les Odell. I'm the founder of West Virginia Cryptids and Strange Encounters. My introduction to Bigfoot didn't happen like a lot of other folks did. You know, they had a sighting or anything like that, or watching a show years ago in search of, which I did watch that, but I basically started out as a paranormal investigator, and that led into my son and I, my oldest son, we talked about wanting to do something in West Virginia where people can share their encounters, whether it was Bigfoot, ghosts, UFOs, whatever, anything strange. And then it eventually turned solely, not necessarily completely, but a majority of it became Bigfoot, you know, people calling, you know, talking to me, telling me they had an encounter, and I'd take the reports. And then eventually people said, hey, can you come check out my property? And I'd go check out the property, or they say they had an encounter in this area, and we'd go to that area and check it out. And that started, this is the 6th year that we've been doing that.
My name's Larry Sidwell. I'm a BFRO investigator. I've been since 2013, so I'm 10 years this year. I've been on about 35 expeditions, both private and BFRO. I'm a member of another group called East Coast Expeditions, which is mainly BFRO members, and we decided to do some stuff on our own. So they're basically private expeditions that, you know, we'll look at a place, maybe, you know, do a scouting where we go, wow, there's been some reports in this area, so we really like to check it out. So we're going to check out some areas. Les joined us on one of them. We were down at a place called Laurel Fork Campgrounds in Randolph County, joined us there. But we go all over Virginia, Tennessee, Georgia, where everything east of the Mississippi, anyone's eligible to be a member of the East Coast Expedition. But at BFRO, I've been an investigator, like I said, 10 years. I'll be leading my first expedition this year for the BFRO. I've been on great expeditions. I've been on some, you know, that you don't have a lot of things, but for various whoops and knocks expeditions. So I paid to go on my first one in 2012. Russ Jones and Darren Pavarnik were the leaders, and I've been going ever since.
There's nothing that stirs the imagination like hearing mysterious sounds echoing through the woods. From the beginning, reported elements of Bigfoot encounters include sounds that defy ordinary explanation. Everything from howls and screams, wood knocks, and rock clacking have been, after a lengthy process of elimination, attributed to Sasquatch as a potential source. Other vocalizations have been documented and even recorded, capturing what sounds like, in some cases, a kind of proto-language, and in others, a type of call or signal. A classic example of the latter category is the recording referred to as the Ohio Howl, so named because it was obtained in Ohio's Columbiana County. The self-evident difficulty with sound as evidence is that in nearly every case the source of the sound is not observed. That leaves the door open for misidentification of the noises being heard. It takes a very experienced ear to identify probable natural causes for wilderness sounds that excite the senses. Mountain lions, elk, coyote, birds, and normal tree falls account for much of what is heard in the forest. However, that leaves a small percentage of sounds with a signature or range with no known referent. In other words, an unknown source. These sounds are often suggestive of primate behavior, but whatever they suggest, they put human beings on high alert, especially when heard in the dark woods in the middle of the night.
All right, Larry, we're in the area where you had your experience.
Yes, experience.
What year was that?
2012, last week September, 1st of October. We were here. They had the expedition, and they most of it was back at Blackwater Falls campground at the state park. And I looked at it and I said, this isn't what I want to do in a park with a bunch of people. Mark Mazel is an investigator in Ohio. He brought myself and another newbie down here and said, man, this would be a great spot. Okay. He said, this is a good spot. He said, there's been a lot of activity up and down this road, and it's remote, but it's not too remote. And so the fire pit's still where it used to be. We had tents. We had another guy that we moved down here from up the road that thought something had been in his tent during the day. You know, it was fall, start of fall, the trees had changed, starting to get color. So the last night we'd been over at the state park, and we'd hiked back to the gorge.
That's over Blackwater.
Yeah, Blackwater Falls State Park. So we got back, and Monongahela, that does a lot of the Bigfoot audio for the BFRO, was going to do call blasting down here at the end of the road. So we went down there with him. He call blasted for about an hour. We got no responses, nothing happened. And he said, you know, I may have stirred something up. All you guys camped along this road here may want to keep your eyes open tonight and stuff. I was like, you know, nothing. This last night. I guess it was about 2:30 when everybody decided to go to bed. Right. So I don't go to sleep real easy, especially when I'm in a small tent with a cot. And so I got in it. My legs were aching. I was tired. It was about 3:30 in the morning. I heard everybody around me start snoring. Everything's going good. And then down here, like I said, my tent was right in here.
Okay.
Was right in here. And the fire pit, like I said, that was the main one then. This wasn't here. And you got another little tributary stream that comes down here. It runs into the river. And my tent was right here. I was in it. I heard something crossing the river.
What was the river like at that time?
It was much lower. It was there was hardly any water at all in it. It was almost dry. It was the end of September. Okay. Which September's kind of the dry month around here. And there was hardly any water at all. It was easy just to walk across. And a little bit of water, maybe 3 to 6 inches, and a lot of rocks down there. So I heard it cross. I almost say it. I would say them. I think there was more. I know there was more than one. I heard them cross, and I was like, man, I hope it's. So what is that? I said, doesn't sound like deer. It sounds a lot heavier. I'm sitting there listening. All of a sudden I heard it come up, and I heard them come up up this trail from the river, and I heard a grunt, like a roar. Right here, I said, oh crap, I hope it's not a bear.
Right.
And so we were sitting there, and it came up. They came up behind my tent and brushed it, and then I saw a hand come down on top. Well, I'm gonna say a hand.
You can see.
I could see the outline of the fingers. Okay. It was big, and it pushed down. And I was really scared at that time. I was like nervous. And here I am, my first expedition. I go, God, this is crazy. Nobody's going to believe me.
Right.
And so we came up, and then they pulled around camp, like in the camp, over here we had picnic tables and stuff set up with a lot of cookware and things on them, because we've been cooking our own breakfast and stuff every day.
Right.
And it was messing around. Then they started kind of chattering. And the one, I think the smaller one, was kind of like the Sierra sounds, but not quite. It was just more of a, it made no sense, any of what they were doing. And this went on for, it seemed like forever, because I was scared to death. I got scared. My truck is parked where it is right now. That expedition when we was parked right there. I picked up my key. I didn't have a gun, anything to protect myself, nothing. So I picked up my keys and I said, if things get crazy here, I'm gonna hit the emergency alarm on my truck and sound the horns and wake everybody else up. But during all of this, they all slept. They were all snoring away. And I think that's the reason it came into camp, is it heard us snoring. But you know, during that weekend, we had looked across the river over here, and there's a lot of trails back there for mountain bikes. This is a huge mountain bike area. We saw some brown things over we couldn't explain. We just saw maybe it's weeds or whatever. And that had went on a couple of days. But then this happened the last night, and you know, it lingered around camp. They finally left. I don't know if this is good for the thing. I had to go to the bathroom. I was too scared to go out and go to the bathroom. That's how scared I was.
The incidental sounds of a real creature let the hearer know that something may be nearby. A vocalization of some sort makes it unmistakable. And these are the sounds that have received the most attention with regard to the search for Sasquatch. For as long as cases have been collected, witnesses have reported strange screams emanating from shadowy swamps, disturbingly compared to a woman being murdered. Other noises include the equally unsettling sound of a baby crying or children at play in places where no parent would willingly take a child. There are plenty of recorded examples of primate-sounding whoops or calls, such as the aforementioned Ohio howl, and then there are the infamous Sierra sounds. In the 1970s, newspaper reporter Alan Berry got wind of a story about Bigfoot encounters taking place in the High Sierras, and was eventually invited to the hunting camp to see for himself. He went with the intention of debunking the claims, but instead he obtained tape recordings of vocalizations that, to this day, defy classification. Expert analysts have concluded that the sounds captured on the Sierra tapes have the properties of language, although the language itself is unidentified. One of the hunters in the camp, named Ron Moorhead, can even be heard interacting in a vocal exchange with whatever was outside their blind, which was apparently trying to communicate. What did Berry and Moorhead get on tape? Did they inadvertently preserve the language of Sierra Sasquatch? And do such beings still call the forests of North America home?
Talk to me about some of the audio, the most interesting audio that you've heard that's been recorded within the state of West Virginia.
Within the state of West Virginia.
Not necessarily recorded, but like
That I've heard.
What's the most interesting audio that people have discussed with you?
Mainly it's whoops, the sounds down near along the Ohio River from a few years ago. Monongahela is our audio guy for the BFRO. He gets a lot of stuff. We'll collect stuff and send it to him, and he'll go through the audio. He was a linguist with the U.S. Air Force in Korea, so he hears things that you couldn't even make out. You can hear hear a whoop or a howl, and he'll hear knocks embedded in it, all kinds of stuff, and he'll point them out. And we use a thing called spectrographs to look at it. And so we can go through a lot of audio. We had one night, it went off at about 3:30 in the morning, and it went on. It started with what we think was Bigfoot. Then it went into coyotes. It's like, the big thing I've noticed with Bigfoot howls and noises, either they start the coyotes or the coyotes start them. You can tell the difference between the canines, the yipping and stuff, and it goes into this different sounds. It's just totally different. So we took that and sent it. We got a huge whoop. We had some really good audio. That's about all we got that year, was just this whoop on the first night. It was really good.
What is pretty common for people to encounter audio-wise or audibly?
Well, yeah, everybody knows about the whoops. You know, you get the whoops and the big long howls. That's probably what's most commonly attributed to Bigfoot. But there's also an entire classification of sounds that have to do with clicks and clacks and rock sounds and making vocalizations that seem like words but aren't quite words. For instance, one of the ones that we were able to capture up in at our family farm in Lewisburg, we were up there and we heard something that was making these mouth clicks. Then we heard another one that sounded like a female voice just beyond it. We couldn't make out what it was. It sounded like language. It sounded like something trying to communicate with another, just like you and I are talking. It sounded like that, like a communication between two different individuals. One was up on a ridge making some noises, and the other was down in a lower end of brush making noises. And it just continued for over an hour. And those vocalizations were very, very odd.
And I know the exact date of this. This is the day that I actually had to accept that Bigfoot or something like Bigfoot is real. And that would have been when we were up at his farm, and that was August 21st. We were just relaxing. We had just came back from out here, actually. We had come off the investigation, when all of a sudden, you know, we start hearing these sounds down in the valley.
What was that?
You heard it?
I have it recording, but I don't know if we got it.
Hear that? And the weirdest part of it was probably that chatter. There was this weird chatter. It was a female type chatter. And at the time, remember, not a Bigfoot guy at the time. I was not familiar with the Sierra sounds and all that. And then after the sounds, we walked around to the back because the light kept coming on and going off. It was a motion sensor light. And so we wanted to go check that out. And we go over into the field. We found out that the light gets tripped. As we kind of figured that out, we're like, well, something was out here. All right, so we go back around. We're getting back out of the field now, and we're going back to the house. And at that point, Joe's like, well, I'm gonna make one more sweep. So he takes his light, and he sweeps it across the field. And as he does that, I see this huge shadow thing. It's there, and it goes down. As the light comes around, it just goes right down with it. And I flipped out. I grabbed the light, started trying to recreate it, because I don't believe what I just saw. You know, I still can't really believe what I saw. It's like I still try to figure out, you know, was that light and shadow? I know it wasn't light and shadow, because what happened next, light and shadow doesn't do. I look over at Joe, and he's like, we gotta go right now. I'm like, what's going on, you know? He's like, we gotta go. So we go, And a part of me wanted to stay, and a part of me was just like, no, he's right, we gotta go. So as we go back to the house, we were getting ready to go inside, and I could hear what sounded like, I've described this a few times, but what really just sounds like a swarm of hornets or bees off in the distance with like a lot of reverb. I mean, we go inside, and as we're inside, we're telling our wives about what had just happened. And they start hearing a baby cry. They think it's Joe's baby at the time. He goes to check that. Nope, not that. I didn't hear this baby, by the way. My wife heard it, his wife heard it, and he heard it. I did not hear this. It was just a weird night. There's just weird things out there, and that's one of the weird things.
What's the most memorable thing that's happened to you when you were researching?
A number of times, I've heard the wood knocks, found tracks that were fresh and things like that. But I remember at one time in particular, I was walking up this hollow, and it was a dead-end park road, and there was snow on the ground. It snowed 2 weeks ago, so no other tracks. So I was the first person up there. I'm off trail, and I'm walking, and as I'm walking, I'm looking, and there is clear cuts on both sides that are about 10 years old. You can just tell by how they look. And I'm watching the deer sign, which is consistent with what you see. But then when I looked at the head of the hollow, all of a sudden the deer sign disappeared. And I'm looking around, I'm thinking, that's weird, it should be about the same. I thought, I'm just gonna drop a camera here. A couple hollows came together, looks like a good spot. I'm putting a camera up, and I hear a very loud wood knock. Shade turns around, looks up the hollow where it came from. It was maybe 100 yards from us. I said, that's where we're going, bub. So I dropped that camera. Usually I'm having them slung over my shoulder. We walk up there maybe another quarter mile or so, and there's another little hollow comes down. I thought, if I can just drop one here quick. And I was putting it up, and I heard a very, very loud wood knock that, it was a stone's throw from me, but it was just where I couldn't see. And then after that, then I heard the samurai chatter that people talk about, that we go, it just sounds like somebody's talking in the woods. And it made me feel like that I was getting a little close to the family group. I had about 45 minutes of daylight left. And I thought, we're walking out of here, Shade. And it was interesting, him and I were leaving. I could tell the way that he was smelling around, that I thought, I think one crossed here after us. So we go back there. That's the place I was telling you about. That was February 3rd when that happened a couple years ago. And I'm back in there every time each year trying to get some action. I went in there last year, dropped 7 cameras just in that one area, trying to be prepared for when they happen to come through.
What's the most memorable thing that's happened to you guys while you were on an investigation or research?
You can take one out.
While we were at, I can't remember the year, Beaver Creek State Park, we did a...
2014.
And that evening, after everyone had gone to bed in the camp, it was quiet. Me, Brian, Dave, and Carrie were still up around the fire. It was about 2 o'clock, and we were getting ready to head for our tents. And we heard what sounded like the Ohio howl.
Like the
And we only heard it one time. But that was, for me, that was the most memorable and a little bit scary. Because we were camping there that night.
Yeah, and also, we didn't go back. We were at the family campground, and then it happened down below in the Pioneer Village. And interesting, the next day, we went out to an overlook above the village, and a lady came in her car. And she said, hey, have you seen a dog running around here? And we said, no. They said, well, last night, which would have been the night of the howl, our dog ran away.
It jumped out of its pen.
Tore out of its pen. So I said, could you give me your number? And if we find your dog or whatever. So we took her number. We actually were looking as we were like in the woods. And I actually called her back, I think it was about 3 days later, a week. And the dog did come back. And she says, I don't know, something must have spooked that dog because it ran out of its pen. So, I mean, you put two together, maybe that's why this dog broke out of its pen, because it heard the scream.
My best audio here was in the 2012 year expedition here. I got some stuff down Camp 70 Road, down toward the end, that we went back in there, back off trail, and myself and another investigator, Kevin Zork, put some long duration recorders out. And I got back and I heard a lot of knocks on the audio. Knocks seemed to be really prevalent around here. Some other stuff that was suspect, we couldn't rule out canine. And then I had one thing I called it the 800-pound owl. It was like, ooh. And it was like it was imitating an owl, this thing was. And it was very deep, very large, resonant.
What's the most memorable thing that's happened to you in the field?
Probably the most memorable thing is right here, right, a mile up the road or so, on Canaan Loop Road here outside Davis. My son was there, his friend and a friend of mine we were camping, and that was what we were doing, seeing what we can hear or check out. And my son I was there the day before, and then my buddy come in, and then my son, as he was coming in, found an old pine tree that somebody had cut down along the road that was in their yard, and they cut it up and they put it out for free firewood. And he stopped and he picked it up and he brought it to camp. He stood there for like 2 hours and beat on that pine with an axe to split it. And we all sit down around the fire, just hanging out. Didn't even have anything, wasn't even thinking about having anything going, any kind of recorders or anything. We're just hanging out. And we hear this howl. It just is long and drawn out. And it just took us all by surprise. And when it did that, the coyotes everywhere, and anywhere and everywhere they were, they just went crazy. So that's kind of like the Ohio howl you hear. There's also one that you can find in West Virginia. It's called the Trent Files, Trent's Vocalizations in Bruno, West Virginia. Kind of like that, but it was a little louder than what those are. And it was long, at least 8, 10, 12 seconds probably, and just bellowed across swamp or whatever you want to call it, the blister swamp we call it.
The most terrifying encounter was definitely the one here on the banks of the river. On the Blackwater River there on Camp 70 Road. And the other one was in Mammoth Cave. We were there on an expedition in 2014. I was having knee problems, and another guy was having the same problems. So we started down this trail called Turnhole Key. It goes down to the Green River, and it's like a turnhole there. We made it down about a mile, or maybe it may have been less than a mile, myself and another guy. So we said, well, we'll just stay here and hang out. Just sit down, let them come to you, see what happens, listen. We were there, and the group on the parallel trail announced on the radio they were going to do 3 knocks and a whoop. They did the 3 knocks and a whoop, And right over the hill from us, I mean, it could have been more than 100 yards from Wayne and I. They knocked and whooped back. They answered. And this went on for quite a while. Then we were sitting there, and trying to figure out where they were and hear anything. It was full moon that night, which is usually you don't get as much, I don't think, as much activity on full moon in the east. We were sitting there, and all of a sudden something started stomping around us. Just stomping. It was below, over to our right. It was stomping around below us, stomping, making a lot of noise. And it wasn't a deer. It was way too heavy for a deer. And then I looked to my left, and I saw eye shine up on the hill, or eye reflection, because I think it was the moon was reflecting the eyes. And they were probably 100 yards, 50 yards, probably 50 yards. We'd sit there. This went on for a while, and it was getting spooky. They were getting closer and closer, and then before we know it, they had circled us. We were sitting there. I looked at Wayne. I said, "You know what? This gets any worse. We're going to go white lights." I said, "This is getting a little bit crazy." So and Wayne, he agreed, and we sat there for a while longer, and it finally stopped. They moved on up. I think what happened was us dropping off. They had no idea we were there. We dropped off, and Charlie took his group on down the trail, and then the parallel group had moved on down the trail, and we were there, and I think they were coming probably between the two groups. But you know, it calmed down, and finally we walked out, and I was on the radio after those. I said, "Guys, this is crazy." We had them all around us.
Those who spend time in the outdoors learn to recognize the sounds of a given location, and those sounds have their own stories to tell. A breeze that intensifies can warn of an impending storm. Rushing water indicates there are rapids ahead, and the distinctive rhythm of footfalls tells of someone approaching camp. It stands to reason that if a Sasquatch was working its way through the woods, it too would generate auditory markers unique to its physiology and behavior. This cause and effect has been noted in a vast number of documented reports, often commenting on the massive weight of a bipedal entity as interpreted by the sound of each foot impacting the forest floor, or making a comparison between something enormous moving through the underbrush and the sound of heavy machinery. Another sound that has come to be associated with Sasquatch is often called wood knocking, which, as the term suggests, describes the popping noise created by wood striking wood. Although this has not been commonly observed, the thinking is that wood knocking between Bigfoot represents some form of rudimentary communication, based on reports in which a rough kind of call and response is heard. Those who have experienced wood knocking tend to connect it with surveillance, noticing it within moments of arriving at a site, with perhaps an answering knock followed by an eerie silence. Whether Sasquatch are making percussive sounds in the woods with branches or other means remains speculation. What can't be debated is that people out in nature are hearing the telltale sounds of very large living things in very close quarters, and that is unnerving enough.
The only thing that kind of unnerved me was the last time I remember we were all up here. Remember you were staying at Blackwater Falls, and I stayed on Canaan Loop Road, and I actually put that recorder outside my van. It was only like 50 feet from my van where I was sleeping in the van, and I would listen to, I had 3 hours worth of recording, and I forget how far I got into it, and I started hearing, because it's a gravel road, and then there's all these little pines around, and I'm sitting in where I was parked was actually on the right of way because I was watching the right of way, and I put that recorder at the end of the right of way, and I just, for about 3 or 4 minutes, I started hearing as like someone was going along these pine trees, and breaking the sticks off of them like I would do if I'm going to start a fire, you know, or something like that. And I kept doing it over and over and over. And then I hear a tree push over, like fall, like you hear it crash. And then I can hear, and my recorder's right along the edge of this gravel road, and I can hear something 2 feet just run up the gravel road.
You still have it
I have to look. I have to see if I still have it on record, because it was on a recorder that I can't put on a computer.
Yeah, you know, here in West Virginia, the newest national park is the New River Gorge National Park. And I've spent many, many hours, days, months over the years in the New River Gorge. And you know, one time I was in the gorge and I was walking along the New River, which, you know, it's one of the oldest rivers in the world. And there's all these cliffs and these rock outcroppings. And who I was with, I was pointing out this one cliff, and I said, you see how that overhangs? A lot of times we would believe that they would have, you know, some type of sentinel animal would be up there kind of watching the area while maybe the family group is feeding somewhere on the mountainside. When we got close to that cliff, I heard this boom, boom. As soon as I heard, you know, I recognized the wood knock, and I asked her, I'm like, did you hear that? And she said, yeah. And I'm like, you know, listen. So we heard 4 of them over about 20 seconds. And she said, you know, what do you think that is? And we're across the river, so, you know, we're a couple hundred yards from them. So I said, well, you know, maybe they saw us, or it saw us, or whatever it was saw us. But then about 20 seconds later, here comes these 4-wheelers in a place they're not supposed to be, down in this bottom. So in my mind, you know, whatever it was up there watching, heard those a long time before me, and was just warning the other ones, you know, where something was around. So I don't know, week, 2 weeks, couple weeks later, I go up to that same place. So I park in a place where I can walk to that area. As soon as I walk out to where I'm below that cliff, boom, 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 boom. To me, it meant, you know, oh my God, somebody's right here now, as opposed to the other one was more like, you know, hey, somebody's around kind of thing. So I get up on this mountainside just to get, I mean, I try to take pictures of it all the time and how steep parts of West Virginia are, and it's just hard to fathom. But to get to that one mountain, to get up it, it's probably a couple of hours. And you don't really want to do it when it's warm. It's snaky. There's a lot of rocks around, snakes are out everywhere. And so when I got up just to the base of the cliff, there was a mine. And you know, I thought, what a perfect place. Something can stay up here if the weather's bad, there's water coming out of the mine. And you know, they could see me or whatever. And a long time before I ever got there, and I think that's what happened. But when I was going up there twice, I heard in the distance a knock, like they were just moving away from me, but maybe they were letting the other ones in the area that were with it know that they were doing that.
Two years ago, maybe 3. I was in Randolph County. There's an area called Otter Creek, and I was actually I had stayed up on this ridge. They call it Bickle Knob, and I stayed up there with a friend of mine. I stayed overnight. He actually went home. He's from that area, but he was telling me about some stuff that happens in that area. So I stayed the whole night. Nothing happened. Didn't have any kind of anything happen. But he's telling me that something would come near the van. I was sleeping in the van. I actually took a rake and I scraped the ground. It was like real soft down, and I made like traps, I guess you'd call it. You know, if something stepped in it, it was going to leave a print. Nothing happened. Never found any prints. And it's while I was doing this whole thing, I started doing a little YouTube video, and I remember him telling me that there was a couple sightings down in the bottom of Otter Creek. So I started that way, and there's a forestry road, and I pulled off in this forestry road. I got out, and I'm standing there and trying to do the video. And when I start the third time, I hear, if you listen to the video, it sounds like a woodpecker, but it had a cadence to it. It sounds like Morse code. And when I'm hearing it, it just didn't sound normal. So I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. So I went and got in the back of my van, and I got my stuff. And I didn't know what I was going to run into, so I put my gun on as well, started up the trail, and I'm looking at any soft spot I can find, anything. Couldn't find anything, but I get to this one area, and I'm on the video, and you'll see in the videos. I was getting ready to say I haven't found anything. But can you guys hear that wood knocking? I don't know if I can switch the camera around to point it in that direction. I'll just flip my phone. It was coming from that area over there. Boy, I hope that picked up. And what I hear is something walking behind me, heading back down. But I could see 50, 60 feet, and I don't see anything. So I passed off as a squirrel or deer, but I can hear these footsteps going down the hill. And I would continue to the top of the hill and checked out all the top of the ridge and looked over in the valley and see if I could hear anything. Didn't hear anything. Okay, I'm back. I got my backpack on. Put my pistol on my side. This is the access road leading to where I just heard the knocking. Not sure what it was. I don't believe it was a woodpecker. It just didn't have the right sound. It wasn't that normal woodpecker sound, which is pretty rapid. I get back to the van and I go to the back and go to push the button to raise the hatch. And that's when I noticed there's big handprints on the back of the van. Something else interesting just happened. I just got back to my car, and as you can see, there, and look, there's a handprint on the top of my car. What's interesting is it doesn't look like it disturbed the dust much. It almost looks like mud on my car. I don't have any mud on me. And that's clear on the top of my hatch of my van. So it almost looks like something put its hand there. And if you look, that looks like smeared mud from hair. I'm a little baffled by this, because you can see where I touched earlier, putting my hatch back down.
Did something come down to my car while I was up in the woods? I mean, I can't tell any footprints. I've been walking around there. Walked around a little bit and didn't notice until I was getting ready to get in the back of the car. There's one like where the hatch comes down off the roof. There's one up here. There's one down here where the windshield, the wiper is, and it almost looks like, because the road was real dusty, so the back of the van's real dusty, and it looked like whatever touched the van was wet. It either something like that did it, or some weirdos running around looking, but I don't know.
Earlier this year, I took a very scary report. It left me troubled for a couple days after I took the report, and I was in the woods the next day. And I promise you that I was much more careful in the woods watching than I was prior to that report because of, what had happened. And it was two girls that had went after they had graduated. Before they left for college in 3 weeks, they were just going to go into the woods, and a day later, a couple of their friends were going to come, and they were going to go camping. And they were in this big state forest up on top of this mountain, and they had walked into this camping spot. And when they walked in, every time they walked in, they'd hear this bang. And they thought, somebody was in the woods or somebody was doing something. They yelled out and they didn't hear anything. And the girls were passing each other back and forth, carrying stuff, like a 10 or 15 minute walk to get their stuff. And when they got done, they were saying, "Did you hear that banging sound still?" And they're like, "Yeah." Well, the night passed and nothing happened. They didn't hear anything. And the next day they were going to walk to these falls, which is about a 3-hour walk away. And they were laughing and joking all the way to the falls, and they ate their lunch there, and they were coming back. And as they were coming back, one of the girls' earrings had fallen off. And so she said, it's really the first time that they were quiet the whole trip. They were laughing, but for about 20 minutes they were looking for the stem of that earring, and they just couldn't find it. Well, they heard this noise, like something laughing, and they both thought that somebody was making fun of them. And so they heard it again a few minutes later, and the girl said, "It's the people showing up for the next day. They showed up early, and they're trying to scare us. They're coming out here." Well, where they were on this path, it was about 40 feet to a creek, and they couldn't see it because of all these thick rhododendron bushes. So they kind of went through the bushes a little bit. They could hear something in the creek over there, but they couldn't see it, and they're sneaking along. And when they stepped out into the creek, into full view, she said that it was just like things exploded everywhere and all this motion, but standing right in front of them was an enormous Bigfoot. And she said that she wasn't even sure that it was real because it was standing perfectly still and not moving. And she heard a noise off to the right. They looked over there, couldn't see what it was. When they looked back, that the Bigfoot was bent backwards. She said Matrix-like. It was so bent back. And so she said that she gasped, and when she gasped, she said it just popped upright again. And then with the back of its hand against its chest, it went, "Mwah!" And that's when she's saying, just 10 feet away, she could see its mouth, and then it started walking very creepy backwards. And she said it would replace each foot directly behind each other. And she said it was almost like the foot was gripping the ground, which of course we would know as people that are interested in Bigfoot that, it has a flexible foot. It probably was doing that. And so one more time it went, "Mwah!" And then it stepped into the woods. And as soon as it stepped into those bushes and disappeared, all around them, these trees started falling, and the girls are screaming, their hands over their heads. They just thought that, the trees were going to come down on them. And eventually, the noise just went away from them. And the girl said to her friend, "Oh my God, what was it?" And the girl said it was a monster. And so she walked over. There was a little rock outcropping, and there was a bunch of crawdads that were laying up there. So apparently, she told me, she said, "I think we interrupted them."
Are you aware of any sightings specifically in West Virginia that either are accompanied by a vocalization or a vocalization is heard and then a sighting takes place?
I'm not aware of that. I haven't had any reports like that that I've taken. Usually it's just the sighting, and sometimes there'll be knocks that preludes to the sighting. I think knocks are locators. They let each other know, or they're alarms and stuff. And I'm still on the fence whether ape or subhuman or something, you know. And but it's a very great ape characteristic.
I've never heard a wood knock it. You know, if I did, I've passed it off, you know, as something normal. Because even with like wood knocks, I'm on the fence about wood knocks. And people are like, well, you hear this, you know, you hear this knocking sound. But I question, like, if I send you, say, Seth, go out in the woods. I'm going to stand right here. I'm going to send you in the woods in the dark. And I'll say, when you hear me blow this whistle, I want you to pick up a stick. I want you to hit the tree to get that right wood knock. You're not going to do it. One, you're going to pick up a piece of wood, it's probably rotten and punky. It's just going to break. Two, the wood, the knock you get is that real, it's crisp, hollow. The bark on the tree is going to prevent that for the most part. So I don't know for sure if they do wood knocks or if they somehow do it physically with their body. You know, whether it's mouth pops or whether it's, you know, something. But other than howls, that's you know, the only thing I've heard.
You get into the howls. We get responses a lot on whoops and knocks. We don't get many responses on howls, doing an Ohio howl or whatever. We rarely get any type of response. I think it kind of maybe moves them off. I think they definitely have a form of communication, a vocabulary. Scott Nelson has really done a lot in that with the Sierra Sounds, with Ron Moorhead. There's definitely some chatter there. They were communicating that night that I heard. There was some type of language there that it's beyond us. A lot of people think it sounds like Native Americans. A lot of people say it sounds Oriental, Asian. What I heard that night was, I wouldn't classify as Asian sounding, and I wouldn't classify it as native sounds. It was just something I had never heard before. And it was like a chatter, and it wasn't loud. It was kind of subdued. And I think there was two there, one smaller than the other and one bigger than the other. And the bigger one didn't make as many sounds. It was just grunting more than anything. That's my take on it. I'd like to get some better audio in West Virginia. I haven't picked up any lately. They do vocalize here. I've heard some sounds in some other areas that it could have been canine, it could have been coyote. You just sometimes it happens at the least opportune moment. Like we were packing up or something, and your recorders are all put up. Something happens, and you got to be ready all times of the day. They're not just nocturnal. They're out active day and night, and you know, most of the sightings are in the daytime. So.
Oh, so there's another illustration too that my friend William Draginis, who had passed away, he had told me. He said, read Tom Brown's book, Way of the Scout. And he goes, that's Bigfoot. So I start reading, and we have it here somewhere. And he says, the way the Native American Indians, especially like the shamans and things like that, like Geronimo was one, you know, the Indian chief. They said that he actually was able to avoid capture by the soldiers by interpreting bird sounds, bird distress sounds. Exactly. So when, you know, the cavalry would come riding in, before they come riding in, all these birds, they start chirping a different way, a different tune. He learned them, and he's like, you know, we got to go. They're coming to get us. And he was able to avoid capture for a long period of time. But going back to you know, the Tom Brown thing, he goes, you look at the way the Indians did it and how the Native Americans did it. He said that's what Bigfoot does. They watch. They'll watch you. They'll hide in your shadows. They'll do what you don't do. They learn your ways. People are pretty predictable, to be honest with you. Even when they're out in the woods, they do a certain thing. Well, hey, I can hide behind this tree up in the thing and they'll never see me. A lot of it makes sense. If you break a lot of the Bigfoot stuff down to your bear-based things like that, you're like, this is the behaviors that people say Bigfoot does. Not us. This is what eyewitnesses say that they do.
I got up that morning, I told them, said, guys, we had visitors last night. They said, what do you mean? I said, about 3:30, you guys are all snoring, asleep, or what, you know? I said, this happened. I told them the whole story again. And they were all, wow, wow. So we started looking around for tracks, footprints, and we went down here next to the river. And there was a little sandbar here at the time. It looks like it's still kind of here.
Yeah, there's still a little bit
You
of a
see where that's
sandbar.
kind of a natural fording area over there. There were tracks or one track in here.
And like this sandbar here?
Yeah, it was like this. And there was a track right at the edge of the water, which we tried to cast.
More up this way, or?
It was right in here.
Right here?
There was more soft stuff in here. Then I went back, called Russ Jones, who was the expedition leader, and told him what had happened. He said, come on over, I want to talk to you about it. So I went over and he took my report, or talked to me, and we talked about the report and stuff. Come over and take a look at it, see if we could cast it. We tried casting it, but it had so much water coming from the edge. It just, I've got it at home. I should have brought it, but you can't tell anything from it.
So about as far as like the chattering you heard, what there was a distinctive, you know, a tone between each one?
One was dark, deeper, and darker sounding, and the one was bright, very almost, that was bass, more childish like, yeah. Like a kid whose voice hadn't changed yet. Okay. And that kind of sound, it was odd. But they, you know, like I said, they lingered around, moved some plates and stuff on the table. We had bacon out and they didn't bother it. We'd fry bacon and put it out kind of as bait.
And that would definitely, you know, if it was a bear, it done took you.
Oh, a bear would have taken it. It would have ransacked camp.
And when I talked to you before, you mentioned there was a tarp.
Yeah, we had a tarp. A cold front that came through that day and that morning, and it came, that was on Saturday morning. The cold front came through and it was blowing our fire and messing with it. We couldn't get it going, so we put a tarp, just a nylon tarp up behind it, strung it behind there with some string and rope, and they put it there to keep the, you know, so the fire would stay going. We did that, and I felt like it was touching those things. I felt like it was rolling them, the tarps, and
just like,
you'd have to have an opposable thumb to roll it. And
maybe investigating what it was, maybe?
Maybe checking it out, looking at it. I think it was just total curiosity what they were doing, and there have been a lot of other reports on this stretch of river. There was a campsite up here, down more to the east, that was just abandoned. I mean, the tent was still there, air mattresses were still there.
I've seen that in this area.
Yeah.
One time
chairs, and you just wonder if something scared them off or what.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times.
And if something came in at night and scared them off, a lot of different. But I love this spot. Every time I come here with my wife, and I like to come here, I bring her back here, and I come down here and look for tracks every time I come back. And we come back, drive back all the way back Camp 70 Road back here to where it ends, where the bridge goes over into the Nagahela National Forest. And it's a neat place. I mean, listen how quiet it is right now.
The Canaan Valley is a captivating location with characteristics reminiscent of the great wild areas of the continent, while being little more than a 3-hour drive from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C. Like any of our remaining undeveloped lands, there is beauty and danger in the Canaan, to which human beings seem relentlessly drawn. In the solitude of wilderness and woodland, sound takes on a dynamic quality and every wood knock or heavy thump becomes part of a larger drama. When coupled with a plaintive cry or extended ape-like howl, the human mind connects the dots, envisioning what might be responsible, with a figure like Sasquatch being one picture that develops. It is certainly reasonable to suggest that many of the startling sounds encountered in northeastern West Virginia are of mundane origin and are simply unfamiliar to the witness. But in those cases where people, well accustomed to the chorus of nature, report hearing things they've never heard before, things that stand out for their strangeness and intensity, there are plenty of valid questions to be raised. Among them, perhaps the most elemental and persistent question is this: what keeps making those sounds? Is it man or beast?
And it's standing up there between the shore and the water. I've got goosebumps all over telling the story.
And she just froze when she saw the one on the ground. And he thought, oh crap, I'm a dead man, I just killed her kid.
It was a Sudden Lake. About 2000, I think it was around 2007, in that time frame. I was in the spring, early spring. One of my buddies and I went bass fishing. The lake was at Winter Pool. We left the marina and went up the lake. Went up the first hollow to the right. Not sure the name of it. We were just up there fishing. The boat, we were just casting, and the boat was kind of sideways in the, I guess where the channel went up the valley. And it was kind of an open area that went up, and the lake kind of crooked to the left and crooked to the right. We're casting, and I talked to my buddy and I said, hey. And I no more than got, hey, did you see that out of my mouth? And he goes, I see it. Big, brown, was probably, I would say, between 6'5" and 7 foot, I would say, probably. It had long hair. And it's standing up there between the shore and the water. I've got goosebumps all over telling the story.
So the good thing about this lake is it's mostly like in a straight line. I mean, with curves. Yes. So like, you know, if you were to just try to explain it, you know, just with verbally, how would you describe where we should be going?
You should go up the lake, like you're going.
Okay.
When you get into the marina or the entrance.
Well, so right now we're coming. You know, we basically left from the marina, did like a straight shot, and now the river is about, or the lake's about to turn to the left from our perspective.
Yeah. So you want to go. If you come around that bend, there's a hollow that goes to the right.
Oh, okay. Like immediately after the bend, or?
No, on up.
On up.
Up around the bend. Go up around, like you're going up the lake.
Yeah.
And you'll come up to a place up there on the right, another hollow to the right.
Yeah.
Up in that hollow, right up to the right.
All right, so Andrew, we're here in Braxton County. We're here because there was a sighting a few years ago, a Bigfoot sighting. A guy came and seen a Bigfoot sighting.
So, can you tell us a little bit about the area and the lake, the Zero Sutton Lake? Yeah, so we're on the Sutton Lake, but the Sutton Lake is actually a flooded Elk River. So the Elk River starts up in Webster County and comes in down through Braxton County and then is dammed in Sutton, creating this reservoir. And then the Elk River keeps going to where it meets the Kanawha River in Charleston. Yeah, so according to the witness, up around the bend here, not too far away from where the Sutton Lake Marina actually is located, there is one of those branches that comes off to the right. Yeah, so the witnesses described fishing in one of these little finger areas of the lake, not too far from the marina itself.
Right.
And since it was at winter pool, so right now we're at summer pool, so the water's coming right up to the vegetation.
Right.
And the winter pool, that comes down and it's just basically rocky and muddy, kind of depending on the section, but no visitation. And according to the witnesses, where they were just setting fishing with their boat still, they looked out an outcropping not too far from them,
right.
And there was just this tall figure standing there watching them, basically.
And he said they were casting, and then when he seen it, he says, "Do you see this?" And then to his buddy, and his buddy said, "Yeah, I do." And they sat there and for a few minutes and watched it, and it eventually just turned. It eventually just turned like to its left and walked away.
Yeah. And now, I know that one of them mentioned the possibility of going to see if it may have left prints.
Yeah.
And the friend that was with him decided that wouldn't be a good idea. So
yeah,
they just decided to leave.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but like, so I know you spend a lot of time in the wilderness here. I know that we're not very far away from where the marina is.
Right.
But if you were traveling by land, about how much time do you think it would take to get from more or less what we would call the civilized world to get to here?
Back here? Oh, it would be tough. I mean, you got to go all the way to the back to probably to the very back where the elk actually comes in, and then you would have to hike a good ways down through there. You may be able to take some of the railroad track down into part of it, and then hike off it some. But
so pretty much all hiking. No driving.
Yeah, no, it would be more. It would be all hiking.
Okay. So basically, if you would like to actually come to like this area of the woods, your best bet is by boat.
By boat, yeah, because it's steep, hard, especially winter. Now, winter pool might be a little different, because the water gets down lower and you're actually able to hike some of the bottoms, to get here, to get into some of it. But still, it's a good hike. And then, again, I don't know how, like some of it is flat, but then you have some that's just sheer wall, so you would have to get past that.
Right. So are we coming up to it right here?
It should be. By the map he sent us, it should be coming right up here.
Okay.
So people missing in Alaska. This is a hot topic because it happens pretty frequently.
We have something called Inyokun. It can take you, I don't know where they take you. They're dark, like black. They are hairy, kind of like a Bigfoot.
Is it possible that some of these missing people go missing because of another monster, the Sasquatch? I think it's entirely possible because Sasquatches are not your forest friend. They are animals trying to survive.
If Sasquatch really wanted to, and in considering people like me or even just people in suburbia, if they wanted to, they could push people out of rural areas back to population centers.
A lot of the Alaska Native, the superstition is that if you're in their territory, they will take you.
And they were just hanging out in the cabin. Well, they heard a noise up on the roof, and then something was going on just outside the door, and it lured them out.
Death by Alaska is real common. You get a mile away from the village, that's death out there. Alaskan can kill you without even trying.
In the heart of West Virginia lies picturesque Braxton County, and in the heart of Braxton County lies the town of Sutton, no more than 4 miles from the geographic center of the state. From its very beginning, Sutton positioned itself as a point of connection, a hub city situated along the banks of the Elk River, a location served by turnpike and railroad, with the Sutton branch connecting to the West Virginia and Pittsburgh Railroad at a place called Flatwoods. After the devastation wrought by the Civil War, Sutton was revived by the rise of the timber industry, enjoying a time of prosperity that lasted until approximately 1920. World wars, the Great Depression, and other factors considerably dampened the economic boom. But the natural resources remained. And in 1961, Sutton Dam was completed, a project decades in the making. With the dam came Sutton Lake, and opportunities for recreation meant visitors to Braxton County. By then, the county in general, and the village of Flatwoods in particular, had become household names, thanks to the national coverage given to the strange events that unfolded there in September 1952, involving UFOs, an iconic green monster, and a small group of witnesses willing to tell the tale. However, this was hardly the only unusual tale to be told in central Braxton County. For years, there had been whispers regarding the Old Man of the Mountain, a large, shadowy figure that was apparently more than a legend. This notion captured the imagination of people like Les Odell, who were not content to simply pass along fantastic stories, but wanted to make a serious effort to investigate the possibility that they could be true. It also occurred to local resident Andrew Smith that the experience of the Flatwoods eyewitnesses was part of Braxton County history, and as such, ought to be preserved and retold in a way that would attract visitors to the region. Today, both Smith's Flatwoods Monster Museum and the West Virginia Bigfoot Museum, which houses many examples of Odell's research, stand in Sutton, West Virginia, as prime examples of the great good that can come from taking one's local weird history to heart.
My name is Andrew Smith. I run the Flatwoods Monster Museum here in Sutton, West Virginia, that is located just down the street from the West Virginia Bigfoot Museum, also located in Sutton. You know, another connection that I have to the strange and unusual is just being in a place like this all the time, like nearly every day for the last 5 years. It feels like at least once a week or once a month or so, somebody that has had some sort of experience ends up finding their way in here. And since I'm associated with sort of the strange and unusual, I think they just start off with automatically like, oh, this guy's familiar and comfortable with weird stuff, so I'm going to tell him my strange encounter story that I don't tell anybody else because I don't want him to think I'm crazy.
Well, my name's Laurel Pedalico, and you are in Sutton, West Virginia at the West Virginia Bigfoot Museum, and we're standing in it.
How long has the museum been here, and can you talk us through sort of the evolution of it?
Well, it was kind of a funny, yeah. So we own an old-fashioned country store that is basically a consignment store that just has all these handmade stuff from the local area. And we didn't have these 2 rooms done. It was just that main room. And we have these guys come in with just their handicrafts. And one of my guys is a wood carver. And he came in and he brings in owls and bears and, you know, things that he sees. And the one day he came in and he brought this big statue, which actually he made this one as well, but it was the other one in our museum that he made. And he brought it in and I said, "Oh, you brought me Bigfoot." And he's like, "No, I didn't." He goes, "We don't have Bigfoot in West Virginia." He goes, "This is not Bigfoot." And I said, "Well, then who is it?" And he said, "Well, this is the old man of the mountain." And I'm like, "Looks like Bigfoot." And he's like, "No." He said, "Bigfoot lives out west. They're mean and nasty and nobody likes them." And I'm like, "Well, then what's the old man of the mountain?" And he said, "Well, it's a really large animal. It's larger than a bear." And he said, "But you can't eat it, and nobody cares because they're not aggressive." So he said, "Nobody pays them any mind, but he said they're kind of nice to have on your land because they keep bears away from your livestock." And so it was standing in I just didn't really take it seriously, but it was standing in that store and people were walking in off the street going, "Oh, the old man of the mountain. I have 8 of those living on my land." Or, "Oh, we trade with them every year." Or, "Oh, I just saw that 3 weeks ago when I was fishing or when I was out hunting." And it was just story after story after story, but they called it the old man of the mountain. And I'm showing them pictures of Bigfoot and they're like, "Yeah, that's him." And I'm like, "Guys, this is Bigfoot." And they're like, no, it's not that. Because they're not mean. Because they've been seeing the Hollywood versions and thinking that it had to be a mean animal. And they were like, no, it's not mean. But so that's kind of how it started. And David's like, "I think we have something here." And then we met Les Odell, which I understand you're going to be talking to him later. But and he came in and got a picture with the statue. And he's like, "I finally caught him, you know." And he said he was looking for a place to put his collection of Bigfoot tracks, which are the ones behind you there. So we kind of started with that other room. I said, "Well, we're finishing off that room. Would you want to display them here?" And he's like, "Sure." And so then he introduced us to Daniel Smith. And then they introduced us to Dr. Meldrum. And it just kind of became a thing really fast.
Old man of the mountain. So I'm curious, can you just elaborate on that some? Talk about, why do people call it that? Have you taken any reports where someone referred to it now?
The first time I really heard about it was when I came here to Sutton and Braxton County. It's not Bigfoot or Sasquatch. We just call it Old Man of the Mountain. And then after she told me that, I started looking into it a little bit more, and it seems to be a term used by a lot of older folks. Same as like in other southern part of West Virginia where they call them boogers or wood boogers and stuff like that. But it just seems to be just a term that a lot of folks around here use to describe what they've been seeing. And I mean, there's even somewhere, I haven't found it yet, but I guess there's a road here nearby that they actually call Monkey Road because of sightings that happened on that road.
How many people do you think come through and tell you about their own sightings?
It is crazy how many do. And usually it's these old mountain men or ladies or something, and they'll come up to the counter and they'll be like, "Do you really believe in this?" And I'll be like, "Well, yeah, I do now." I mean, like, I honestly didn't before we moved here because I just thought it was all a big Hollywood joke. But I know these people. And I mean, like the guy that says they're living on his land, I know him. I worked with him. He's not a town drunk. He's actually in law enforcement, And local businessmen and preachers' wives and, professional people that are running into these on a fairly regular basis in this area. Because in this area, the particular, I'm not even sure what you want to call it, a troop, I guess, is very non-aggressive and is used to people. So they interact often with the local people and hunters and things like that. So it's amazing. They'll come up to the counter and they're like, "Do you really believe this?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah." "Okay, let me tell you my story." And then they tell me their stories and it's just unbelievable, like how many people have had encounters with these in this area.
Yeah. That was actually a really fun topic. So back after the Flatwoods Monster, what is really known as Braxy, the Flatwoods Monster incident, that was the UFO encounter followed by a creature sighting. This another Braxton County monster and Flatwoods monster reared its head, and it was actually a series of Bigfoot reports, and they were dubbing it as the Flatwoods Monster again. That's what the newspaper was coining it, because it already made headline sensations previously, so why not call it the Flatwoods Monster again, because it's going to sell papers, right? Well, these sighting reports were oftentimes taking place around Sutton Lake, and you were getting a lot of reports coming from that immediate area, and it took on a whole new life of its own.
I believe in 1961, there was a case that was reported on by a delivery man, and funny enough, it was reported as the return of the Flatwoods Monster, or maybe the return of the Braxton County Monster. I'm not exactly sure exactly what wordage they used. A delivery man that was coming back home after a long day on his route in the road near the Flatwoods area. I don't think it was actually in town Flatwoods. It was just in that area. Came around a turn and was met by this large, again, dark figure. I think he described it as being about 8 feet tall. Scared the daylights out of him, and it ran across the road. And when he got home, he was completely terrified and told his wife. And actually, the way I understand it, in the newspaper, it was his wife, I think, that was recounting the story and not him directly.
So when you mention, depending on what circles you're in, you mention the Flatwoods Monster, you're going to get a split reaction. Some people are going to remember it being a Bigfoot story. Other people are going to remember Braxy and the alien story. So when you start looking into those, you've got multiple names. You have the Braxton County Monster. You've got the Green Monster, which was Braxy. You've got the Flatwoods Monster. Then you've got the Phantom of Flatwoods. All of those things are all the same thing, except for the Flatwoods Monster gets a second title for Bigfoot.
Are there still sightings over by Flatwoods and Sutton Lake?
Yeah, there was a sighting report just here in the last couple of years. A guy that Ron and I both know named Jesse, he had sent that report in to, I think he sent that to Les Odell as well as us. He was out fishing, they were out catfishing, and they had heard something across the way of the lake from him. And it wasn't so much a sighting report as much as it was just all auditory.
It seems like about half the stories that I've heard relate to having Bigfoot-like encounters, but to where they don't necessarily see anything. Like the one that I told you that happened on the Burnsville Lake. There's a guy that came in here. He doesn't live in town anymore, but he used to live here in town in Sutton. He would have trouble sleeping at night. And there was one night that was like 3 a.m. that he took his dog for a walk just down through downtown Sutton. And that as he was getting close to sort of all the way at the end of Main Street, it kind of starts becoming forested again. And he said as he was walking, he could hear movement in the woods that was slow and plodding, but also kind of loud, and that it kept up with him. So as he walked for like a quarter of a mile, this movement stayed with him. And at some point he got really scared and turned around and came back, and that it followed him pretty much the rest of the way until he got to an intersection in the road where the woods wouldn't just keep going. It was interrupted by a road, and then he stopped hearing it. So he felt like that something was more or less keeping an eye on him, and he felt like it was Bigfoot. Obviously we don't know, he didn't see it. But stories like that are kind of common too.
I've taken, one of them was in 88 or 89 by a man named Sam. He was visiting from another state. I believe it's called Meadow Lane, but it's right along the Flatwoods Run that dumps into the lake. Him and his cousins were out deer hunting. He'd been there all day and nothing happened. So they, whenever anybody was going to move, they would whistle like a whippoorwill to let each other know there's going to move. So he whistled, and he got no response. And he whistled again, got no response. And he said, well, to himself, he's like, well, my cousins went back to the house, which apparently they did. But as he was getting ready to go, back to his grandmother's, he started smelling this, I think he described it as a mildewed, wet dog smell. And he stopped, and
seen this thing running through the woods, and he said it was the size of Andre, I think he says Andre the Giant, all covered in hair, but it wasn't dark. It was more lightish, brownish color, but it went through, running through the woods, just breaking saplings as it ran. And he said it covered like 100 yards in no time. I forget what year it was. There was a guy that I met here recently, or a couple years ago, and he said he was deer hunting nearby. And he was sitting in a tree stand, and he's seen a deer run along this ridge line, and right behind it, this Bigfoot creature was following it, running as a deer turned and went over the bank down the opposite side of the ridge. The Bigfoot followed him.
So there's a wild man story that was published by the Evening Telegram in 1919 that was printed in Florida, of all places, but it reported a Bigfoot sighting in Flatwoods. Sorry, I shouldn't say a Bigfoot sighting, a wild man sighting. It described a pretty detailed firsthand account of a gentleman that was on his way to a lodge meeting. It didn't specify which one or anything like that. He said that on his way, but that he heard some sort of loud commotion on somebody's property that they named by name. Or off the top of my head, I can't remember the property owner's name. I will say I've never been able to correlate that with anybody in Flatwoods, but from 1919, I don't know that I'd be able to anyway. But so here's this sort of, crash bang, and he pays attention to that, and as he's looking at this property, this man comes running toward him that he describes kind of almost like a caveman, like the way he's described is like a big man that's hairy, but he doesn't describe him as being completely covered in hair, as we would think of Sasquatch or Bigfoot, but hairy and wielding a club, and that he was basically screeching and yelling, not making any legible words or anything like that. And I think he even describes pulling his gun to either shoot him or shoot at him, at which point it runs away, and that's pretty much the end of the story. I've never been able to find any local accounts of the same story. But yeah, that is a wild man account that takes place in Flatwoods, of all places.
As far back as the 1790s, North American newspaper accounts used the term wild man to describe large hairy humanoids being encountered on the fringes of civilization and in the vast wilderness of the new frontier. The word itself reflected the expectation that the figures being seen were undomesticated and therefore unpredictable and potentially dangerous, and it presumed that the figures were in some fashion human. After all, they moved about on 2 feet, leaving 5-toed footprints, possessed features like long hair and beards, occasionally used crude tools, and were witnessed in both child and adult forms, all giving the impression of humanity. Adding to this perception were the oral traditions of indigenous people from coast to coast, which told of giants living in secluded, forbidding places. While native regard for these beings varied widely, ranging from beloved guardian to fearsome cannibal, in most cases they were thought of as human, in a broad yet recognizable sense. Indeed, the understanding of the Chehalis, whose language gave rise to the anglicized term Sasquatch, was that they were a large, forest-dwelling people, with which they had once enjoyed closer contact and even communication. In the 1860s, the reading public of the Western world thrilled to true stories of an incredible creature called the gorilla, and the discovery of a real great ape had an immediate effect on the assumptions of those witnessing mystery bipeds in the woods, By 1869, American newspapers began using the word gorilla to describe what just a few years prior would have been called a wild man. With this shift came a new way to interpret the data surrounding Sasquatch, and a tendency to refer to them as primates, based in part on evidence, behavioral patterns, and the rising prominence of scientific methods in popular thought. Hundreds of years after the first published reports of wild men began to circulate, the question persists: is Sasquatch person or primate? Man or beast? Or could it be that it inhabits a category all its own?
You know, there's certain things that when we take reports, I would say in general, that we're all seeing. And commonly, most common, you know, they can be an all collar similar to coyotes, but most commonly it's going to be dark collared, brown, reddish brown. Most of the time when you're looking at the hairs under the microscope, there's going to be a red tint to them. They are hair covered, but less so on their face. They have longer hair on their forearms. They will have a little bit of wrinkles around the eyes. The arms are longer proportionately than what you would see with humans. That's why with so many of us, a lot of times, you know, we can just look at a picture in an instant and tell that, you know, it's not proportionate to, or it's too proportionate to a human, and, you know, we're able to recognize it like that.
It seems like, at least what I've heard, although I know that stories vary, and, you know, I don't really dive deep into Sasquatch. Most of what I know about Bigfoot kind of just comes to me passively. Like I encounter it passively. I don't really reach out for it, but it seems like a lot of the descriptors are like that it's dark, and that it's so dark that I rarely hear people mention actual features. It's more like just sort of a shape, you know, a general where you can see like a head, shoulders, arms, legs, but like that outside of that, there's not a lot of detail.
Yes, very human-like, hooded nose, everything, larger brows, around the brows, more eyes offset, larger, which is characteristic of being, you know, more nocturnal. Sometimes a conical head. A lot of people don't say a lot about the conical head. And I've had people say that I've had a couple of reports, they said they had fangs, but others they didn't. I've had reports where they're huge, bulky, and I had one guy in North Carolina that said it was tall and lank, and very very thin. Long arms, longer than normal, shorter legs, longer torsos, no neck. Everybody says they turn their whole upper body to turn their head. Extremely agile. They move quick, silently. They walk with hardly any upper body movement, and they say it's just amazing how fast they are.
We've had reports come in that people will see a large 12, 14 foot creature covered in hair all the way down to, you know, something that would almost fit the bill for a puckwudgie. You know, this small, diminutive, furry creature, but and everything in between. The ones I think that stick the most, I find the most interesting, are the ones that say that they have a lot more human features. They look more like us than what they expected, is one of the words that will be told, is they looked a lot like us. It was more human than animal.
It varies. Some people see what they describe as an ape-like thing, you know, walking on two legs, you know, ape-like, long arms. Some people describe as slender, almost human-like in a way sometimes, or a human shape, more human shape. Others talk about big, you know, just being bulky and big. Colors vary, black, red, light brown, patchwork kind of in a way, a couple white ones. Runs a gamut, I guess.
Normally they're seeing something large, 7 to 9 feet tall, large, like he said, large shoulders, massive arms and legs, long hair, usually brown, black, sometimes red, and we've had reports of white Bigfoot.
In this county, there's been 4 sightings, okay? 2 of them were from New Cumberland, and it was on a ghost website, actually, West Virginia Ghost, and it was of a white Bigfoot. Now, we had talked, I think, before about the white Bigfoot. And one in 90, ours too, 94 and 99 in New Cumberland. And in both cases, this huge white gorilla ape-like looking creature, they saw it like going through the woods, knocking over things, tearing through the woods. I mean, it wasn't just it was just looking at it. It was tearing through. It was like hell bent to do something, and the kids ran away in both times.
White? Have you taken reports of white?
Yeah.
Can you recall the details?
One was in Lincoln County, 1996. A young lady was 16 years old, without mushroom hunting. Morel mushroom hunting with her family. They were splitting up in the woods. She went one direction, and her younger sister and mom and dad went in other directions. She's walking along, and she hears a grunt, and didn't realize, what it was at first, or didn't know what it was, and then she heard it again, and then that's when she realized, or she looked up, she heard the second grunt the second time, and then she heard a stick crack, and she looked up and realized she's 5 foot from this tree, 5 or 6 feet from this tree, and when she's panning up from looking on the ground for mushrooms, she actually sees 2 white hair covered feet, dirty white hair covered feet beside the tree, and she looks up and notices this thing has its hands or its arms wrapped around the tree, and it leans over and looks at her from behind the tree, and she says, "I took off like a chicken with my head cut off," and took off running. The other one was in Mingo County in 2012. A fellow, a younger guy, teenager or late teens or whatever, snuck out of his home to go see his girlfriend at 3 o'clock in the morning. He's walking back home. There was an abandoned property on his way home, and he said that the property had been let go. There was grass was real tall in it, but for some reason there was a motion light on his house, and he noticed the light kicked on a couple of times, and he wasn't in the view of the light or whatever, the range where the light would kick on from him, and he noticed something white and hairy. It looked like it was actually bending down in the yard, grabbing something it was eating, and he thought it was just somebody in the yard. So he yelled at it. He said, "Hey!" And when he did, this thing turned around and looked at him, and he said it looked very much like an ape type features in the face, and it screamed at him and took off running on all fours, jumping and bounding, chasing him down, and he said he ran all the way home, thought this thing was going to chase him all the way home, but he realized it didn't follow him very far. But it was also white, completely white.
The other 2 we received, the one off of North Fork Road, that 2 eyewitnesses. This happened about 5 years ago. I investigated this last year. They were walking down a clear cut and a power line, and up on the hill, would go up on that next hill. This huge dark figure it must have been on all fours, because it arose. They saw it rise up, and they said it was the shoulders were massive. And in some of our reports, that's what these people were saying. They're like, Brian, the shoulders, they look like a linebacker's shoulders. They're so big. And I think that's what also makes some of these reports a lot compelling. I mean, the width, not just the height of these creatures, the width of these creatures is immense. And they said it's massive. And so this creature looked at them really quick, and it ran off into the woods.
Yeah, I'm curious, are there white Bigfoot sightings in West Virginia?
I've never taken one. I mean, everything that I would hear, I wouldn't be surprised at all for one to be grayish colored, and someone may call it white or whatever. That wouldn't surprise me, but I mean, most of the time when we see albino, and we're not talking about white one being an albino, we're talking about it just being a lighter collared one, but in nature that wouldn't really jive. That would make that animal that's supposedly trying to stay hidden all the time, that would make it more obvious for someone to be able to see it.
I'm curious to hear your take on the Grafton monster, because Bigfoot researchers cut both ways on this, so I'm just curious to hear your take on the Grafton monster. Also, if you can actually
Tell us what the Grafton Monster is.
Well, the Grafton Monster is this bizarre description. Pop culture has kind of grabbed a hold of it and given it a whole new appearance. But the original sighting report was this gentleman was driving around a very tight turn. Keep that in mind. It's a very tight, very fast turn. And up out of the creek was coming this large, wet object. And it was gray. He described it as looking like a wet seal, but he didn't see a head. It just looked like a large, hulking being with no head. And the sighting lasted maybe a second. Pop culture's ran with that, and now you've got big eyes in the pectoral muscles and a big smile in the belly, and we've seen so many depictions of it. But in my opinion, it was a misidentified Bigfoot.
I honestly think it was a Bigfoot. After talking to me and Joe talked this over multiple times, and it makes more sense to me that either that was a Bigfoot or that was some kind of, I'll say it again, some kind of intelligence that this man interpreted as what he saw. And I say that just because of the reports that they heard the weird humming and whatnot after the incident. That doesn't really go with a flesh and blood creature. So you've got the two choices there. You've got A, it was a Bigfoot that he just, misinterpreted, it was wet, or B, that was something else that wanted him to think that it was a possible Bigfoot.
It was a road crossing, your standard road crossing sighting, and it was coming up out of the creek and it was wet. And because of the posture of these things, oftentimes, it does look like they don't have a head. If you go back into some of the Native American stories, they talk about Valley of the Headless People. They talk about the headless giants even. And it very well could be talking about Sasquatch, just that they're slouched over and the head is kind of more positioned in between the shoulders than on top of the shoulders, like ours.
This encounter that we're kind of checking out, is it sort of a one-off occurrence as far as people having an encounter with Bigfoot?
No, there's some historical accounts go back in the 50s and 60s, but I mean the ones I've taken, they were from the 80s, which was where we seen the lower flatwoods run back there.
Yeah.
The gentleman was there along that deer hunting in like 88 or 89. There's been some vocals caught in this area or caught along the lake. I did take another, well, it wasn't necessarily a report. I had somebody send me a message that said that him and his wife were actually back here somewhere kayaking, and they watched something going along the shoreline, and it kept throwing things and hitting their boat. They couldn't see what it was, but they were hitting the kayak. They don't know if it was hitting with little rocks or what it was. That was a few years ago.
How long were they, while they were kayaking, how long did that interaction last?
It didn't seem like it was too long. It was like a few minutes. No, it wasn't seconds. It was like a few minutes. Right. It was actually they were just in one area, a small area, like a small tributary or a finger of the lake. The way they talked, they went up into the stream a little bit, and they started seeing something along the bank. It was up out of sight, and it was a shady area, and they couldn't really see anything, but they kept having things hit the water and hitting the boats, like little rocks or something.
If you had to guess, how many accounts have been reported on the Sutton Lake, or surrounding, tributaries?
I've taken at least probably close to half a dozen.
Oh, you personally?
Yeah.
And how many do you know of that's even outside of what you've taken?
Some of the older ones, like the Oil City one, or is it called Oil City?
Right.
Oil Creek. I don't know why I said Oil City. It's Oil Creek in Bronx County, 1978. Okay. 53 years of age. Now I can still recall an encounter while bow hunting near Burnsville. That was near Burnsville. Then he had a guy contact me a couple years ago. Said he was on his way back, I think from Florida, no, North Carolina. He lived in Florida now. He was on his way back from North Carolina, and he saw something tall and like hairy, I guess, along I-79, the junction of 19 and I-79.
Okay. Yeah. Did based on the amount of activity that you're aware of that happens around this area, what would be your guess? And maybe you wouldn't have a guess at all. But what would be your guess is like, what would a population look like?
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a huge population here.
Like maybe like a family unit?
Maybe not even that. Because I've not received any reports of multiples.
Okay.
It always seemed, and they're so spread out. The sightings, as far as chronological, they're spread out, a lot of them. So I'd say it's either this is just an area that they're maybe coming into, or maybe it's an area where they travel through, or they're just maybe a small, one or two maybe. I don't think there's very many. It's definitely, I don't remember how many acres it is, but we're like dead center of the Elk River Wildlife Management Area as far as on the lake.
And now the previous owners of the marina had told me many times that they've had several folks rent boats specifically for searching for Bigfoot.
Right.
And so that goes back years.
Yeah, and there was somebody that, I forgot about that. I think you and I talked about it before, that I told you somebody said a friend of a friend or relative or something was up here on a boat, and they actually had, there was a couple big logs come thrown off the bank and hit the water.
I didn't hear that story.
I thought I told you about that a while back.
No, but that's interesting.
That was several years ago.
Again, were they described as like?
They didn't say
like too big for a adult man.
Yeah, they didn't say anything. They just said that there was logs.
Right.
Like come out of the, because you see how steep the banks are.
Yeah. Yeah, they can come from pretty high up and still make the river.
One guy called me, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. Said he lives along the wildlife management area in Centralia. Said that he was hearing screams and howls coming from near his property on the wildlife management area.
So we're on the Sutton Lake, and the Stony Creek leg of it.
Yeah.
And so this is where they were fishing, and they had their encounter.
Yeah.
So Stony Creek, judging by the map and from what I could see, is actually kind of long, sort of finger on the lake. Do you know roughly how deep, like away from the main part of the lake, they were?
Well, it was during winter pool, so it was, the water was down. It's usually like 40 or so feet down. So
it probably wouldn't be near this long.
No.
So
it would have been the stream coming in, the water had been way down. He did talk about that they were 150 yards away from what they were seeing, which would probably be from here to that boat.
Oh, okay.
So we came to the location.
Yeah.
We got to look at the location. We got a feel of where this sighting may have took place. So why don't we head back to the marina and we'll give the fellow a call.
Okay.
If there is such a thing as conventional wisdom regarding the nature of Sasquatch, it is safe to say that it breaks in the direction of true cryptozoology, which is to say, it favors the idea of Sasquatch as obscure animal. It is stated by many with confidence that Bigfoot is a North American great ape, an unclassified primate, an assertion based on the interpretation of evidence, eyewitness testimony, reported behavioral traits, and the disciplines of zoology and anthropology. In other words, it is a reasonable hypothesis, rooted in observation of the material world. However, given the fact that a specimen has yet to be obtained, other hypotheses jockey for consideration, which often focus on the apparent human-like qualities of these mysterious figures. Drawing on the wide spectrum of indigenous traditions, some posit that Sasquatch, while not strictly Homo sapiens, are best thought of as an alternate branch of humanity. The annals of documented reports are filled with accounts of hunters who refused to pull the trigger on Bigfoot because the creature seemed more human than ape. Moreover, a growing vocal contingent argues in favor of a supernatural origin for Sasquatch, using biblical terminology such as Nephilim to describe a human celestial hybrid. However one interprets the term Nephilim, which is often translated as the sons of God, the other half of the equation in Genesis 6, the daughters of men, is universally regarded as a reference to human women. Therefore, the Sasquatch Nephilim hypothesis claims at least half-human status for the beings in question. In a way, these contemporary examples and their competing assumptions harken back to the early newspaper days, when the folksy term wild man was quickly shelved in favor of the zoologically precise term gorilla. Perhaps the transition was too hasty, and the move away from the wild man moniker also represented a move away from relevant details that support the perception of a man who is wild. What might a return to those details reveal?
I mean, I have found them newspaper articles, in West Virginia mentioning the wild man, like just about like anywhere else you could. Some of them you can clearly tell that that's what they were. They were just like somebody that went off and off the deep end and kind of went insane. A couple of the others, there was one outside of Morgantown. I forget the year. I think it was late 1800s, but I don't remember exactly. There was a train coming through into the Morgantown area. There's an area called Okopiski, and this train's coming through, and there's a guy along the tracks. Like they thought he was trying to rob the train, or hold the train up. He starts shooting, so they actually stop the train. They basically arrest him. Well, the next day, I think it was the next day or a day or two after, they're coming through the same area, and they think they're getting held up again because rocks are starting to hit the train. And when the conductor finally stops the train and gets out to see, to apprehend this, person or whatever, it realizes that this guy doesn't look like a normal person. He's basically completely naked, bristly, blondish hair all over his body, and he actually tried to get some of the passengers to help, apprehend the fella, but no, they didn't do it. He ended up this wild man or whatever, went back into the woods. But you get so many different stories about what they look like, as far as, you'll hear gorilla looking, you'll hear chimpanzee looking, you'll hear some say they look like a cross between some kind of primate and a Native American, or they'll just say it looks like a feral human or something like that. But I don't really know. I mean, it's hard to kind of pinpoint it down.
I mean, don't you always judge that too? Like when you see a picture that someone does of a Bigfoot, does it look too ape or does it look too human? Because you'll hear people say, more commonly you hear people say that it is more human looking than ape looking. Yeah, and then of course, I always hate that that statue that they have for all the gardens, and I have it in my house too, but it has the nose being pushed up like that. And of course we know that there's no way in the northern hemisphere that an animal would be like that. He would have a pushed down nose, because we don't have the high humidity, it's not a tropical rainforest. Your nose would be trying to warm the air before it goes in. So Bigfoot always have a hooded nose. Sometimes you'll see people show the large nostrils, but I suspect that the animal is so much larger than the witness or seeing them at an angle that they were able to see the nostrils. But I think that's really just the nose being hooded. They'll always talk about a little bit of a brow ridge. The hairline changes. Sometimes there'll be a higher forehead, sometimes it's a little bit lower. Eyes being dark, very dark in the pupil. Interestingly, I've only had a few witnesses that talk about being able to see any white around the eye at all, but quite frankly, you have to be so close to be able to see that. So I think that most of the time they probably have a little bit of that, but it's just a darker pupil. The teeth similar to a human's teeth, without the canines. I mean, you hear some reports like that. I've just never taken any. and that most of mine would say that it was like horse teeth or just big blocky teeth, the inside of the mouth being dark. I took one great report where the witness was very close, and she said that it was light and dark on the roof of the mouth inside. You know, I think that they're probably similar to humans in that, you know, we all look different, but you would recognize and say that's a human.
Is there any one story that really stands out to you that you've been told that you can recall?
There is one. It's sad. Do you really want to hear it?
Yeah.
So this was from our neighboring county. Big dude comes in. I mean, and he was a mountain man of mountain men. I mean, he was huge. And he came in and he slammed his hand down on my counter and he's like, "You don't really believe this crap, do you?" And I said, "I do." And all of a sudden he started crying. And I'm like, what the heck is coming? I'm like, oh no. And he said, "I got to tell you my story." He continued to cry and he said 2 years ago, he's in the neighboring county and he has his traditional land. I mean, in West Virginia, a lot of the land is passed down for generation to generation. And he said he's grown up on that land. He's been a hunter all his life. He's in the woods most of the time, and his hollow that he lives in is way out there. He said the way it's situated is farmhouse is here, barn is here, chicken coop here. There's a small, little tiny field right behind the barn, and then the wood line and the mountain that goes up. And he said that every night, this stupid bear was coming down off the mountain, going across his yard and taking a chicken. And he got it on his trail cams on his porch that was like, you know. And that was gonna stop. He was like, "I'm done with this bear." So he was sitting on his porch with his gun and he was waiting for this bear to come again. And he said he did something that he knows is so wrong. As a hunter, you always wait till you see what it is before you shoot it. But he knew it was going to be the bear. So he saw the black fur coming out from around the barn and he shot it. And it went down and he ran out there thinking he was going to see a bear laying on the ground. And it wasn't a bear. He said he freaked out because he said it looked like a man in a ghillie suit. And he thought, oh crap, I just killed somebody. And he said he's looking at it and he said all of a sudden his brain's trying to process. He said ghillie suits don't have anatomy. And there was this 6-foot creature on the ground with male anatomy, and he's thinking, what the heck? Because he didn't believe they existed. And all of a sudden, there it is. And it wasn't as big as he thought it would be, and he was just like, I've been out in the woods all my life, and I've never seen, he says, I would have laughed at people if they told me that there was such a thing, and he says, I just killed one. And he said he was just trying to process that, but he said it felt like he'd killed a person. Like he said he just had this overwhelming dread because he said, I kill things all the time. He says, my freezer's full of the meat that I kill. He said, this felt different. It felt like I'd killed a person. And he said it just was overwhelming me. He said, I'd just gotten my cell phone out to call the sheriff to tell him I'd killed somebody when there was a huge noise at the edge of the forest. And he said this really large female stepped out of the forest and she just froze when she saw the one on the ground. And he thought, oh crap, I'm a dead man, I just killed her kid. And he said, I just started bawling. And he said, I'm bawling like a baby and she's walking straight at me. And he thought, I am going to die today because she is so big, this gun will not stop her and I deserve to die because I just killed her kid. He said, that's what it felt like. All I could think of is if it was my kid, I would rip me limb from limb. She walked right at him. She stood on the opposite side of the little one and just looked at him. And he said the sorrow, he said, I was crying too hard to see whether she was crying, but he said the sorrow just felt like it was hitting me like a wave off of her. He said, that's all I can describe. He says, I can't even tell you whether she was crying. I just knew she was sad. And he said she stood there for a bit and looked at him, and then she picked up the little one, looked at him again, and then just whirled around and just walked back into the forest. And he said, I called the sheriff anyway. He said, I just felt like I had to. And they came out and they're like, what do you want us to do? You know, there's blood on the ground. What do you want us to do? And he said, I feel like I killed somebody. And they're like, we can't report this. So they left. And he said he spent the whole night in his house just freaking out because he just felt like he was so sad that he'd killed this lady's kid. That's what he said it felt like. And in the morning he went back out to the corner of the barn and he said there was this large rock that had been placed over where the blood spot was with this wet hand. And he said, I will not move that rock. He goes, I don't know whether it was a peace symbol, whether it was a memorial, whatever it was. He goes, it's not moving. But yeah, those are kind of some of the, that's one of the stories that we hear.
That's the wildest story I've ever heard.
Yeah. And he goes, I now believe. I do not know him. He did not want to leave his name because he was like, I don't want people bothering me. And he goes, now I know they're there. And he goes, I really don't want them bothering them because he said, she should have killed me. He goes, if it had been me, I would have killed somebody if they killed my kid. And he said, she should have killed me and she didn't.
I've heard a few stories, but like when people say they see them, it's almost like they can look in their eyes and they can tell that this thing has an intelligence, you know, or and it seems like it's actually understanding what you're doing and kind of reacting to that. There was the guy actually pointed a gun toward it, and it actually put his hand up because it didn't want to be shot. Or there's been other accounts where there's been like two, and one would be angry or whatever at the witness, and this other one would kind of like do certain things to kind of diffuse the issue. So that's kind of to me kind of a human type thing.
I've taken personally 3 reports here in West Virginia where hunters had clear, unobstructed shots with their gun and could have killed it and had large enough caliber weapons to do it. But you don't go into the woods that day thinking you're going to see a Bigfoot. That's what people initially see when they see a Bigfoot, is they just see something upright and they're not expecting to see a Bigfoot. And I was thinking right offhand of 2 of the 3 hunters that I've talked to that had clear shots that could have shot at a Bigfoot, if assuming that they had the right kind of rifle to do it. All 3 were during hunting seasons in West Virginia, and all of them initially, when they saw the animal, dropped their gun because they thought it was a human, because they were fearful of pointing the gun at a human. But then it didn't, something about it didn't ring right with them or ring true, and then they pulled their guns up to look again.
A guy got a hold of me. He lives down in Pocahontas County, and I think it was 1996, him and his buddy decided they were going to go to Dolly Sods, and they wanted to hike some trails, and they decided they want to hike out to the Roaring Plains area, which has some big rock overlooks and stuff like that. They actually decided to camp on a pipeline right away, and it's right off, and there's the trail that takes you to the Roaring Plains. Well, they're a little ways away from the trail, and they had been there for a couple days, and his buddy, for some unknown reason, decided to drink some of the water that runs through, because there's a little stream that runs through by the trail. Decided to drink some of that water, and then the water, it didn't treat it, didn't boil it. And if you've ever seen that water, or the water's here in Blackwater, it's brown. It's got the tannins in it from the peat and the pine and the stuff like it. And it just not good to drink, So he was drinking it, and they decided they were going to hike out to the overlook. And as they're going, his buddy starts to get sick, and he's like vomiting, and so he's like, I'm going to go back home. I want to go back to the camp. And the guy was telling me, he said, I just told him, go ahead. I'm going on out to the overlook, and well, he done what he wanted to do, and he's heading back to the camp. And about 50 yards or so from the tent, he hears somebody, hey, and it's his buddy laying over the bank, like off of the right-of-way. And he's thinking, well, or he's sick or something, and he needs help. Well, his buddy says, like, okay, come on, get down here. And he gets down there, and he said, you see that? Look down. And he looked down toward the tent, and that's when he saw these long, hairy legs backing out of the tent. And when this thing stood up, this guy said, the only thing I could think when I saw it was a big, naked, hairy man. And he said it was all covered in hair, but not real thick. You could see skin through it. And he's like, so I'm thinking someone's messing with our stuff in the tent. And he starts to run toward the tent, and he's yelling at it, and at this guy, this big, naked, hairy man. And it just goes running, crashing through the woods, just runs through the woods. So his buddy finally comes down to the tent. He's like, I want to get out of here. He said, no, we're not packing up this late. We're not going to hike out in the dark. We'll stay here. So he talks his buddy into staying, and they start a fire, and they're in the tent. And then sometime during the middle of the night, his buddy like nudges him and said, "Hey, it's back outside," or your buddy, or whatever he called it. And he looks out and he could see the silhouette between the fire, on the tent from the fire. So it was close enough to the tent that it did that. So he actually unzips the tent again, yells at her or whatnot, and it runs back through the woods again, takes off through the woods. The next morning they get up, and they're getting ready to fix breakfast, and he notices this thing standing over in the wood line. And he gets up and he walks over, trying to get closer to it, and he finally goes over to it, and he actually grabs it by on the arm. And he said, he asked, I forget what he said, but he's like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" or "Who are you?" whatever. And he said this thing tries to mimic what he was saying, almost like it couldn't speak, English or anything, but just mimic, like somebody trying to, learn for the first time. And then this thing takes off again, and so they decide that, they're going to still eat breakfast. I don't know why they're still sitting there, but all this time, this guy's like, I'm thinking it's a big, naked, hairy man. But he did tell me that his education was that he was an anthropologist. And he told me that, he asked me if I knew what a Denisovan or Denisovan, or however you say it, he asked me if I knew what that was. I said, yeah, kind of I do. And he's like, well, they were small, hominids. They were small stature. And he said, but this thing was big, but the facial features were like that, almost like I guess a caveman type. He said that's what he said. So he didn't call it a Bigfoot or Sasquatch or anything like that. He just called it that big, hairy, naked man. And so they're finishing up breakfast or fixing breakfast, and he looks over again, and here comes this thing with a small deer on its shoulder. And he squats down on the other side of the fire, slams this deer down on the ground, and actually rips the front leg off this deer, and he starts chewing and eating on the raw deer as they were trying to eat breakfast. And that's when they decided, hey, this isn't normal, and they packed up, and it left, and they packed up and took off.
Did that account come to you through the website, or did you meet the guy?
No, he actually called me. I spent 2 hours on the phone with him. Talked to him for about 2 hours.
I mean, historically, there's about every 3 years there's a Bigfoot killed. This is just, reports. So I don't know how many of them are true or not true. But I mean, I remember that in the 70s, late 60s or 70s, 2 students from Ohio University were in Idaho. They thought that they were looking at, an elk rooting around, and apparently it was a Bigfoot that was kneeling down, messing with something. And they'd shot it through the spine. And when they went there, that, it was dead and it looked too human-like. So they made a vow, that they would never talk about again. And it was about 10 years ago, one of the guys had died, and the other one flew back out there and then went to law enforcement. And they went and looked, and, I can barely find my camera sometimes 6 or 8 months later. The woods changes and looks different. And I can only imagine after 40 years, you just couldn't find it. And frankly, what are you going to find? All the bones would be gone. Maybe some teeth or a skull might be there. Maybe, if you would dig around, if you knew the exact spot, but everything else would be gone.
Is Sasquatch man or beast? The question itself expresses a fascination and a wonder that is often absent from the comfortable routines of everyday life. Likewise, any potential answer is staggering in its implications. If Sasquatch is man, then it is human in a way that we are not, uniquely at home in the natural world. If Sasquatch is beast, it is an animal with unparalleled physical abilities and uncanny evasive skills. Even the possibility that no such creature exists is cause for major introspection, for if that is the case, how does one account for centuries worth of sightings, not to mention decades of collected data such as footprint casts, to think that the entity called Sasquatch consists of a stew of misidentification, altered perception, and outright yarn-spinning, hoaxing, and lying is just as dumbfounding as the thought that it could be real. However, no amount of intellectualizing really matters to those who have come face to face with Sasquatch. For them, puzzling over the question, man or beast, is of some value, but the question, is it real, has become irrelevant. They know what they've seen, and the impact is profound, a challenge to their own humanity.
Hey, I'm sitting here with Les. I'm going to let him holler at you a little bit.
Okay. Hey, you remember talking to me a couple weeks ago?
Yes, I sure
Okay.
do.
What I want you to do is, with as much detail as you possibly can, about your encounter.
About 2000, I think it was around 2007, in that time frame. It was in the spring, early spring. It was at Sutton Lake. One of my buddies and I went bass fishing. The lake was at winter pool. We left the marina and went up the lake. Went up the first hollow to the right. I'm not sure the name of it. We were just up there fishing. And the boat, we were just casting, and the boat was kind of sideways in the, I guess where the channel going up the valley. And it was kind of an open area that went up, and the lake kind of took to the left and took to the right. We're casting, and I talked to my buddy, and I said, hey, and I no more than got, hey, did you see that out of my mouth? And he goes, I see it. And it's standing up there between the shore and the water. I've got goosebumps all over telling the story. I felt really that it didn't care, because when we saw it, it stood there and looked at us. It stood there. I mean, it felt like it was a long time, but I know that it was 2-3 minutes. It stood there and looked at us, and then it just turned. It turned toward the lake, and it just walked right directly back up not into the woods, directly away from us on halfway between the water and the shoreline, around the little bend, just directly away from us.
Can you describe what you were seeing?
Big brown, was probably, I would say, between 6'5" and 7 foot, I would say, probably. Had long hair. The hair was darker at the top. As it went down, it got a little bit lighter toward the bottom. It was definitely, I've been hunting my whole life. I've seen bears walk on their hind legs. This was no bear. This had, we couldn't see its face very well, make it out, because it was probably about 150 yards away or so. But it just, you could tell the way, as it stood there and watched us, then it turned and it just walked away, and walked up around the bend on the lake, away from us. We couldn't see it anymore. It had an upright stature. It moved fluidly. It wasn't like it was, a bear would have waddled or wobbled, it was just more of a human gait type, but it was big, I can't explain it. That's the thing, is I can't explain what I saw. So, as it left, we were kind of just beside ourselves, because we didn't know what we saw. Not what we saw, but we didn't want to believe it, because before in the past, I can tell you right now, that if somebody told me this story, I'd be like, yeah, right, whatever.
Can you tell me, I know you didn't see the facial features, but can you describe it other features? Can you tell me like proportion as far as like legs, arms, things like that?
Yeah, sure. So the way the head was, it looked like it had great long hair all the way down. It didn't look like it had a neck. Does that make sense? Just had broad shoulders, long arms that came down long. The legs were long as well. I mean, it looked like it looked like what Bigfoot looks like on TV, and it looks like what people have seen.
Were there, as far as the creature you saw, were there any like human-like qualities?
So the arms, the legs. That's when I was telling you those. It looked like. I mean, it just looked like a great big person, and very distinct. I could see it. It's just like I could see a person walking away. Its arms moved just like a person would move. Its legs bent, and his knees bent as it walked away. It was just like a gait of a person.
And after this thing walked off, what did you do after that?
So we left. We got in the boat. We put our poles down. We started back out of the valley with the hollow we were in.
Mm-hmm.
As we're going out of the hollow, we're sitting down in the boat seat because it's a bass boat. There's 2 seats, so we're sitting there. And we're just talking about this, talking about what it was. What was it? What? I mean, we're both just kind of don't have a clue what we just saw, and we're talking about it, and we're just trying to get on in. And behind us, about 20 yards, maybe 30 yards, there was a big, I don't know, have you ever heard a rock get thrown in the water and it makes a big big sound?
Right.
Right directly behind the boat, about 20 to 30 yards behind us, something, whether it be a big fish or something else, a rock or something, hit the water behind us and made that sound, and you could see the ripples in the water. And we left. We went back to the boat ramp, loaded the boat, and went home. And I'll be honest with you, I have never been back to Sutton Lake since. I've tried to knock holes in it and look at it, figure it out, but there's no. It is what it was. This experience had a huge impression on me. Not that I go in the woods all the time. I'm in the woods all the time, and that experience kind of freaked me out. Not knowing, because I'm in the woods. I see things. I see deer. I see bear. I see all that stuff. And I've come to the realization that there are things out there that we can't explain.
Yeah. Well, we want to thank you for your time. We were really gracious for you sharing your story with us, and I'm hoping we can one day meet up together and go out there and check it out in person.
Yeah, sure.
And I seen this deer laying over there. It was the deer that I'd shot the night before. But it was torn completely in two. Like not cut, torn. Like something grabbed hold of the hind quarter and the front quarter and just pulled it in 2 pieces.
I heard this boom. As soon as I heard, I recognized the wood knocking. When I got up, just to the base of the cliff, there was a mine.
So we're here with an eyewitness to the Bell Hill Beast. Now, Terry, what I wanted to ask you, or tell you actually, is when we first got down here, one of the biggest local legends here is of the Bell Hill Beast. I put something online on I Am From Weirton, and boy, the people just came out. Yeah, we've heard about the Bell Hill Beast. No one knew exactly what it was. They talked, this is everything from a Black Panther to possibly an alien or possibly Bigfoot. So could you tell us about your encounter, because you're going to be the first person ever to speak on the Bell Hill Witness on camera. So if you want to give us your...
Sure. First off, my farm is located right at the base of Bell Hill. It's a 100-acre farm. It was just a simple farm. My grandfather had headed of cattle, a few chickens, livestock. So grew up a farm boy out there in the country. The Bell Hill actually encircles probably about half of my farm altogether. But the incident that really stands out in my mind, I've heard about the Bell Hill Beast most of my life growing up out there. It was a joke amongst kids, don't be out late after dark because the Bell Hill Beast will get you, stuff like that. And we just never really thought much about it. My cousin and I was raised by my grandparents, and because all of our parents worked and everything, so we was raised together, similar to brothers. We spent a lot of time together growing up. Well, we made friends with two local boys that was our ages. The one brother was my age, the other brother was 3 years younger, the same age as my cousin. So we just kind of clicked and formed a little group. So summertime hit, and we decided that we wanted to go onto our farm and build a little fort or a cabin or some structure just to camp and hang out for the summer. So we gathered our tools and everything, went up onto my farm, and there is one hill that has a real deep ravine. And we decided to make that our structure, for the cabin. It was midsummer, I'd say mid-July. Two friends of ours came out to stay, and we got all of our stuff gathered up. We was going to go up and camp for the night. We walked up to the farm, and when we approached the cabin, we noticed that the cabin was destroyed. The wood was all tore apart. Everything was just mangled and discarded in every direction. At first, we thought it was my uncle that did it. So we went back to the farm. We asked, "Why'd you tear our fort down?" He said, "I didn't touch it." So we were starting to gather stuff up, and we heard some noise, some undescribable sounds coming from up on top of the hill where we was working. So we decided to all walk up on top of it to see what it was. There was low murmurs. There was, like almost a growlish sound we heard. So we walked up to the top of the hill. We didn't see nothing. I thought, no, we're gonna walk around and look anyway. So we started, the hill leveled off up on top. There was a field up on top. We started to walk through the field, and we noticed one bush start shaking, and we heard, this growling sound behind it. We all stopped dead in our tracks, and we were looking at this bush. And I seen a figure kind of lean out from the bush, almost to kind of peek around it. As we walked up towards the bush, all four of us was there. As we got probably within 15, 20 feet of it, we did notice a very heavy musky odor, sweaty, unlike anything I smell on normal livestock. Just then, whatever was behind the bush jumped out, and I seen a man-figured object. He was head to toe in fur. It was almost the color of orangutan fur, a dark reddish color, knotted, matted. As he moved out from the bush, I just yelled, "Run!" We turned around, we took off running back the direction we came, and I could hear the footsteps, coming behind us. They were very loud, thumping.
So it's chasing you.
Basically chasing us off of that plateau. We started down the bank, and there, my grandfather had an old piece of fencing there. The three of us didn't have a choice, but we had to dive to crawl under it. I was the last one in the group. The other three was in front of me. They went through. As I went through, my shirt got snagged. I tried to wiggle free of it. I started to panic. The other boy ran over and unhooked it, but as he did, I looked. I could still see this object coming down the hill towards us. And I know it sounds cliche, but it literally, almost every image I've ever seen of a Bigfoot type animal, that fit the description. Broad shoulders, very muscular. It was just an immense animal, being. Once I got free, I just started to scream, run to the house, run to the house. We ran to the house, and my uncle and my grandparents were there. We went in, we told them what happened. We were literally four hysterical kids. I mean, just all screaming at once. And, it took them a few minutes to understand what was going on, because they thought one of us got really bad hurt or whatever. But, they were looking at us. There's no blood. There's no nothing, other than a few scrapes and scratches from running through the brush. The incident was long enough to ingrain in my mind to this day. The image, the whole scenario, it still stays in my mind to this day.
At least by you coming forward, then hopefully more people in this area, and they'll tell us, hey, we did have a sighting or these things happen. So it's important for us also to document this, because it's one thing for people to talk about it. It's one thing also for someone like you who actually saw what this thing is, and you do believe it's a Bigfoot.
Oh, I totally believe it. And I consider myself an intelligent man, educated. I love science. So believe me, I've tried to debunk this 100 times. And as I've got older, I thought, oh, well, it had to just be a bear. It had to be this, because the bear is our state animal, and they're pretty plentiful in West Virginia. I am 54 years old, and I've only seen a glimpse of a bear one time in my life. So in 54 years, the bears has eluded me. So why can't another creature that has not been identified eluded me for 54 years? That's how I kind of look at it.
Bordered by Ohio to the west and Pennsylvania to the east, Weirton, West Virginia is situated on the northern panhandle of the state, on a strip of land 5 miles across. The Ohio River divides Weirton from its immediate neighbor Steubenville, with the outskirts of Pittsburgh no more than a half-hour away. The character of Weirton was vividly described in a poem written by Pastor Gary C. Lilly on the occasion of the community's 75th anniversary. City of steel and smoke and steeples, your main street garnished with the memories of fearless men with fists of iron, shift-working, hard-hat-wearing, track-laying, crane-running, bridge-building, God-fearing, flag-waving, freedom-loving people, looking up through orange glow and graphite skies to Weirton Heights and Marland Heights, and seeing all the way to heaven. With an average high temperature of 82 degrees in the summer, 40 degrees in winter, Weirton enjoys a fairly comfortable year-round climate. While this is true for much of the state, elevation also plays a role, with southern highland areas boasting a mountain temperate climate, meaning summer temperatures are cooler and winters more moderate. West Virginia is also host to some of the most frequent precipitation in the United States, with some regions recording 200 days a year with either rain or snow. Sasquatch researcher Russ Jones has pointed out that many Bigfoot sightings in the Pacific Northwest have taken place at locations with geographical features, climate, and elevation that are easily approximated in West Virginia. Building on that observation, he and others have speculated that Sasquatch may move through elevation zones as the seasons change, following food sources and seeking different types of shelter. It's an intriguing hypothesis, one that appears to be both logical and traceable.
Is there activity around, like year round? And are there certain times of the year where there seems to be more activity or less?
I think that's fair to say. Is that, I always tell everybody when they have a sighting or some type of encounter, mark it on their calendar, because it seems like, in some cases it's maybe one time a year people hear them. In other cases it's a couple times a year that you'll see it. So I think that if you see them in the spring, sometimes you'll see them in the fall about that same time of the year come through. And in my mind, they're just making a circuit following the food sources and the privacy and the space that they need, that they've been raised with for generations through an area.
Peak season for me seems to be fall and spring. I don't get out and camp as much or do as much expeditions in the summer because of hot and sticky, ticks, snakes and things. But it seems like most of the activity as the leaves start changing is when they really do. I don't know if that's they're feeding up for the winter or they're more active. And I think they move out of the highlands in the winter months. I've been up in some really higher areas above 3,000 feet, and you can't find any wildlife at all up there hardly. I mean, you can, birds and everything are gone. Squirrels, you can't find them. I think everything moves down toward the river bottoms. That's just my theory on it. I think we've seen it in North Carolina in the mountains there, which are a lot higher here. We've gone into areas above, almost right at 4,000 feet, and stayed in it and had no activity. We couldn't find bear scat, coyote scat, anything that would make you think there was wildlife in the area. Rarely any birds or anything. So I think they're seasonal. I think maybe in the spring they start moving back out up to the highlands, being large creatures. I'm sure the temperature change is good for them. I've heard people say that they move to the south side of hills to bed during the winter months, so they get that first morning's sunshine. I think they move. I think they stay in areas, but I think once they exhaust the food supply, I think they move maybe in a 50-mile radius.
We did get also another one from Ohio County, and this was the sighting happened in 2014, and we got this, I think, in 2015 from Cabela's when they used to have the events down there. And there was a teenage boy and his sister. The teenage boy it was about 8:30, quarter to 9. It was in late summer. He was finishing up with his tractor, riding his tractor, and the lights were on. And his sister was up in the house, and she looked, and when the lights of the tractor went around this little bend, there was this huge ape, like she said, it looked like a big ape, dark, standing there looking at him. So once the boy then saw it, after he saw it with the headlights, this thing ran into the woods, crashing. Again, this is another one that was crashing through the woods. And they had horses, dogs, and some other animals on this farm. It was a working farm. And they said that the horses were running up and down. They were going crazy. The dogs were barking. That whole rest of the night, they were agitated. Now, they went up there the next day, but they didn't find any. It kind of looked like something might have went through there, but nothing definite. So that's kind of what we have. There was been one or two other sightings from Ohio, from the BFRO, noises. Somebody had seen a creature, and the creature was hanging around their house, and they saw something big. It was a big shadow, and then they ended up putting solar, sensor lights. And one night they saw it again when the sensor light came on, and after that they didn't see it anymore. So that sensor light, the creature must have known not to come by that sensor light after that.
When are you seeing the most reports that are coming to you? Is there a correlation between them?
A lot of them are usually probably between April and maybe June, and then there are some sightings in the summer months, and then the fall again.
Wintertime?
I don't remember getting much in the wintertime. I mean, I do go out in the winter because, I mean, that's the prime time to go look for, your tracks and stuff, and I haven't found any.
Do you think these things would be migratory or kind of like staying at range, or?
I'd say they'd be migratory if I was going to guess. I can't see them staying in one spot very long. Looks like a coyote has to eat its weight every week. A 30-pound coyote has to eat 30 pounds to survive. And you take 30 pounds of live, living, producing, whatever, this holler every week, first thing you know, there ain't gonna be nothing left in that holler. They're gonna have to move to the next holler. And I'd say the same thing about that. I mean,
how do they handle the frigid winter months?
Probably the same way we do. I don't think that they migrate. I think that they hold up. I think that they go into an area, there's food there. I think that they gather their food, and I think that they nest. That's what I think. I think you're dealing with something that is more intelligent than people give it credit for. That's what I also think. I know a lot of people think that we're dealing with something like, you'll hear the analogy, well, it's like an ape. Well, apes are pretty smart. I mean, I've seen video with, of apes playing Pong with their mind when hooked up to a machine. They're pretty smart. So if this thing's smarter than an ape, it's probably smarter than most things out there. It could be smarter than us. I mean, it hides from us, so it's pretty smart.
Based off the data that we've collected, I'm no longer a proponent of migration theories. I think that these things tend to stick in a 5 to 10 mile area, and they don't go out much farther than that unless they absolutely have to. I do think that they are going to be multiples in that 5 to 10 mile area, and that could be a family group or just a toleration of another couple in the area. But I don't think that we're seeing what we once thought at large was a migration possibility, where these things during the harsher weather would move south and then north, just like birds, for example. I think that these things will hunker down. They've found humans to be a reliable food source through the winter, not to be eaten, but that we have a lot of waste that we produce, and we produce a ton of excess food that they can come down and find during the harder months. There's also mushrooms that grow year-round here in West Virginia that are edible. You can find wildlife here plentifully all year round as well. So as a last resort, if you can't find any of those things, you can come down and dig in a trash bin.
Well, average, I mean, even this far south, how cold does it get?
Last week we were -19. Hibernation is, bears hibernate, obviously, right? Bears will go and they'll climb into a big hollowed out beech tree, or they'll dig a den and hibernate. But I don't see a creature like a Bigfoot being able to hibernate as large as it is. Now, I know that grizzlies and whatnot, they'll hibernate, but I don't see Bigfoot, one, having a need to hibernate, but I don't see it as a creature being what it is. I don't see it having a purpose to hibernate.
There was a boy that lives over here on Bug Ridge, was riding his four-wheeler out to the other end of Bug Ridge, which puts into the road that takes you into Webster, Cowan. He swears up and down that he saw a white Bigfoot cross the road right in front of him. Scared him the crap out of him. Well, he was telling this story to two other boys that lived down here on Wolf Creek. And when he told them that, where he seen it at, they just looked at each other and grinned. At that time, they was working at the Boy Scout camp down next to Oak Hill. They was working with a guy that lived over off of Powell's Mountain, going into Deal. He was going home. He had a white Bigfoot cross the road in front of him. Well, he come back to work and was telling these two boys that just heard a story from this guy that he had seen it. Well, from where he seen it cross the road and where this boy seen it over there, as the crow flies, wouldn't be 4 or 5 miles as the crow flies. Probably 10 miles by the road. They just said it was a white Bigfoot. Now, I got my things about that. It's wintertime. Snowshoe rabbit, he's brown. Come wintertime, he turns white. And this was wintertime when this boy seen this. Tell you for what it's worth. You know, in this country, you can see a bear from one ridge to the next in the wintertime. You know, a black bear running through the white snow. I could see how something could get by in the snow and not be seen.
There was a report in the high mountains near the ski resorts in West Virginia that, I mean, the mountains are very high, they're very steep, and, you know, say a Bigfoot that's 6 or 7 or 8 foot tall or whatever, an adult Bigfoot, they could walk down this mountain and get 2,000 or 3,000 feet lower in elevation, 20 degrees temperature difference in just a couple hours. And clearly they would recognize when a storm was coming and head down there. But, you know, there was a story about a hunter that, you know, he went out, and it was, I want to say day after Christmas or day after New Year's, I don't recall which, and he had went out and was having trouble creeping along this bottom because the ice was so crunchy. And he kept hearing something down there, so eventually he just sat down and watched, and he kept hearing something again. He would look and he didn't see anything, and finally he looked and he's like, there's this ape looking at me. He's like, I can see it right through my scope. It's looking right at me. And he's like, as soon as it recognized that I was looking at it, just took off walking. He's like, you know, it did that typical Bigfoot walk. It's looking at me the whole time. And I thought it was interesting because it could have been in a much, much warmer area, but it really didn't worry about it. You know, I mean, maybe we think too much about how we would think about it and not so much about how they would think about it. You know, maybe it's up there because of all the ski resorts and all the dumpsters are up there in the trash cans, and, you know, deer are always hanging around these parks. Maybe it was easy pickings for it, and so it was worth it being up there. I don't know.
The unique, rugged topography of West Virginia produces an abundance of waterways, everything from headwater brook trout streams to rushing whitewater to rivers wide enough to transport commercial craft. In total, there are over 32,200 miles of river water coursing through the veins of the mountain state, including the New River, managed by the National Park Service. Ranging from slow-moving sand and mud-bottomed brooks to rocky whitewater rapids, the rivers of West Virginia are home to game fish such as walleye, muskie, smallmouth bass, and catfish, leading some to suggest that they would provide an ideal food source for large, omnivorous beings like Bigfoot. In addition, the rivers have long served as wilderness highways, presenting a path of least resistance through forbidding territory. It seems reasonable to posit that under the right conditions, even a creature the size of Sasquatch could utilize the waterways for ease of travel, not to mention their own hydration and the opportunities to feed on both fish and other animals drawn to the water's edge. Plentiful precipitation and moderate temperatures mean that more often than not, the many life-giving elements of the river are available for whatever may need to use them.
The state, pretty much the entirety of the state, contains some amount of the Appalachian Mountains or the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. You know, sort of all of it is hard to traverse. You know, the majority of all the roads kind of go like in the easy directions, and then the hard directions are always kind of difficult. So like if you would look on a map and you'd see 2 points and you'd think, oh, those should be pretty close together. Well, if you need to travel there not by air, it's not, it's difficult. So the terrain itself is difficult to navigate and drive and that sort of thing. And then therefore, there's really only patches that are settled or developed to any real degree. And then, you know, it's not too far away from here, but there's a county nearby that's called like the birthplace of rivers. And from this one county, I think is supposed to be the watershed of like, you know, something like 8 different rivers. So due to the mountains, and the drainage from those mountains, there's a lot of creeks that turn into small rivers, that turn into big rivers, that turn into lakes, and a lot of it's also really connected as well. But there's just a ton of small streams. Like if you were to go down the Elk River on a kayak, it would probably be every several hundred yards there would be some stream or creek that feeds the Elk River itself. So there's no lack of access to water, even when it's the most remote places. There's plenty of water, there's plenty of vegetation, maybe even too much vegetation at times.
Any stories about Bigfoot being seen, encountered following or near a waterway?
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There seem to be some tracks that have been found. Right here in Braxton County, I actually took a report just up the road here where the guy was actually fishing near Wolf Creek. I think it was Wolf Creek is what it's called. He was fishing and looked up the creek, and one was along the waterway or along the creek watching him. I thought that was pretty interesting.
The easiest way that we can do it here in West Virginia is when you get up into the high mountains, there's several springs all over the place. I'm sure thousands that man doesn't even know or acknowledge. And people are finding tracks around those springs because it doesn't have to go all the way down to get them. Here in the lower portion of Appalachia, through much of Appalachia, it's not that big a deal. They have to have water. My experience has been that, most of the time they're not in the main hollows, they're not in the main valley during the daytime anyways. They're staying, in some remote place within walking distance where they don't think that people go for whatever reason. There's a small seep or a spring. And once again, we're paying attention to, if it's a winter, we're looking for a south-facing hillside. If it's a summer, we're looking for a north-facing hillside. If it's in the summer, once again, we'd be looking near a berry patch, something we can get to in 5 or 10 minutes, probably where there's not a right-of-way where, you would see the four-wheelers or something like that, something that's, not easy to access.
So actually, at this past West Virginia Bigfoot Festival that took place in June, a gentleman came in and I talked to him for a little while, and he told me about a story that took place with him and his friend who were fishing on the Sutton Lake, and that I believe what he said was that it was like during winter pool, like when the lake drops quite a bit. Summer pool, it's much higher, and at that time there's a lot of exposed ground, that pretty much doesn't have any vegetation on it and things like that, and that out away from them a little ways in the bend in the lake, that there was a tall, I think he described it as basically like a black figure, but it was very big, just sort of standing at this sort of outcropping, just watching them for a while. Sort of him and his friend talked quietly back and forth to one another to try to figure out what that was or what they should do. And in that time, it turned and walked back up into the woods. And what this gentleman told me was that he asked his friend, should we go check, see if there's footprints or something? And his friend was like, you can, but I'm getting out of here because one of us is going to live, from this fishing trip. So they decided not to go and left. So that was just told me, like I said, this past June. But I think this story took place sometime within the last several years. It wasn't super recent. I will say the whole time while he was telling me the story, he had goosebumps on him the whole time. And just retelling the story, it was affecting him viscerally.
A lot of people know that the newest national park in the United States is the New River Gorge, is the newest national park, and it was the busiest national park last year. And there was a hunter that he went deer hunting in the evening, had about an hour or two before dark, and where he had the sighting, you can see the bridge. He was that close. And I went there and walked around myself, and he said that he saw a movement. He pulled his gun up, and he just saw a hand on a tree. Something was behind the tree. It was a big poplar tree. It was reaching its hand around, and he dropped his gun because he was afraid it was a human. But then, just something didn't seem right, and he raised it up, and he said that the hands were large and the nail beds were very dark. And 3 times he saw this creature lean out, look at him, it would blink, lean back, and he's not very far away and he's looking through a scope. And the last time after it happened, he just didn't see it come back out. Apparently it probably just dropped over the hill right there. But I mean, it was about 20 years ago. There was a guy that was driving across the New River Gorge Bridge, and you remember once a year you have Bridge Day. It's in October. People are allowed to jump off it, and it's like 800 something feet high. And so there was a guy that parked and committed suicide. And so they knew right where he had jumped, right? Because his car's parked right there, but they never found him. I mean, it's so rugged, so steep, so rocky that they didn't, but they found him 2 years ago. It was just some people messing around on the mountainside found him, even though all the searchers couldn't. So I think that many of the things we're looking for like that, they're able to just hide in plain sight. And once again, knowing where people go and where people don't go.
Assuming Bigfoot remain in West Virginia during the coldest winter months, questions abound regarding their whereabouts. The answers might simply be found in nature and its processes, one of them being hibernation. Animals that hibernate prepare a special area like a cave or den in which they rest to let their metabolism slow dramatically. Their heartbeat slows, as does their breathing, and their body temperature drops, allowing them to conserve energy. While bears are near the top of the size chart of known hibernators, Sasquatch might do the same, calorie loading during warmer months in preparation for a winter shutdown. If it's true that Bigfoot at least frequents cave systems to escape the cold, whether in hibernation or otherwise, it has plenty of options. Most estimates arrive at a number of at least 4,200 individual caves in West Virginia, 1,800 of which are 33 feet deep or more, and 106 with over a mile of surveyed passage. Then there are the abandoned coal mines. U.S. Geological Survey reports claim that by 1980, there were 1.6 million acres of abandoned underground mines in the state, a number that has undoubtedly multiplied in the decades since. And while below-drainage mines slowly fill up with water, others simply sit idle, providing a kind of shelter for anything bold enough to venture inside. Once there, it would be virtually guaranteed to go undetected and unbothered.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question, right? Because how do they get by food-wise? You know what I mean? There's only so much roadkill. There's only so many animals that are active. I mean, I suspect in a place like West Virginia, you have 10,000 active mines, inactive mines that have not been capped or filled in. You have hundreds of thousands of cave openings, rock ledges, things like that all through Appalachia. And there's no evidence really. There's some reports where they have found some bedding material or nesting material. I found a couple of those myself, but I don't think that there's any evidence that they're really staying in those kind of places. I think that they just go to them in inclement weather. Coyotes, bobcats do the same kind of thing. They're not really doing that either. They're out in pine groves a lot of times where, especially in Ohio, you have thousands and thousands of acres of pine groves, and the temperature is 10 to 12 degrees warmer or cooler depending upon the time of the year. So, you don't have to worry about leaving your tracks in pine groves. You don't have to worry about a lot of things except for the food.
Well, caves and underground normally have the average temperature stays constant. So it's probably conducive for an animal to take shelter in there in the wintertime. And there's a lot of caves and underground mines that connect, where something like a creature could go from one area to another area without being seen.
Hancock County here especially is basically all underground mines. This was actually once we read like the town capital of the world. There's a lot of clay mines here. It's actually, I could even show you where there's can't get in there, but I can show you where one still is. Our friend Scott, he actually got lost. Him and his friends got lost in 1979 in one of the mines for 2 days, and it was Heather actually has the newspaper clippings that Scott sent her, and after they were able to rescue them, got them out of there, they sealed all the mine entrances because they didn't want anybody else or idiots like me to go in there and try to, which I probably, or idiots like me, which I probably would try to go in there. But so they kind of closed them, and Scott even said he's talked to some of the old timers, and they said there's underground mines everywhere here in Hancock County. Is that why they're not seen as much? Some of it makes sense. I mean, like during cold winter months, there's not as many sightings. So I don't want to say they hibernate, because even in PA, there's been sightings up on the ridge too of footprints in the snow. So I don't think that they hibernate. I just think that they don't go out as much as they only go out when they have to. Why would you want to go out in freezing weather when the average temperature is what, 48 to 50 in a cave?
48 to 52.
52 in a cave. So it makes sense, doesn't it? I think it makes sense.
Do you think they utilize caves?
Yes, I do. I think they have to. I just can't see how anything could survive 10, 15, 20 below zero weather without some type of shelter. I mean, it's great outdoorsmen, but I don't think they're, 20 below zero is hard on any animal. And but deer and other survive and get through it, but we can a lot. But
heard about it, never seen it, don't doubt it. I think that makes perfect sense to me. I know there's theories that they move through the caves and kind of pop out in other locations. I don't know about that, but I would say that if I were a very large creature and I wanted to get away, that's the perfect place. And especially in weather, when the seasons change, it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, look at what we did as a species. We looked for these rock overhangs and we looked for these caves to go into. So yeah, it makes perfect sense to me.
I don't think they live in caves, because that would open up a whole box of worms there. What they would have to be able to do. So I think they may take cover in caves and stuff like that. If they didn't move, I think they would exhaust their resources in that area, especially if there was, even if it was just a small group of 2 or 3. Something that big that would need several thousand calories a day to survive. So I think they do have to move. I think they go where the food is. Wintertime, they probably, and again, do they store food? Is it possible they store food, with nuts and stuff like that? Because there's a lot of nut trees in West Virginia. I think they can take, shelter, but live, I don't think so. At least not for long periods of time.
West Virginia is not exactly known for its karst land. We do have karst land, but it's mostly in the form of sinkholes. But there have been some reports around old mine shaft openings, which could be similar to caves, and it's the same cut into the mountainside sort of deal. And it is a possible, it is a popular theory, rather, that during the colder and harsher weather times here in West Virginia, that these things could retreat into some of the coal mines for some sanctuary.
And I've spent many, many hours, days, months over the years in the New River Gorge. And one time I was in a gorge and I was walking along the New River, which, it's one of the oldest rivers in the world. And there's all these cliffs and these rock outcroppings. When we got close to that cliff, I heard this boom, boom. As soon as I heard, I recognized the wood knock, and I asked her, I'm like, did you hear that? And she said, yeah. And I'm like, listen. So we heard 4 of them over about 20 seconds. But to get to that one mountain, to get up it's probably a couple of hours. And you don't really want to do it when it's warm. It's snaky. There's a lot of rocks around, snakes are out everywhere. And so when I got up just to the base of the cliff, there was a mine. And, I thought, what a perfect place. Something can stay up here if the weather's bad. There's water coming out of the mine. And, they could see me or whatever. And a long time before I ever got there, and I think that's what happened. But when I was going up there twice, I heard in the distance a knock, like they were just moving away from me, but maybe they were letting the other ones in the area that were with it know that they were doing that.
With forests as far as the eye can see, bountiful rainfall, and rich soil, West Virginia is home to a diverse array of flora and fauna that might seem like a buffet to an apex predator. The state's Department of Natural Resources claims 57 species of amphibians and reptiles, 70 wild mammals, including white-tailed deer, beaver, squirrel, muskrat, weasel, raccoon, elk, boar, rabbit, opossum, and black bear, along with 178 species of fish and nearly 300 bird species. Add to that a superabundance of naturally growing blackberries, blueberries, elderberries, grapes, hazelnuts, huckleberries, and plums, among a whole host of edible plants. And the question of what might Sasquatch eat has an answer that is self-evident. Whether it stores a cache of food in a climate-stable cave or mine, or simply consumes as much as possible before hibernation, even the outsized Bigfoot could not exhaust the resources of the West Virginia countryside.
But young, old, whatever, my grandmother and my grandparents at the time was probably in their 60s to early 70s, and even they would be like, well, don't be out there fooling around. You know, you don't want to get the Bell Hill Beast
So
out
it was
of you.
at least talked about.
Right. So
Even
it
today,
was, yeah,
even today, people talk.
It was something that was thrown around
Yes.
quite a bit. Let me see, probably 6-7 years ago, we had a small rental house, and we had a young guy come out and for some reason he called me up one day, and he was like, "Hey, you didn't come in my house to get my bread, did you?" And I said, "No, why?" He said, "Well, I have a loaf of bread missing." And I said, "Well, why would you think I'd come in and steal your loaf of bread?" And he's like, "I'm just asking." He goes, "You know, you have a key to the house." He said, "So I'm just asking." I said, "Okay." Well, a couple days later, he called me up, almost angry. And he's like, "Dude, I'm tired of playing games." And I said, "What?" He goes, "You know I don't have a lot to work with right now. Where's my damn bread?" And I said, "You know, what do you mean?" And he goes, "Where's my bread?" I said, "I told you the other day." He goes, "No, I just bought a brand new loaf, left it on my table, and it's gone." Now, the only pet that he had in the house was a pug. And pugs aren't known to jump onto tables. They don't jump. But I told him, I said, "Dude, I told you the other day, why would I steal your bread?" And he had only lived there for maybe a year and a half. And even he said, "Oh, I suppose you want me to blame the Bell Hill Beast." And I looked at him and said, "What do you know about the Bell Hill Beast?" He goes, "Well, I live out here now." He goes, "Everybody told me about the Bell Hill Beast and don't be out after dark." So even today, you know, people still in the community talk about it. Now, who told him about the Bell Hill Beast could have been anybody in this area, but even to this day, like I said, it's brought up, and so it became a running joke. Every time he went to get bread, I'd say, "Oh, you got Bell Hill Beast treats."
Yeah, I think they're opportunistic. You know, they're eating roadkill. I talk about treat foods, meaning that we know that if they're going to survive through the winter, they have to eat deer and elk and things like that, of course. But they would be trying to find anything else. And so through the course of the year, I think when we go, one of the things we have to try to find is, why is the Bigfoot in that area? Was it going to a food source? What is the treat food in that area? What is the unusual food that you ordinarily wouldn't find? And that's where, are we looking at orchards this time of the year, gardens this time of the year, things like that. So in Ohio, I remember about 15 years ago, there was some really good audio that came out of one of the state parks, Beaver Creek State Park in Ohio, because every Friday night, a couple of the Bigfoot researchers were getting the day-old rotisserie chickens from Kroger, and we're throwing them in that dumpster, and then we're leaving, their audio equipment out there, and got some good recordings.
Yeah, this area has a long history of having generational encounters. Because of how remote West Virginia is and the way these hills and hollers are comprised, families will live in these hollers for generations. And these creatures, if what our theories of these things are correct, they look at us and they create a commonality with us and available food. Because we have waste, we throw food out, we have tremendous amounts of trash that get pitched, right? So over time, these creatures start coming to these locations regularly in times of low food especially, because they know that there's people going to be there, so they know that there's going to be other food sources available.
How would these things survive? That's the biggest. Skeptics are always like, well, how are they going to eat? What are they eating? How do they survive during winter? That kind of thing. Have you thought about that stuff?
In this country right here, you can, if he can deer hunt, if he can kill a deer, he's going to eat. There's skeptics. Oh, I'll tell you something. I just had a 50-year class reunion back in June. A buddy of mine I went to school with, he lives down in the Carolinas now. He's had 2 deer come up missing. He's killed them, gutted them, went to get help to come help them drag it in. They get there and the deer have disappeared. They're gone. Where you've ever dragged deer or not, but when you drag a deer has 2,260 hairs per square inch. When you drag a deer, it loses hair on the ground. No matter what you're dragging it on, it loses hair. He said there was no hair, no trail, leaves weren't distorted. Whatever happened to his deer was picked up and carried out of there or went straight up, one of the two. But he's had 2 deer come up missing. So I'm saying that, they can be scavengers, just like, a coyote. Anything a coyote finds, he eats. A bear, anything he finds, he eats. What he doesn't eat, he wallers in. He'll wear it. And, like right now, there's raspberries, there's blackberries, there's pawpaws coming on. The oaks are falling. There's plenty of stuff eating the woods right now.
I forget what year it was. There was a guy that I met here recently, or a couple years ago, and he said he was deer hunting nearby. And he was sitting in a tree stand, and he's seen a deer run along this ridge line, and right behind it, this Bigfoot creature was following it, running as a deer turned and went over the bank down the opposite side of the ridge. The Bigfoot followed him.
If they're going to have to consume anywhere, I would think 6,000 to 8,000 calories a day, and to be 600 to 800 pounds or what, But I think deer probably take a lot of energy for them to catch, and so they move with abundance of food wherever the food is. I think they probably become more herbivores in the summer months when there's abundance of berries and vegetables around and stuff. I know, heard of them, raiding apple orchards and doing certain things in certain times of year, getting different types of food. So they're definitely herbivores like us, or not herbivores, but omnivores like us. And I think in the winter months it requires more energy to stay warm. So I think maybe they become more carnivores in the winter, and move around with the abundance or the supply of the food chain.
In order for Bigfoot to live year-round, it would have to be an omnivore, right? So it just can't be something that eats plant matter. You have moose and elk, and largely they're eating those things, but this is an ape, it's a primate, so it's had to have developed in order to do that. So in the winter, it needs high-calorie foods. That means it's always going to be after deer. Now, I talk about the term, what I call treat foods. And so aside from the winter months, whenever I take a report or when I go to a location, one of the first things I want to know all the time is, why is that animal here? Of all the places, I'm telling you, when I go to all these places in West Virginia, I take these reports and I get out and I'm like, this is no different than any other place in West Virginia. They're all awesome. They're all places that could support something like this. So with treat foods, I think that they have a travel based on foods that maybe have sugars that they can't get readily available through the rest of the year. It might be berry patches that are in areas that are hard to get to, that four-wheelers or roads are not around. It may be Grandma Jones's huge orchard that she has, that she's funny and doesn't want anybody on her land, and it's all posted. It may be someone else's garden. It may be ramps in the spring. It may be morels, whatever it happens to be, but that's how I believe that they are moving around after those particular things, eating a wide variety of things, roadkill, dumpster diving, whatever it happens to be, taking a lot of reports out of areas where there's gun ranges, there's remote parts of park, and there's trash cans there, and people are throwing things in those trash cans and they're after them.
Any stories you've taken about Bigfoot foraging or eating vegetables or fruit?
The only one that not witnessed, the only one I can think of that was the one that was in Denise, West Virginia, where the guy was actually putting food out, and the food was, quickly disappearing. He was putting out stuff from the table he would put out, and thinking it was a bear at first, or he'd put out garden scraps, or then when he started noticing it was disappearing quick, he started actually putting, he actually put watermelons and stuff like that out, and it was being taken. But it wasn't witnessed, he didn't witness it happening.
Food sources, yeah. We find the most of these in areas where there's a lot of food sources, natural food sources. We found areas where there's mushrooms, where the ground cherries, for example, wineberry in particular. There's enough food there for these things. If we're dealing with physical creature, that's where you're going to find it.
In the central portion, around the Hocking Hills area, there was a reservoir area. It was around 1,200 acres. It was surrounded by cornfields. All the farmers that lived around it all had Bigfoot sightings there. There was literally no roadkill anywhere around there. But that's much too small of acreage for something to be there. So in my mind, it was like there was an old one that was dying. There was a young one. I mean, who can say what it was? But for whatever reason, they were staying in that area when they could have moved down to, Clear Creek or one of those areas where there's a lot more woods, just maybe 8 or 10 miles away across country. But, I think that that's the primary thing, is if there's not food, they had to move on.
I was hunting, and I was switching jobs, so I only had a couple days between. So I wanted to go the evening and try to get something. So I'd shot a small doe, and I went and looked. I couldn't find any blood or anything like that, and so I kind of give up for that evening. And I said, well, I'll go out in the morning and look. So I went out and looked. Couldn't find much. I mean, I found a little bit of blood, but no trail like leading me to, pursue it a lot. So I'm like, well, I only got a limited amount of time here, so I got to get something. So I started hunting again, and I shot a deer, and I got it. I found it. So in the process, my buddy was with me, and I said, hey, you want to come with me? And I said, so we can drag this thing, because I said, I ain't going to be able to do it by myself. He said, yeah. So we went down this little four-wheeler path by my house. As I'm walking, it's like kind of a marshy area. I go across this marshy area, and I see my crossbow bolt stuck in the ground, like straight up and down. I'm like, what is that? And I mean, like in the ground, like I had to get a hold of it and pull it. It took some force to get it out. I kind of thought that was weird. I was like, what is that? So I was looking around a little bit, and I seen this deer laying over there. It was the deer that I'd shot the night before, but it was torn completely in two. Like not cut, torn. Like something grabbed hold of the hind quarter and the front quarter and just pulled it in two pieces. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I hunted my whole life. And I remember looking at the deer and thinking, whoa, what could have done this? What could physically grab something? Because there's no knife marks or nothing like that, no cuts. I mean, I could see where the arrow went through, but nothing else. I mean, and the entrails were all spread out there, and I was like, what? A coyote didn't grab it and pull it apart. Couldn't. I don't believe it could do that. I've never seen anything like that. But no, I mean, nothing else weird happened. It was just that. But yeah, well, I quit hunting for a while. It messed me up, man. Like it kind of got to me a little bit, and then I quit hunting for several years, and then I wasn't like. I got different opinions. Like I think going out in the middle of the woods with a bat and beating on a tree and hooting and hollering is kind of stupid. I don't think, I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I don't think you're going to find anything doing that other than people mimicking you and making fun of you. I think that if you're more likely to see something if you're just going about your everyday business. Like if you're a hiker, if you're going hiking, you might see something. You know, if you're a fisherman or a hunter, vice versa. I think that you have a better chance of that, not actively seeking something by doing, because I mean, if it's as smart as everyone says it is and thinks it is, and I mean, a deer can smell you 300 yards away. What do you think it can do? Then I went to the Bigfoot conference over in Ohio, and like I'm listening to all these people telling these stories, and there was some similar ones to mine. And I'm like, well, and then I just started hearing a lot of stories about mine, and then another guy that I knew, he grew up not far from where I live, and him and his sister had seen one. When I was telling my story to him one day, he told me his story, but he was like, I think 10 or so. His sister was somewhere around the same age, and he said that they were playing like by the road in like a turnaround, and he said that his sister like went ghost white and like was just staring, and he said, "What's wrong?" And she couldn't say nothing, so he turned around and he said it was this thing. He said it looked like a basketball player. He said it was just like real tall and lanky, and he said just covered in hair. So he said they freaked out, and he gathered up his sister, and they ran back to the house, and his dad and his uncle were sitting on the porch. He says, "Hey," he says, "there's a monkey up there," and it just scared us. The guy's like, "Well, we'll go look for it." So they went and looked for it, never did find it or anything like that. But my buddy, he said, "Man," he said, "it scared me unbelievably." He said, "When I was a little kid," he said, "I never seen anything like that." He said, "I never thought anything like that or anything." But
are there a lot of like animal mutilation reports in connection with Bigfoot encounters, or animal mutilations that are believed to be like related to Bigfoot?
Well, there's some, especially with the with Bigfoot. I know, you know, if all of the Bell Hill sightings were of a Bigfoot, then there were some animal kills. They've seen like Bigfoot kill a hog and carry it over their thing. So we live here, right about 4 miles from us is Bell Hill. Mm-hmm. This is one of the most enduring legends here in Hancock County, the Beast of Bell Hill. So the story on that goes, in the early to mid 80s, there was a series on Bell Hill, which is Bell Hill itself. It's a road. It's only about a mile and a half, right? A little under 2. There was a series of animal mutilations. People were hearing screams in the woods. In one case, somebody found a deer up in a tree. In another, there was a grain in a barn. The barn was broken into. All the grain was eaten or taken. And people didn't know what it was. They said everything from a mountain lion, because a mountain lion will take a kill up a tree, to aliens, to Bigfoot. Okay.
Yeah. You did tell me, I believe last time I was down here, about the incident with the calf.
There was one incident that rattled me, and like I said, there was never any proof of this, but it was, I'd say 3 or 4 years after that. It was calving season. We went, and it wasn't uncommon whenever the cattle was getting ready to drop their calves. They would go up onto our farm, into the brush, into the thickets. They would drop their calves, keep them for a day or so. Once the calf was strong enough to walk, then they would bring it back down to the barn with the herd. So we had cows that would occasionally disappear at calving season. There was one cow that I was very fond of. I mean, we raised the calves, so of course we named them and everything as kids. And I noticed the cow wasn't coming down to the barn at nights with the rest of the herd. And then the next night, there was a second cow that just wasn't there. We gave them a couple days because of the situation. And so the weekend rolled around, my uncle said, "Let's go up on the hill and try to find the cows." And I said, "Okay." So I jumped on the back of the tractor, we went up, and coincidentally, where I seen what I believe was the Bell Hill Beast, or creature. That same plateau, that same field. We got there and there was both the cows that was missing, totally dismembered. They were ripped, scattered. It was not just a hunter accidentally shot them. Mm-hmm. Something had maimed them severely. Mm-hmm. And you're talking a cow bone, leg bone. It's pretty sizable. Mm-hmm. Some of their legs have been removed, and just in pieces. It was never explained. There was never a answer to the question that put a period at the end of the sentence for me. They wiped it off as 2 dead cows. And that was it.
During that time, do you remember, was there any local media coverage? Because we didn't obviously live there then. Or was there a buzz or people talking about, hey, our cattle's missing, there's unexplained noises, animal kills. Do you remember any of that?
Not so much media, but what I noticed was, like I said earlier, it was very common back then for people to say, be here by this time so the Bell Hill Beast don't get you. Stupid little things that we would find. It was always the running joke, oh, Bell Hill Beast did it. Oh. The Bell Hill Beast was a very active part of my youth. Everybody living out there talked about it frequently, whether it be jokingly, threateningly, whatever. But everybody in that community knows of the Bell Hill Beast. They just incorporated it into their everyday life, to keep us kids in line and different things like that. But young, old, whatever. My grandmother and my grandparents at the time was probably in their 60s to early 70s. And even they would be like, well, don't be out there fooling around. You don't want to get the Bell Hill Beast out.
So it was at least talked about.
Right. So
even today, people talk.
It was something that was thrown around quite a bit.
A couple of the guys were like, hey, I hear something down in the woods. The video's there. Oh, it absolutely looks like a very large bipedal creature.
Today we're here at the Tomlinson Run State Park. This park was actually opened in 1940. There's about just under 1,400 acres of this park, 6 trails in the park. One of the trails here, the beach trail, we had an interesting experience from one of the eyewitnesses. She said she was walking with her dog, and she was about probably halfway or towards the other end of the trail when all of a sudden everything got super quiet, and the dog kind of was looking around, was getting nervous, and she heard 3 or 4, what she said sounded like loud whoops, almost like an Indian cry, is what she said. So she said after that happened, then all the sounds kept coming back in the woods, and it was fine. But she said on another occasion, too, on another, I think it was called the Laurel Trail, that she heard what actually sounded like someone walking towards them. And the dog was trained to, whenever somebody was coming, the dog would move off to the side. Now the dog moved off to the side, and it sat there looking for somebody that was supposed to be coming, and nobody came. Which they're thinking there may be ghosts or spirits at that location. So this right now is kind of going to be the focus of our research here since we moved here a couple years ago. We think this is a really good location. We have right over here, we have the Old Mill Scout Camp, which if you take this other trail up here, it goes right above that camp, and you can see down in the camp. And they always did say that Bigfoot are attracted to women and children. So they have Boy Scout meets here, they have a fire, they cook food. So it is interesting. So like a lot of times when Terry and I will, when we're out hiking and things like that, of course we want to look down, but we're always looking in, right off trail, because they say that these creatures will just be on the outside of the trail looking in, looking at you. Of course, unfortunately, we've never seen anything. Especially a lot of this, who's ever been to Beaver Creek, they know the same thing. There's big deep valleys, big hills, and that's what I kind of think where they would live. They would live up on top, up on, if they are indeed a flesh and blood animal, I think they would live like on top of these buttes here, and they'd be able to look down or hear anybody coming. One of the interesting things about Tomlinson Run, it's in between where we used to live, Raccoon Creek State Park, and it's also about 35 minutes to Beaver Creek State Park. Both of them have had Bigfoot sightings and activity there, and people have talked about it. So what we're trying to do here is to try to get the people down here to come forward with their sightings. So we think, give us a couple years, and we do think that we will get more sightings from the area. We're trying to notice a lot now that we live down here, you know, by nature more than we used to, and it's just, it's exciting. The part of it, the journey is to hike, is to be out in the woods with your friends, family. Hopefully you see something. I hope before we call it quits here that we'll see something. It's tough. We got an alleged creature that doesn't leave many prints. If you look at the soil, even like over here, it's really hard, unless it's gonna be totally wet, that you'll be able to find any type of prints. And that's what all the researchers are up against. It's not easy. If you're looking for evidence every time out and you're finding it, I don't think you're finding it, because I think it's very rare to find anything that we could actually 100% say that it could be from Bigfoot.
From the 4,863-foot summit of Spruce Knob to its lowest point at the confluence of the Potomac and Shenandoah rivers known as Harper's Ferry, the terrain of West Virginia is rugged, rangy, and hardly ever flat. The Allegheny Front divides two major regions, the Appalachian Plateau, covering the western two-thirds of the state, and the Ridge and Valley Province, marked by 40 mountain peaks over 4,000 feet in elevation, part of a chain that reaches from Canada to north-central Alabama. The peaks of the Ridge and Valley region trigger heavy precipitation which collects in waterways that dissect the landscape, and when one remembers that 3/4 of that landscape are forested, a picture develops of a truly wild place, untamed and unspoiled. It's the picture of a place in which the possibility that an intelligent humanoid creature might exist undiscovered seems plausible. Encouraged by these and other factors, such as the reliability of trusted eyewitnesses, West Virginia has become a prime location for those seeking answers to the Bigfoot enigma. Evidence is sought in the form of footprint and hand casts, hair samples, audio recordings, and camera trap images. Witnesses are interviewed, their stories documented, and sighting locations inspected for tangible proof. Yet, the candid researcher readily admits that many excursions to the woods yield no new data, their quarry remaining ever elusive. In a strange twist, it often holds true that those who invest themselves in the search for Sasquatch obtain less evidence than they'd like, while those with no interest or opinion about Bigfoot suddenly find themselves face to face with something completely unknown, and occasionally they even have something to show for it.
Chip Mallion. You're at Wolf Creek Taxidermy, Central West Virginia. I got a sign right down there by the road that says this is the geographic center of the state. 42 years I've run this shop. And in 42 years, I have talked to a lot of people that has seen a lot of stuff and heard a lot of stuff. I've not seen anybody have any pictures, but I've got several stories that people have told me.
What do you personally think about the possibility these things are real? You think they're real?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I do. My wife doesn't, but I do. I know that I made these tracks. I know they were 6 foot apart. I know they went 300 yards through the mud. I was over at the Baker's Run campground in Braxton County on the end of the lake of Sutton Lake. And I was just taking a spring walk. It was April 12th of 2012. I'd seen these tracks going out through the mud. And it looked like where a deer had been jumping. Because they were so far apart. So I walked down to look and I realized they looked like human footprints, but they were 6 foot apart. And I started looking around real quick, not knowing exactly what it was. And I come to the house and told my wife. She laughed at me. I called the man that runs the county paper, and he didn't have time to go over with me. He suggested the guy that runs the Elk River Public Hunting Area. He went with me down there, and he used his state camera and took pictures. We took a yardstick and laid in between them. I made 2 plaster casts, and he said, well, I'll be honest with you, Chip. He said, they're not 8 inches wide and 16 inches long, but they look like about a size 8 foot. Well, I wear size 12. I used to wear size 8. So I'm saying that, you know, at one time or another, I was a whole lot smaller than I was right now too. But when I found that, he took pictures of it, but he couldn't get his card to develop off his camera. And 2 days later, the water's over top of the mud flat. So what evidence was there was gone.
Talk to me about the distance between each track, and then, you know, like how far down they were pressed in.
From the tip of the toe to the end of the heel on this one was just right at 6 foot. And it went for 300 yards right out through the mud flat, veered over into the lake. The lake was only 18 inches deep across the Elk River at that time because they hadn't started raising the lake. Who or whatever it was jumped off the bank into the edge of the water, and it looked like they went up into their knees because it was real soft. About a 5 foot jump probably. And the tracks never come back out of the water. I walked all over the mud flat, and the tracks never come back out. Who or whatever it was crossed the lake and went up onto a place called Ware Mountain, and it's 20 miles in any direction. There's nothing. I mean, you're in pure wilderness. And they were barefooted.
Yeah, and you said that wouldn't have made a lot of sense given the fact that there was...
No, where I found the tracks at was right square in front of the camping area that's been there for 60 years. I mean, there was rusty cans, broken glass, stobs sticking up all over the place. And these tracks went right down through the middle of all this. Nobody in their right mind would have been running down through there. And, you know, the tracks show that you're not running on your heels. And you can see they're 2.5 inches deep, and I weigh 250 pounds, and I barely made a track. So take it for what it's worth.
In that part of the area, in that Sutton Lake area, are you aware of any other stories that have come out of there?
I had a guy, a customer of mine, lives between here and there. He came in here and stand right by the phone, and I laid these out on the floor and showed him. He said, I've seen this before. And I said, where, Bucky? He said, down here at the backwaters of Wolf Creek, where people park in the summertime and fish. He said, me and his buddy Bill was going coon hunting the week of Christmas. He said, it's 20, 25 years ago. And he said, we parked, we walked all the way down the straight stretch, and there was a hollow there called the Schoolhouse Holler. It was there before the lake, put the lake in. We hunted that whole hillside. It's 2 o'clock in the morning now. And when they come back off to the mud flat, the frost had settled on the mud. And these bear tracks was going right up through the middle of the frost, barefooted. He said, they come right back up to where they could see our truck, and they crossed Wolf Creek and went up on Tangler Ridge. The tracks did. and they couldn't figure out who'd be down there running around barefooted in the middle of the night. And he said they was at least 6 foot. He said maybe more. So a couple weeks later, I was down at the flea market and I run into his buddy that he was talking about, and I asked him, and he verified it. So I heard it from 2 people.
Yeah, I find tracks a lot. Like, they're 5 toes. The first toe, and this one that I got is he has like this pointy toe. Like, it's weird because we call him Waldo up here because like he's only been seen a couple times. You know, where's Waldo? We'll go up. I'll come up here and I'll lay my gifts out and I'll say, where you at, Waldo? You know, because like who knows where he's at. But anyways, that's an inside joke. Outside, I guess now, isn't it? But anyways, it's got pointed toe, 5 toes. They're about anywhere from 15. Well, that one is 12 inches. I take that back, 12 to, what was Joe in there? 19 inches, 17 inches. There's some big boys, and they're, I think, like 7.5 inches wide. There's some big old boys up here. It just makes me wonder if they're watching right. Like, that's what makes me, like, are they watching? Like, you know, we got to be their television. They nothing to do but watch us, you know what I mean? Like, are they staring down at us? Like, my friend Rachel, like, I recruited her because, like, I honestly didn't want to do this alone. So we'll go up into the mountains or we'll go around through here and look for any kind of evidence, anything. And if there's weird stuff around here. Like, you'll see the trees, like, certain things that no man could do, and who would want to in the first place? Like, who would want to do that around here? Nobody's interested in doing that. Like, this place is weird. This whole community is just, like, Bible stuck to themselves, stuck up people. Like, nobody want to go out there and do that. You know, we're on drugs, you know, like, nobody'd have time to go up here and do this.
You ever found tracks in the woods?
Yeah. See, where we're at is real close to Ohio. You know that, right? Like, well, Gretchen's Lock at Beaver Creek State Park. My daughter wanted to go. That's how I kind of got into this too. My daughter's into it, so me and her, she'll be 15, so we'd go do this stuff. They had this like mediocre pancake breakfast, so we would go there. That was like her thing. She liked doing that. Well, we decided to go on a hike afterwards, me, her, and my father-in-law. So we went. We're walking down to Gretchen's Lock because he's like, "Have you ever been to Gretchen's Lock?" And I said, "No, I don't even know what it is." You know, and he's kind of explaining it. And they're walking behind me, and I'm out in front, and I'm just kind of looking. I always look at the ground and see if I see tracks. You know, like deer tracks, turkeys, anything. You know, just pass the time or whatever. I'm not really into hiking much. And I seen this huge print. I was like, what the heck is that? You know, I never seen anything like it. So I was looking at it, and then I started following them, and I was trying to step it. I couldn't step it, like, between them. So, and there was, for about 100 yards, these footprints that went down, and then they cut up the bank. They were massive. Like, I got a picture of them, and then I got a picture of my father-in-law's foot beside it to compare. It's unreal.
Like, well, that's an active area in general.
Yeah. And I guess, like, the week before I was there was some, like, bicyclists or something there, and they had a sighting in that same area. I guess one crossed the road, like, when they were riding their bikes or whatever.
What's the best photographic or video evidence you're aware of from West Virginia?
I really like the short video that's from Snowshoe. Some people say it was a hoax. The guy just put it. One video. He recorded a short video. It's like two or 3 seconds long. It's this paddy-looking thing walking through a misty forest or foggy pine tree forest. That's pretty interesting. It was the only video he ever put on YouTube. The picture that Billy Humphreys took in Denise, West Virginia. I mean, a lot of people can see it in the picture. I wish it was a little clearer, but it definitely seems like something there. Especially, you know, he kept saying he could see certain features. He would tell everybody that he could see blonde under its eyes. If you look at the picture and really look at it closely, you can see where he's talking about blonde. And I've studied it a good bit and speculation. I mean, you still can speculate what it is or not. But it wasn't until like 2 years later when another fella from the area called, from that close to that area, called me and told me that he had a sighting. He thought it was a sighting. You know, he said, never believed in Bigfoot. He said, but I got on, on Google and just put in West Virginia Bigfoot. He said, you come up. And he called me and he said, He asked me if I knew what kudzu vine is, and I'm like, yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a vine. If anybody doesn't know what it is, it takes over anything and everything. It kills. It just chokes everything out. And he was taking his kids to work, and he says, as he's going up, I think it was like Route 61 or something in Fayette County, and this thing actually pulls a kudzu vine back and sticks his head through. And he sent me this drawing, and it's with the drawing, it's like an orangish reddish color, but underneath his eyes, there's blonde. He put blonde hair, like a whitish blonde hair on it. And I asked him, I said, have you ever, heard about the Denise sighting? He had no idea. He said, no, I never looked into it. I never followed Bigfoot in any way until I seen why I contacted you. And I thought that was pretty interesting. It was 2 years later and about 50 or 60 miles apart from Billy Humphrey's sighting. And I don't think it was really the same creature, because Billy talked about the one he seen was really big, had big, massive shoulders, big, like kind of conical head. But I think it was possible that it might have been some kind of relative or something of what Billy was seeing, and to me it kind of validated Billy's sighting. Kind of had the same features.
Okay, I think we go. Yeah, it's up this way. This is the shorter cut here. Oop. Don't put that in a blooper reel. Me hit my head. I will show you too, like I told Heather, that I brought the copy of the print that was found back in the woods by one of Fred Saluga's members. Here's one of the other trails, the Laurel Trail, and somebody even left their hiking stick here for us. This is the trail where a gentleman by the name of Michael Nola, who was in Fred Saluga's group, the West Virginia Center for Unexplained Events, probably about a mile and a half back, he actually found the print. And this is the trail also that overlooks, which you'd be able to see the Boy Scout camp. We did get a couple reports, even a winged entity sighting out at the beginning of the park here by the swimming pool. So we think this is a really good area for us to research, and we hope as time goes along that we will get more sightings from the area. Okay, and again, when I made it, I did not clean it up like I wanted to. And if I get there, I would clean it up more with a toothbrush and things like that. And it's a smaller print that he found. It would be backing up through there. And when he found it on a place where there was a creek coming down, and there was a bunch of mud, and he found this in the mud.
There are various reasons why people begin serious inquiry into the Sasquatch phenomenon. For many, it's a personal encounter that starts them down the path, eager to learn about what they've seen and collect whatever evidence they can in an effort to corroborate their experiences. Others are simply drawn to the mystery and perhaps the perceived adventure of tracking a legend in real time. Whatever the case, Bigfoot investigators eventually discover that the search is no simple matter. Many of the most pressing issues are practical in nature, the most basic being time. The vast majority of researchers hold down regular jobs, have families, and are involved in other pursuits that keep them from the woods. The time they're able to devote to the necessary travel and investigation is therefore limited. Those same researchers are almost certainly self-funded, responsible for all their own costs, including the relevant equipment needed for evidence retrieval and documentation. And once the word is out that said researchers are making a sincere effort to study something like Sasquatch, there are the innate challenges of dealing with the general public, most especially those whose motives in reporting a sighting are unclear. While investigators often rely on witness accounts and do their best to vet them, they can also be inundated with purported evidence that is less than conclusive. Many Bigfoot researchers have found themselves staring at photographs offered to them as proof in which nothing discernible can be seen, and must find a way to respond in a manner that is both respectful and truthful. When this happens repeatedly, it can be a source of frustration that makes the original excitement of the search seem far away. But every so often, this tedious process yields a nugget, a small but valid piece of the puzzle, just tantalizing enough to keep the research moving forward.
Yeah, what's the most difficult part of what you do, of researching?
Wading through all of the pictures. Wading through all the photographic evidence, so to speak, that is of a whole lot of nothing. There's just a lot of that, and trying to explain that to the witness that there's nothing here without being disrespectful or them getting mad, trying to do it as nicely and politely as possible, because we don't want to make the witness think they're crazy. You know, they're hearing things, they're having other experiences, but then they'll get pictures of nothing and think that it's a Bigfoot. That's probably the hardest part, because that happens a lot.
I mean, I think that the most difficult thing is that we just don't have enough time. Even me, that, you know, I usually go out 3 days a week. You just don't have enough time to do what you need to do. You know, I think that people discount how rare the animal is. Too many places that say parts of Kentucky or Ohio or other states where, you know, they don't have these great wilderness areas. You know, people think that they're having Bigfoot encounters all the time. I mean, if things like that were happening, it would already be an acknowledged animal. But no one's really out there, and that's when you talk to witnesses, you talk to researchers, you do podcasts, and you find out that there's very, very few people that are actually spending time in the woods. And when they go into the woods, do they actually have a plan to try to get some kind of evidence when they go, as opposed to, you know, no plan, they're just out there walking. So I think that you're trying to merge, for instance, like, you know, we all want to get DNA, you know, there's new forms out, eDNA is out now, you know, we're all interested in that. You know, we keep that in mind where we're watching. Last week I saw a place where I thought, you know, this would be an awesome place to try to collect some of that, a sample for that. In this mountain, there was a hollow about the size of 2 big rooms that went back in, but it just had a small opening that, you know, was maybe the size of a door. And, you know, no one knows where that is and no one's been back there, but you just know at some point that a Bigfoot, if one was in the area, he can't, you know, he wants to go in there some point, maybe just to, I mean, I don't think that they live in caves or
And you're not really involved in the topic anymore, right?
No, not really. I don't. I mean, I look at the stuff online and stuff, but I'm not, like I said, I had the podcast and stuff, and I just kind of quit doing it. I got burnt out on it.
Just telling your own story, that's what burned you out, or what else?
Telling my own story, and then, like, when you talk to people, like, you go to these things and you deal with different people, and it's everything, every bush they look behind, every rock they turn over is a Bigfoot. It don't happen that way. I mean, I hate to call people liars, but I mean, it's true. Not every bush you look around, there's a Bigfoot, you know? I don't know.
What's the most difficult part of research for you?
I would say trying to get people to actually accept what I just told you, trying to get that hurdle. And it's getting better now. It's getting a lot better now. We're seeing more people kind of come over the fence. And I really do believe that this is where research will be going, by the way, shortly, because there's a lot of evidence that's coming out. There's a lot of data that's going to be coming out, hopefully, with a lot of this UAP stuff that's going to kind of tie into this. And there's a good possibility that we are dealing with something that is way weirder than we could possibly ever imagine.
Getting people to talk to you, it takes a while. Sometimes a good while, you know, back and forth through emails and stuff like that. And you have to build a rapport with them, and eventually you do, and they'll open up. And sometimes even that, it depends on how you question them what comes forward. Sometimes you got to be a little bit cautious or not cautious, but gentle, if you would say. You ask the wrong question and it'll just clam up. So you kind of just like basically talk to them and insert the questions in them, and like in general conversation. Even if it's when you're out at the locations that you're talking about, hey, tell me about the property. Is there a family history here, or even a simple question is, when your sighting happened, what was the weather like that day? I call those jogger questions. Basically, it's just a question that's not really seems important, but it'll, believe it or not, just asking them what the weather, and they're like, oh yeah, that day was a sunny day, and it seems that it'll jog their memory about what they might have seen. It might bring out a little bit of more detail, like what color it was, or even like they'll say, it may have a sheen to its coat or its fur. So yeah, just basically questions like that.
What's the most difficult part of research?
Getting the witnesses to open up to us to tell us the story. And we like to ask them to draw, if they've seen something, to draw what they've seen. And a lot of them are reluctant to draw, or they say, oh, we're not good at drawing, we can't do that. But then once they do it, their drawings are pretty good.
Really good, surprisingly good. And we tell people that, and we show them at our table. We have drawings of Dogman, of Bigfoot, and we're like, this is from somebody who says that they're not good at drawing it. Look, that's a good drawing. Now it's not a stick figure. I mean, it's detailed with hair, mouth, and these people do a good job. I think drawing is one of the most difficult things to get people to do. And when, like, if you were to come to us with a sighting, we have a very extensive. First, we have a small form, just a one page, and then we have a form developed by Dr. Paul Johnson, which is 47 questions. It's very detailed. We try to get them with a small form, and then we try, when we can, go to the location and have them fill out the big form also. Now, we have a lot more of the small forms because people just don't want to write out 47, answer 47 questions. I mean, but we think it's important because we might be missing something that somebody else has, but they wouldn't think of it, to say that, so.
I think a lot of those things that would maybe make a hazard for some people are the parts that I enjoy. I like going out in bad weather. I love going out when it's storming. That's right during a storm or after a storm is my favorite time to be out doing Bigfoot research because the ground is soft. It's going to have, if anything moved through that area, you're going to know it. There's also the chance of documenting other stuff while you're there. A wet forest floor comes alive, where a dry forest floor is just going to be pretty static until the lights go out, But if it's wet, then all the creatures and stuff will come out, and I'm able to document other species. I'm able to document possible food sources. You are also going to get a whole lot more mushroom finds and things like that right after bad weather. The next thing is, the snakes, copperheads and rattlesnakes. But again, that's not something that warns me off. I'm actually part of a study for rattlesnake morphology and collar morphology and documenting the timber rattlers in our area. So I get excited when I find that stuff, and now I've got a new subject to run with.
I mean, I think that one of the things that we talk about all the time in Bigfoot is that it's hard to implement technology in the field. And I was talking yesterday to Matt Moneymaker, and we were talking about electronics in the field. And I'm using these Reconyx cameras, they're $500, and so I had this place in Ohio where, it has a long-standing history of Bigfoot activity, and there was a river at the bottom of the hill, and not something that something wants to cross in the winter, and there was cliffs at the top, and so in this narrow spot, I was able to block this hillside with 2 cameras. And so when I went and collected the cameras, both cameras had turned off the week after deer season. And then they clicked back on the second week of April. So I sent them to Reconyx and had the cameras looked at, and they're like, there's nothing wrong with your cameras. But you know what I mean? Like, you can't really understand why they would both turn off. So I think that implementing it in the field is like that. One time when I'm putting out the peanut butter, sometimes I will have a game camera on it, and other times I won't. I'm just trying to mix it up. And so I had peanut butter on with a game camera on it, and one of my friends had been back there. I mean, it's hours to get back in this place, and there's no trails. And but there's a couple of us are doing that stuff, and he took a picture of it and sent it to me later, text and said, "Hey, is this one of your cameras or one of your setups?" I'm like, "Yeah." Well, when he sent it to me and I looked at the picture, I was like, my peanut butter's gone. And I knew that I had a game camera on that, so I'm like, I got to get back there. And so when I got back there, the peanut butter was back. So in that 3-week period, one way or another, that peanut butter was returned. But I'm using that Reconyx camera with lithium batteries, and if there's not a lot of deer, I mean, I can get sometimes like a year and 4 months out of a camera. If I'm in a clear cut where there's tons of deer, you may only get a few months. But it was in a spot that it should have lasted a long time, but it had been 3 months since I set it out and the batteries were dead. So whatever took my peanut butter and whatever took it back did it without my camera firing.
In his groundbreaking work, Sasquatch, The Apes Among Us, John Green set the standard for all such literature to follow. Originally published in 1978, the book collects a stunning variety of first-hand reports, offers Green's own level-headed analysis, and is written with the skillful style one would expect from a newspaper editor. The Apes Among Us is valuable in yet another way. It preserves for the reader the method of investigation used by the first generation of dedicated Bigfoot researchers, of which Green inadvertently became a leader. This isn't necessarily a topic Green deliberately addresses. Rather, a distinct pattern emerges of how information reached him and how he responded. John Green had gained notoriety in 1958 when the Harrison Hot Springs Town Council, of which he was a part, considered using federal money to fund a Sasquatch hunt. The proposal was lighthearted, but when the media got wind of it, assisted by Green, of course, the lakeside village in southwest British Columbia suddenly became famous. With the fame came waves of letters, phone calls, and personal contacts, all revolving around Sasquatch encounters. Finally, there was someone to tell, who would take the matter seriously. More stories were shared as Green's network of correspondence began to grow, and he responded as a journalist would, by investigating the most compelling accounts himself. Beginning regionally, Green visited sighting locations and interviewed eyewitnesses. Over time, his range would expand to include much of the Pacific Northwest, and his emphasis would shift from documenting decades-old accounts to responding to breaking cases, trying to arrive as soon as possible after the inciting event. Green, often accompanied by the strong-willed Renee DeHinden and taxidermist Bob Titmus, strove to get the story straight by speaking directly to witnesses and preserving physical evidence. Back home, the fastidious Green would organize and inspect their findings for any clues that might shed light on the mystery. It's a pattern familiar to the modern Bigfooter, minus the digital cameras, smartphones, and internet access. A report comes in, the effort is made to be on site as soon as possible, stories are documented, and evidence, if any, is obtained. That said, some are still trying to find their own unique take on research, looking for a novel approach that might yield new results, even in West Virginia.
Where I brought you to is one of the areas that I set up here. This is in the back part of Canal State Forest. So, we park in a remote location, we walk 1.5 miles in, And then we're sitting on the edge of a hollow, and this hollow runs for 2.5 miles more back into a more of a wilderness area. So on this tree, I have a low-tech way that I'm trying to collect some hair samples. And so about once every 3 or 4 weeks, I'll come up here, smear really smelly, cheap bacon grease all around this tree about 8 feet high. And then I take loops of packing tape reversed, just as a way to try to get hair samples with the root ball still attached, because there's a greater chance of having DNA, and if I can do that. And so I've been successful in some places like in Ohio doing it, especially where, you know, there's just not as many bears. Here where we are in West Virginia, there are a lot of bears. So I just had to keep that in mind, and I use a stereo and a compound microscope both to look at the hairs once I get them. But I choose this location here because we're sitting around the edge of this rock face, and I know in the evening the thermals are going to go down, so all the air drops into this hollow and is going to go down there. So by putting that bacon grease on there, I'm hoping that smell will just go down there and something will smell and will come up here and, you know, kind of make me happy.
Have you had any luck with that?
Yeah, I've collected quite a few hairs with it. Some fit the, you know, the Bigfoot classifications that you see online. I usually use Dr. Henner Fehrenbach, used to be really active in Bigfoot research and kind of established a type. And people can see that on the BFRO website. And that's what I use. You know, it's, you know, you're looking for something that's not been cut. It's something that's unidentified. Typically the medulla, the middle portion either is gone or is fragmented. And so, you know, there's definitely something of a type that we're looking at. And of course, you know, before I even get close, I'm looking, you know, I can see here there's some indentations. You know, I don't know if it's a bear or what it is. You know, I just am looking before I even approach it though. And then if I can see anything with hair on here, I'll pull the whole piece of tape off with gloves on and put it in a brown paper bag for me to look at it later under the microscope. And you can kind of see the smeared bacon grease all over this up here. But it's been fun learning a lot of, you know, coon, possum, squirrel hair, things like that that you see. I've even gotten bobcat hair from it. There's only a handful of people that I know that investigate. You know, of course, keep in mind, West Virginia is about 6-hour drive from the Panhandle near DC over to Kentucky. We have less people than Columbus has in just the city. So we're not a very populated area. Some of our counties and the mountain areas have less people per square mile than any place in the entire eastern United States. So there's not a lot of people around, but even though there's not, we're still about number 14 with Bigfoot reports. So I think that that really speaks out to how much that there is. I think that most of the people that I've met in West Virginia or in Ohio that do this are great people that maybe don't always have enough time. I just happen to be lucky enough that after 31 years of practice, I'm getting more time in the woods than I've ever had for a long time. And spending my time, instead of being like, one weekend you would catch me in, you know, Otter Creek, Blackwater Falls, which is where, you know, I took the Finding Bigfoot TV show. And the next weekend I might be in southeastern Ohio around Hocking Hills. It just depended on where I was at. But then as time went on and I had more time than everybody else, I started recognizing the advantages of going the same places repetitiously. So now I've chosen like 3 places, and by and large, that's where I spend all my time, and I'm there each and every week. You know, not only for the fact of just being out and being familiar, you know, you're putting your game cameras out and may in one area, a wilderness area or some type of park, you may have 12 cameras out. You know, you're trying to get a picture of Bigfoot. I mean, that's what everybody wants, right? But the reality is, you know, we don't have very many good pictures.
What would you say is different about your approach to the subject from other researchers, investigators?
There's a couple different aspects. I think the biggest difference is that we take every report, whether it is the most bizarre and outlandish kind of report with different phenomena taking place, or if it's just your run-of-the-mill, we saw Bigfoot cross the road in front of our car. So we look at them all. I'm a certified master naturalist, so we also take a very scientific approach to all of the stuff, whether it is involving some other phenomena or just your run-of-the-mill Bigfoot report. We'll go out, we survey the area. First thing we do, first and foremost, is we determine whether or not this is an area that is going to be a habituation or habitation site, or if it's just a pass-through area. So what we mean by that is, are these creatures living here, or are they moving from point A to point B, and this is just the transition zone? The way we do that is determining how much biomatter there is, what kind of fauna is in that immediate area. Is this area where the sighting took place something where something this large can survive? Can it sustain itself? And multiples, just off of the fauna that's growing in that immediate area.
Well, for the first thing, I don't really consider myself a researcher. A lot of people kind of put poo-poo on me for that, because I don't consider it as a researcher. It's like, why you look into this. Mainly reason I say that is because I don't have an area that I can go consistently and research and watch something. And so basically what I do, I consider myself an investigator. Somebody calls me, I go out and investigate what they've seen, interview them, see if I can find any kind of evidence. And so that's basically how I go about it. Other than, as far as research, and then I do a little bit of historical research. I'll look into the old wild man stuff, but other than that, I just consider myself an investigator.
What would you say is different about your approach to the subject of Bigfoot?
I do not discount any possibility. There's so many people who put this into camps. They put it into labels, and I try not to do that. I look at data, and I think that that's the only way we're going to find anything, is if we keep looking at actual data and try to put our belief systems aside, at least for a little while. I mean, you don't have to keep them there, but at least, entertain the possibility that we are dealing with something possibly that's a little different than just your typical straight up flesh and blood creature.
What sort of separates you from some of the other groups that are out there? Like your approach to research and that kind of thing?
Well, you want to start?
Well, our group's Center for Unexplained Events, we started in 1986, and we were covering all the subjects. And then in 2012, we decided to take all the cryptid Bigfoot research and move it to another group, Center for Cryptozoological Studies. And just because Center for Unexplained Events was just a little vague, and we weren't getting enough of the reports, and we thought if we did that, we would get more of the cryptid reports.
And we still have both organizations. We do our ghost, UFO, and everything else under the Q, Center for Unexplained banner, and everything else, any cryptid sightings we do under CCS, or Center for Cryptozoological Studies.
And what's different is most groups they'll do just Bigfoot or just UFOs or just ghosts. We're doing everything under the paranormal umbrella, all the different subjects.
What about investigation itself? What about your approach to actually looking for these things might separate you from some of the other?
I think we're not afraid to try different and new methods, especially with Bigfoot. We've tried everything from whale calls to singing bowls to what else? Some of the other things we've tried, using infrared for Bigfoot, trying to see maybe these creatures come in a different spectrum. I know that sounds a lot far out to a lot of people, but we say, especially with Bigfoot, we don't know what Bigfoot is exactly. I know a lot of people know exactly what it is. They know what it does, what it eats, how big its poop is. I mean, they know every single thing about Bigfoot, but yeah, we still don't have a body. We still don't have a body, so there's definitely a missing element to Bigfoot itself. But we're not afraid to try different methods, and we do maybe some off-the-wall things that maybe we won't talk about, but we're not afraid. We're not afraid to try new methods, not afraid to fail, because we're getting pretty good at the failing part. So.
I have found that if I put out, say, 12 cameras in an area that is a park, it's a wilderness area, whatever it happens to be, that although I may not get a picture of Bigfoot, I learn the animals that are there. Like this morning, I was just doing it. Tuesday, I walked into a place. It's an hour to get to the top of the mountain, 2.5 miles after that to my camera. Then you had to come back out. And so this morning I got through around 7,000 pictures. I still have a couple thousand more to go. And so I have a lot of bear, I have 2 bobcats, all the normal deer and that kind of stuff. But what I noticed is it started in June, and when I got to December, instead of having these 20 deer that I see every single day, the coyote that goes through every day in the morning, the bobcat that goes through once a month at midday, that I had a period of 1 month that I only had animals rarely. So it made me suspicious that something was altering the wildlife in that particular area that I was in. So, I keep track of it on my notes, and so now I'll make a real effort to be able to do that. Like I know the first week of February, there's a place in Ohio that, I've had activity, but I know by my cameras that something in the past is destroyed, or not destroyed, but it's affecting the movement of the animals at that particular time. So that, maybe it's a mountain lion. Who knows? I know that we're not really supposed to have those so much in the East Coast, but they're around probably in less numbers than Bigfoot would be around. But that's what I do, keep using it to keep track of the animals in times that are suspicious, so that I can put myself in the woods at a time when I feel like that I have the best opportunity to do it. And then on my cane is my GoPro, trying to get 4 or 5 seconds of fairly close quality video for people to look at. I think that probably no one is going to be satisfied, certainly not the scientists, if they don't have a body or a piece of a body to look at. But I know one time Doug Hychek and I were talking of Monster Quest, and that's what Doug told me. He's like, Russ, I think if one of us can just get 4 seconds of quality film that's fairly close, it's going to go a long ways to making this seem legitimate.
Okay, when you go out, what kind of evidence are you looking for, and what are you finding?
I'm basically looking for any kind of trace evidence, prints. I'm not one that goes out and looks for any kind of structures for the most part. I'm still on the fence about a lot of that, because there's a lot, when it comes to those, there can be a lot of human, activity or whatever you want to call it there. So I'm looking for trace evidence, footprints mainly, areas that may have looked like has been inhabited by a certain big creature of some sort. And I have found a few prints here and there, up for speculation. A couple of them I found, but there's a couple that I have found that to me are very compelling. They're not the greatest looking cast because of the substrate they were in, but I do this thing whenever I cast certain prints in certain areas, that I'll actually do a rubbing, like you would do when you were in like kindergarten. You take that leaf and you rub it with a crayon. I'll put a piece of paper over it, and I'll take a crayon and rub it, and it'll bring out not like fine details, but it'll bring out details of the cast.
Walk us through like the whole process. If someone sends you something on the website, walk us from that all the way through to the end.
Well, so someone has a sighting, they can go to wildandweirdwv.com, go to the report a sighting tab, click it, fill out your standardized sighting report questionnaire that we've made up. Then that comes to us in our email. We will call or email that person back based off of what we're seeing, especially if it's in or around an area that we're already boots on the ground in. Then we'll call that person, we'll start trying to set up an arrangement to come out to that site, take a look around, do some site survey work, and then start collecting more data from there. We have 2 right now that we're working on that have continual activity. It's been going on for, in one case, generations. And that is the Wanbury site, and then another location that's very, very close in proximity to it. We're still in the process of data collection there, and so that's kind of under wraps.
If you're out investigating, and are you looking for evidence, and what kind of evidence are you looking for?
Physical, if possible. When we're out there, usually when we're out there in the day, like if we go out today, we're obviously looking for, especially Bigfoot or any cryptid. If it has mass, okay, it should leave footprints. We're looking for maybe, I know although it's controversial, maybe twists, bows in trees. Again, you can't say Bigfoot did that, okay? We have a lot of new groups out there that any bow, any twist, any X is Bigfoot. But when we were in the PA Bigfoot Society for years, and it was a very skeptical group, and we learned a lot that, you know, you can't say Bigfoot did it if you did not see Bigfoot did it. And we try to maintain that approach. We've seen the bows, the X's. We'll take pictures, but we seldom show that because
we don't know how they happened.
Yeah, we've never seen a Bigfoot make an X. The most we have one report up in outside of Grove City where a creature was actually shaking a tree, and the gentleman saw the creature shaking the tree. So, like, you know, all groups would research like that. We know that 9.555 out of 10, we're not going to find something that I can say, hey Seth, look, this is evidence, because I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to waste your time.
Maybe 4 months ago, I was in this remote place here in West Virginia, and it was a beautiful day, and I was way up on top of this mountain, and I got up there and I could just see for miles these mountains with no roads, no houses, whatever, and I just thought, what are the odds of me bumping into something at, you know what I mean, at the right time to be able to get evidence? I mean, at best, I'm going to see something stare at me and take off running or whatever it happens to be, you know, or, you know, I'm always hoping that I'll see the buzzard circling or something, and maybe I'll go over there and it's a dead Bigfoot. You know, who knows what you're going to have happen. But so, you know, I just looked at the over the hills and realized the futility of it, and I thought, you know, I want to get somebody that is having these animals come into their house for whatever reason, whether it's their fruit trees, their gardens, their chickens. About that time, I'd received a report from Caroline, the secretary of the BFRO, and she said, you know, do you know where Milton, West Virginia is? And I'm like, sure. And she's like, there's this vet that has these animals coming around. She wants to talk to somebody. I said, I'll call her as soon as I get done with patients. Well, by the time I called her, she had already called Caroline back, and she's like, you know, I just don't want anybody messing with these animals. I just don't want anybody running around my woods. And so at the end of the second book, because I have no idea who the person is, I just said, listen, if you're out there, I want to talk to you. So, you know, I started a website, I started a Facebook page, I started my podcast, all with nothing but the attempts of trying to generate more reports for more data. That's where we're at. I think it's futile to be able to go out and just take a walk in the woods and hope that you're going to bump into something. You may see something, but I mean, most of what people are sending us, you know, like earlier this week, there was a guy who was all excited. I call him and he sends me these pictures. You know, they're tracks like you see on the internet. I mean, there's a scuff, there's something, you can't really tell. I mean, but it's certainly not scientific evidence, and it's not something that scientists are interested in seeing.
Tracks are the most studied. I mean, I would say it has to be tracks, but I mean, until we figure out a different way to, when hair comes in play, to figure out the DNA, so, you know, with that, right now I just have to say tracks.
Have you ever found unusual hair or scat when you were out researching?
No scat. I found hair, but after you really look into it and you know, study it and try to, it's usually like maybe bear hair or turkey. You know, a lot of people find this coarse black hair, and a lot of that's just turkey beard. You know, when you find it along the tree or a fence line, you know, it's usually turkey beard or like I said, bear hair.
Have you guys had experiences here?
Yeah, we have had experiences here. We've been back to the site multiple times, and we've had some experiences near. There's a natural spring down here that we've had some weird activity at. Obviously, the casts that we've collected, and then the time before that, when we were here, we had some weird vocalizations and chatter that was up on the hillside above us, and it stopped. And when we started moving in its direction, there was this big thicket of mountain laurels, or rhododendron, whatever you want to call them. And suddenly it sounded like a freight train started running through those rhododendron. And I wish we had a thermal back then. because there would have been some kind of capture at that point. But it was really really interesting that day, because we weren't expecting that. We were hearing the chatter, because a lot of times you get chatter, but you won't see anything. You won't have any kind of a visual or any kind of other sensation or witness or observe anything. But having that bolt through the laurels the way it did was pretty wild. And those laurels are actually right over this ridge line. If you go over all the way down the mountain and then start back up the hillside, it's right there.
And then, of course, like he said, when we were down there by that spring, we did have some equipment with us at that point. We pulled it out, and we did get some weird, we got some weird radiation readings, which shouldn't have been there, and I still don't understand it. And that's kind of what put us on the track of thinking there might be something else to it all. So that's why I bring all this stuff around. It doesn't mean that I think there's something, it just means if there is, I'm going to catch that data regardless, and we'll deal with that later. But yeah, I'm with you. If we'd have had a thermal on that ridge line that day, we'd probably caught something. There's definitely some stuff here. Don't know what it is. Got it.
There you go. It's kind of small, whatever it is. It could be it could be one of those headstones too.
We're shooting down that way.
Yep.
It's a very good.
It could be one of the headstones that's hot from the sun because it's been sunny all day.
Yeah, I'd say that's all that is. I don't think it's anything important.
Yeah, it's not moving.
No, it's not moving. So, but that's what we look for. Something's kind of sticking out.
Hit that ridge.
Yeah, I was hitting the ridge earlier. Like, man, that's the place.
So we're more passive, I guess, in our research tactics, especially with doing nighttime investigations. We're not the type that will go out and just start beating on trees and whooping and screaming into the night. We found that it seems to work better, and you get some better results when you're just kind of hanging out and being quiet and listening. A lot of the times, we don't really do a whole lot of night ops,
A lot of the stuff we found is at dusk.
Yeah, we do a lot of dusk, evenings and dusks. It's when we've got some of our best evidence.
Like traffic, where there's anything here.
This is Bigfooting.
Really?
Really, you go out and you sit and you be quiet.
It is quite possible for a person to live their entire life close to the forests and wilderness areas of North America and never have a brush with the unexplained. That being the case, the probability of a researcher with limited time to spare being in the right place at the right time would seem to be discouragingly low. That does not appear to deter the most driven cryptozoologists, but even they would admit that most nights in the woods are uneventful, redeemed by time spent with friends in the beauty of nature. The management of realistic expectations becomes a necessary skill to cultivate for the investigator in it for the long haul, as important as operating an infrared camera or casting a footprint. And while it might be easy for a sense of futility to set in, it's also true that occasionally interesting things do happen. Encounters are had. Evidence is found.
Any good video or photographic evidence of Bigfoot that you're aware of?
I think that everybody that's been in Bigfoot a long time has pictures that are compelling. Most of the time, you don't have permission to show them or use them any place. I mean, I remember when I started first with the group, of course, I had no idea that I was going to write a book, and people were sending you pictures and different things all the time. And then later when you figure out you're going to write something, you have to get permission. Your publisher makes you, and you reach out and you can't find these people. You know, they're just gone now. Like their emails aren't there, the phone numbers are gone, or, you know, who knows what happens. They move. And so you can't use some of the good stuff that you have. And I think a lot of times it's really common at big conferences that those of us have been around a while that know each other are showing each other pictures that, you know, are compelling. I think that when Bigfoot is acknowledged, that we're going to see an overwhelming abundance of pictures, videos, bones, all different types of things that people are going to be shocked at how much stuff comes out that people have been holding because, you know, they don't want to be weird. Maybe it's on their land. They don't want somebody messing with their land. Whatever it happens to be, I think people are going to be surprised how much stuff is out there.
What is the most memorable thing that's happened to you in the field regarding Bigfoot? Like what, you know, like a singular event or, you know, something like that. Something Bigfoot related.
It'd be one of the 2 thermal hits that we got. One of the thermal hits, I was actually with the Finding Bigfoot team, and less than half a mile from where we're sitting right now, we captured something on 2 legs walking, and it stepped across a 6-foot wide creek. And of course, the drone, before it landed, the drone deleted the footage and it was gone. But then in Logan, in this past year in 2022, during Wild and Weird Con, we were able to capture some pretty phenomenal footage of a subject that was, again, walking on 2 feet. And multiple witnesses were able to watch it because the thermal imager that we have broadcasts out to devices so multiple people can view what you're seeing. And we've also had that peer reviewed, and that's been pretty remarkable.
We had gone out on trail, Hellbent Holler was there, and they had did this little group outing, which was a lot of fun. Everyone got to go out and they go to these various stations. There was like 4 stations set up. You'd have your thermal station, you have your audio station, you had your, you know, infrared station. They were showing everybody how to get this equipment to work, and it's a lot of fun. We're out there at the audio station, and a couple of the guys are like, "Hey, I hear something down in the woods. Like there's like a popping sound." And I'm thinking, "Oh, a popping sound, that's cool." And we had just got this is the greatest part. We had just got our thermal, and I'm like, "Oh, maybe I can catch, like, I don't know, maybe there's a possum down there, a deer or something, you know, and it'd be cool." So I turned it on and I looked down in the valley, and I don't know what that was, but you know, the video's there for everyone to make up their own mind. So I hollered for Jess. I said, "Jess, come over and take a look at this." She comes over and looks at it. She's like, "I don't know what that is," you know, and we're all just sitting there staring at it. And then it moves. And when it moves, we know we're not looking at something small. It's something very big. It does look bipedal. Right before it steps away, it almost looks like it's moving its hand to its mouth. I have no idea. So they wanted to go up to the thermal station, which was actually up about 200 yards or so up the road from us, and it looked down in that valley. And so, you know, I could still see something down there, but it wasn't prominent. I mean, if it was there, then it was hiding very good at this point. I'm like, all right, so let's go up there. And besides, I didn't want to stay there behind and possibly get eaten by whatever's there. So I go up to the thermal station we were on. We turn all these thermals on into the valley. There's nothing there. There's nothing at all down there. There were some strange sounds heard on the way out. I know that they thought that they heard someone going up the hill. That was another part of it, but we never saw anything else. That was probably the most weirdest thing, I think, and the most substantial bit of evidence that I've caught to date. Other than, you know, up to that point, it had just been a footprint, you know, a cast, something like that. But this was something else.
In light of the time, the energy, and the effort spent on searching for Sasquatch, it's worth asking, what is it that researchers gain? The answer is likely unique to each person who dares to devote their attention to a topic at which many still scoff. To really pursue Bigfoot in any public way requires a personality unbothered by mockery and unbowed by criticism. It seems like a good way to ruin one's reputation, not gain a following. So again, what does the researcher gain? Is the reward worth the risk? For John Green, seeking Bigfoot in an orderly, reasonable way was meant to catch the eye of the scientific establishment. What he found truly inexplicable was an apparent wall of silence around the topic. He hoped to excite an academic interest in the discovery of a mystery primate. What he gained instead was a kind of notoriety he never sought, becoming the elder statesman for a movement of citizen scientists and a less scholarly subculture of Bigfoot enthusiasts. For René Dahinden, the search was an obsession, driven by the need to know the truth and perhaps be the first person to drag it into the spotlight. He appeared willing to sacrifice a life of comfort as well as important relationships for the purpose of remaining in the field and doing so on his terms alone. What he gained by this approach is hard to say. The modern researcher may wish to gain the satisfaction of adding to a growing body of evidence that might be helpful in establishing an eventual species discovery. Some may aspire to build a platform that could be used to entertain and educate. Some gain friends that become a second family, bonded by an inquisitive and adventuresome spirit. Some find that time spent in the deep woods sharpening outdoor and observational skills is its own reward. And some, when you get right down to it, just want to gain the answer. To move from hoper to knower, and will not rest until they do.